How scary can a disciplined zombie be? This zombie's name is Jiang Si, and he runs 10,000 miles every single day. After that, he races sharks and even does a few dance routines before bed just to be safe. Other zombies just eat meat, and more meat. But in his eyes, there's only protein powder. In the end, Jiang Si went bald, but he also became stronger. Everything he did was for one reason: he wanted to be friends with humans. The story begins on the day the apocalypse broke out. Jiang Si was in class listening to a lecture when he turned into a zombie. After that, just like the others, he followed a horde of zombies, wandering everywhere. Until one day, humans appeared with cannons. Not only did they slaughter Jiang Si's kind, but they also used technology to turn zombies into perpetual motion engines. Jiang Si didn't understand why humans hunted zombies, just as he didn't understand why zombies ate humans. But to survive, he had to fight. He had to become strong enough to change the way humans see zombies. Will Jiang Si be able to achieve his dream? What other challenges will he face on the path to that dream? Let's dive into the story together to find out. Beneath a peaceful sunset sky, a train continued its journey, running steadily on the tracks. Suddenly, the wheels rolling over the iron rails began to speed up. On the roadside, countless people were bustling about. Near the road, the train's driver suddenly leaned out of the cabin and screamed, "Run! The train is out of control!" The other staff members also risked their lives to jump from the train. This is bad. The people outside heard his voice and looked on in shock, then quickly turned and fled. Run! In the midst of the chaos, the wheel of a stroller suddenly got stuck in the train track. The woman struggled with it but couldn't move it. Somebody help me! Those who had already escaped could only stand there and shout, "Get away from there! It's dangerous! It's too late!" The out-of-control train hurtled straight towards the mother. Behind the panicking crowd, a young man with his face covered silently observed everything. And then his figure vanished when no one was looking. Just at that critical moment, the young man appeared and smashed the front of the train with a single punch. The cars behind it, subjected to a terrifying force, derailed and crashed into each other. The woman was still trying to hug her crying, frightened child. Her eyes squeezed shut. Everything came to a sudden halt, causing her to slowly open her eyes. Her vision was blurry, but she could see the straight back of a young man standing there. A piece of rubble fell to the ground, bouncing a few times before settling. The young man reached out a hand to help the mother. "Are you okay?" She touched his arm and replied, "Thank you." The woman and her child both looked at their savior. Suddenly, their faces turned pale with fear. The person in front of them had pale skin and a jaw full of teeth. His eye sockets were dark and looked grotesque. A blood-curdling scream echoed up into the high, blue sky. The scene changes to someone's house, with a pair of small yellow underwear hanging outside to dry. The young man stretched vigorously after a deep sleep. "My name is Jiang Si." Jiang Si turned towards his window and welcomed the beautiful morning sunlight. The Jiang from Jiangxi, and the Si, also from Jiangxi. His pink, strawberry-patterned pajamas stood out against his body of unknown age and unknown time of death. He went into the bathroom and looked in the mirror. "I have a dream, a heartfelt desire," he shared. "To one day be friends with humans. To dream of a day when I'm not discriminated against and chased away by humans." Jiang Si squeezed toothpaste onto his brush while encouraging himself. "I'm always trying my best for that goal. Even though the goal is a bit far-fetched, I believe that as long as I try..." While getting ready, he told himself, "I will definitely succeed." After brushing, he pulled out a tooth over the sink. Jiang Si then used a hook to get a shirt from up high. "Actually, to achieve this dream, I've helped humans many times. One time, an entire airplane plummeted like a moth to a flame towards a soccer field, causing the people below to run in panic. Quick!" The spectators in the stands scrambled over each other to run higher up. "It's too dangerous." Suddenly, someone, terrified, pointed towards where the plane was falling. "Look, what is that? What?" The entire plane was stopped, hanging strangely in midair. It was Jiang Si who had caught it. The other people couldn't help but gape in astonishment. Another time, a huge fire broke out in a high-rise apartment building, terrifying many people. Fire. My child is inside." Jiang Si also rushed into the flames and came back out with countless children in his arms. He gave the firefighters quite a scare. He wrung out a towel, reminiscing about the old days before he had such a muscular body. I only remember back then. The city was filled with apartments. A strange aura appeared. It was a summer day. The apocalypse arrived, and the zombie plague broke out. He slowly recounted the events. I was sitting in class at school. After the zombie plague broke out, those who couldn't escape in time were bitten by zombies, turning into ordinary zombies themselves. They frantically bit each other, and all of them turned into zombies. Gradually, they spread throughout the city, turning it into a zombie wasteland. That's right, just your completely average type of zombie. Back then, Jiang Si was just shuffling around in the crowd like an idiot. I was like a grunt. Wherever my kind went, I followed. Much later, some people appeared. They were soldiers with bulging muscles, holding guns and cannons. Those guys were even packing a hot, 6-barreled minigun. They didn't bother reasoning with us. The moment they appeared, they shoved those fire-spitting sticks right in our faces. The weak zombies like us all took a bullet to the head. We were being slaughtered. Some of the dumber ones were taken back to be high-class servants. Not only did they turn us into oil lamps, but they also invented a perpetual zombie engine to generate infinite electricity for themselves. Back then, Jiang Si lay alone on his simple bed and thought, I don't understand why zombies have to eat humans, or why humans have to slaughter zombies. To keep on living, I decided to change myself. He ran into a gym by himself, turned on the machines, and started training. From that day on, I started to discipline myself. Even though his soul nearly left his body the first time he lifted weights, he was very persistent. Every day I exercised running, swimming, jumping jacks. To increase the intensity of his training, Jiang Si even used a shark to chase him. Since I started living this stoic life, I've said goodbye to all kinds of meat. His meals were simple, but he was very diligent about nourishing his body. Every day, I only ate egg whites, even at home. Jiang Si did other exercises. No matter how hard or tiring it was, I had to persist with aerobics in the evening. Finally, one day, muscles were bulging all over his body. I did it. He looked at himself, at his solid 6-pack body. I've become an undefeated champion. He decided to put on some inconspicuous clothes and head towards the city. After that, I focused my strength and intelligence and began to blend into human society. Model. Humanity is advanced and numerous now. To blend in and change their views on zombies, I'm constantly helping them. I also try to be a good zombie citizen, polite, courteous, and law-abiding. He continues hanging his shirt. Jiang Tu opens the refrigerator door and finds only an empty box. He's out of food. Looks like he has no choice but to go out and buy some groceries. The sun is shining brightly today. Down below, inside a convenience store, an employee cheerfully greets a regular customer. Hey, little Jiang here, to pick up another shipment. She asks him in a friendly tone. Don't you get tired of wearing that mask all day, holding a few cartons of eggs? Jiang Tu replies, Not at all. Outside, people are bustling, loading eggs into a truck. Everyone, help Boss Jiang load up these eggs. Right on it. He chats happily with the employee, completely unaware that outside, 2 figures, one young, one old, are secretly watching him. The younger one asks his companion, Captain, that's him, isn't it? The older man narrows his eyes and replies, It is. Today, we're going to rip that mask right off you. Let's see who you really are. Through his binoculars, the man gets a clearer view of Jiang Tu's actions. Just as he waves goodbye to the staff, he picks up a piece of paper and sighs sadly. Gu is a wanted man again. The paper shows a picture of a completely masked zombie, rated as an incredibly powerful SSS class. The young man with the camera asks curiously, Sir, looking at him, could he be the superhuman who lifted that airplane? Or do you think the media just made that up? The captain keeps his eyes glued on him. It's possible. But then, the older man says with certainty, No, it's definitely fabricated. He replies, That's why I have to unmask him. No sooner had the words left his mouth than both of them screamed, their jaws hitting the floor. Jiang Tu effortlessly lifts the entire truck with both hands. He looks up at the sky, preparing to do something, and the ground cracks beneath him as he braces for takeoff. In a flash, the man shoots straight into the sky as if by magic. The 2 watchers are completely dumbfounded. What kind of joke is this, high above the earth? Jiang Tu flies on, carrying the truck, and crosses over to another continent. The place he arrives at is heavily barricaded. The sky is perpetually dark. and other zombies roam the ruined streets. A child tugs on his mother's arm, whining. "I'm so hungry," she comforts him. "Just hold on a little longer." At that moment, Jiang Si finally arrives, touching down. His landing creates a massive shockwave, shaking the very air. He gently sets the truck down. The zombies there gasp in awe. The Great King has returned. Suddenly, a child walks up and asks him, "My king, you're so fast. Why don't you just drive a car here like the humans do?" Jiang Si replies, though they don't quite understand his answer. "I don't have a license." This district is shrouded in a dark and desolate atmosphere. This is the territory I rule, a sanctuary chosen to keep us away from humans. I have ordered all residents to substitute chicken eggs for human flesh. He puts his hands on his hips and asks the boy, "Where's Ago's crew?" The boy points to a building. "They're in that ruined hotel over there." Jiang Si walks over and pushes open the door to the suite. Before him stand two werewolf-like zombies. Ah Lang, a triple S-class zombie boss. Ah Mao, a triple S-class zombie boss. Next to them are two muscular figures Akam, a triple S-class zombie boss, and Ah Gu, a triple S-class zombie boss. A shorter but ferocious-looking one is Ah Ju, a triple S-class zombie boss. And finally, the most well-dressed of the bunch, Xiao Hei, also a triple S-class zombie boss. Upon seeing him, they all snap into formation and shout, "Greetings!" Great King Jiang Si walks past Ah Gu and slaps the wanted poster onto his chest. "Ah Gu, you're wanted by the humans again." He honestly admits his fault. "My apologies, Great King. Whenever I see humans, my body just loses control." Jiang Si walks over to his seat and sits down on an old sofa amidst a pile of scrap metal. Xiao Hei speaks up. "Although our zombie territory is expanding without limit, to avoid humans, our people have had to relocate our capital several times." Ah Ju raises his chainsaw and says aggressively, "Boss, just let us handle it. It's been so long since I've tasted blood. My chainsaw is starting to rust." Of course, Jiang Si forbids it. What do you know, humans are terrifying. Suddenly, the loud roar of an engine echoes from above. What's that noise? A fighter jet streaks across the sky. Aboard the airship, Ziling stands with a stern expression, her arms crossed as she gazes forward. She silently stares at a screen displaying coordinates. A crew member in the cockpit reports to her, "Director, all systems are nominal. We are ready to proceed." Inside the massive vessel is an activated nuclear warhead, set to detonate in 20 minutes. Down in the base, Jiang Si, who had been relaxing, looks up in surprise. The woman allows herself a small, satisfied smile. "Excellent." In the next instant, her expression twists into one of pure hatred. "Bring it on, you disgusting zombies." The aircraft is now close enough for them to spot. Ah Ju shouts the moment he sees it. "It's the humans, eager for a fight." He immediately turns to Jiang Si. "Boss, let me go tear them to shreds." Jiang Si stands up and stops him. "No, you'll lose control if you get near them. You all need to evacuate the civilians first." He makes his decision with a serious expression. "I'll go check it out." Aboard the ship, Ziling contacts her team. "Ground team, do you copy?" "There are 3 trucks carrying people on the road below. You have only 20 minutes to search for survivors." They are fully equipped with weapons and armor, following the director's orders. "After 20 minutes, you are to withdraw immediately," a soldier replies curtly. "Roger that." A man wielding a sword steps out from the rear of the airship. "Xiao Wu, stay alert. Be ready for my command at any moment, in case a zombie boss appears." He looks incredibly cool, standing there in the sky as the dawn light hits him. After receiving the order, Xiao Wu quickly replies, "Understood." Behind his mask, his lips curl into a smirk. "Rest assured, Director, the moment a boss shows up, I'll dice them into pieces." The zombies in the city are drawn to the light and quickly swarm towards it. Meanwhile, a certain doctor is standing before a large, detailed monitor. The boy with the bowl cut pushes up his glasses and smiles with amusement. It seems An Min is from the Academy of the Extraordinary. He seems quite interested in this development, a grin spreading across his face. "Let's play a little game with them." He slams his hand down on a red button. Immediately, a cage full of ordinary people is dropped down below. Their desperate cries of "Help me!" echoing through the air. Survivors spotted all units. Move in for support. The commander nodded to the patrol, and they set up their guns to open fire. Amidst a hail of bullets, Xiao Xiao was fighting when she suddenly stopped. She had seen something strange. What the hell? Why won't that zombie die? Two small zombies were fearfully clinging to each other in the middle of the dense gunfire. Jiang Si stepped forward and raised both his hands to shield them. Many snipers aimed directly at him and exclaimed, "No creature is immortal. If it seems that way, it just means the caliber isn't big enough." The bullet this time was bigger and flew a long way towards them. It exploded just a few seconds later, causing a violent burst of fire and smoke. A thick cloud of white smoke billowed out, quickly obscuring the figures within. Suddenly, a soldier came over and showed them a piece of paper. "Sir, did we shoot the wrong person? It seems he's that super-powered individual who's been showing up recently." Inside was a picture of Jiang Si carrying an airplane that guy in the zombie mask who's always helping people. The other man took it and screamed, "We shot the wrong guy." But Jiang Si's body was completely unharmed after that attack. He just casually turned his head to look at the airship as if nothing had happened. Just then, Ziling noticed a red alert zone appear on the map. She immediately dispatched the personnel at the rear of the ship. "Xiao Wu, a zombie boss has appeared in Sector B. Message received. Leave it to me." Xiao Wu then let his body free fall from the sky. "Doctor." Jiming stood silently in front of his high-tech screen. His subordinate was typing furiously on the keyboard. "They're about to evacuate the civilians. It seems we can't underestimate them." Jiming whispered a command. "Then let's add a little stimulation." A sly grin spread across the subordinate's face, making his glasses glint. "Understood." Outside, the zombie horde was still gathering in large numbers. One of the zombies suddenly showed a strange sign as the skin on its face tore open. Then, its arm immediately swelled up, muscles bulging uncontrollably. From a small zombie, the mutation caused its body to grow enormous, completely transforming it into a ferocious monster. Elsewhere, Jiang Si suddenly sensed a strange surge of power. The mutated zombie let out a deafening roar. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu was still free-falling from the airship. An announcement came through the radio to the soldiers on the ground. "All squads, attention, a zombie boss has appeared in Sector B." Xiao Xiao quickly replied, "Roger that, we're heading there now." Suddenly, their captain sped off in a hovercar, causing her to call out in confusion, "Captain!" Jiang Si was still staring at them blankly. The man hurriedly grabbed him and pulled him away just in the nick of time. "Saving a life is worth more than building 7 pagodas." The captain brought Jiang Si back from the zombie horde. Xiao Xiao and her teammates stared in astonishment, while the captain roughly threw him into the back of the vehicle. At the same time, he urged his subordinate to get behind the wheel. "Hurry up and drive. What are you waiting for? An award." Their vehicle swerved a few times, and then quickly sped away. After a moment of chaos, they stabilized and drove steadily down the empty road. It was then that Xiao Xiao spoke up. "You're the guy in the zombie mask who's always helping people, right? I'm really curious. Why do you always wear that mask?" Jiang Si was taken aback and stammered, not knowing how to answer. "Well..." Meanwhile, the other soldiers still on the battlefield were confused and lowered their guns. "What's it trying to do?" The mutated zombie gripped the body of a bus and suddenly lifted it. The entire bus was thrown towards them, shocking the squad of soldiers. Danger. Fortunately, at that moment, Xiao Wu appeared in a flash of light right before their eyes. The bus was sliced in two with incredible speed, splitting to either side, while he stood in the middle, swinging his sword and looking incredibly cool. The two halves of the bus flew a few more meters before slowly coming to a stop on the road. The soldiers who saw him all cheered happily. "It's Xiao Wu from the Daoshi Academy. This is great. We have hope now." Xiao Wu drew his second sword, stood tall, and declared, "Everyone, get the civilians out of here first. Leave this place to me." Xiao Xiao and her team were evacuating the civilians from the area one by one. "Don't rush," the captain asked the soldier next to him. "Sir, what's the situation up ahead?" The man reported back. "A zombie boss appeared, but Xiao Wu from Daoshi is here now." At that moment, Jiang Si looked towards the road and thought to himself, "There's a familiar feeling. It's the sound of Juju." Xiao Xiao was still busy with her guidance duties, constantly reminding people, "Don't push, we're not zombies." She suddenly remembered something and turned around, but there was no one there, leaving her bewildered. "Where's the guy with the mask?" Meanwhile, Xiao Wu was calmly confronting the zombie. Are you in a lot of pain? The zombie roared again, its dark mouth gaping wide. In a flash, it charged at its enemy with immense fury. Xiao Yu gently pushed the blade from its sheath. Then, he elegantly slid past its body, delivered a slash, and sheathed his sword again. I'll put you out of your misery. His figure blurred in the white space, as if an incredibly fast action had just occurred. Countless intersecting slashes, like a web of strings, were unleashed in a single, brief moment. Xiao Wu slid smoothly across the ground and raised his sword high, without a single drop of blood on it. The zombie's massive body went rigid from the fatal blows. Then it burst apart, the gruesome sight blackening the entire area. The remains of the zombie then collapsed heavily to the ground. Xiao Wu sheathed his sword gently. Satisfied after dealing with it so cleanly, he thought, all done. I can rest early today. Just then, Jiang Si's footsteps grew closer to Xiao Wu's position. He noticed the movement and looked surprised. Jiang Si's small silhouette made him momentarily mistake him. A zombie. Half of the zombie's body had been sliced away and couldn't regenerate. Only Jiang Si had a sorrowful expression on his face as he observed his friend. On the airship's bridge, someone was happily reporting the news to everyone. News just in, the zombie boss has been dealt with by Xiao Wu. Ziling also smiled and said, good work. Give him top credit when he returns. Down in the city, Jiang Si's voice grew heavy as he comforted the fallen corpse of his friend. It's not your fault. I'm sorry. We lost control. Xiao Wu overheard his words and became agitated. He recklessly slashed directly at Jiang Si. Zombies must die. The girl on the ship observed the information reported by the computer and exclaimed, wait, another zombie boss has been detected on the ground. There's still more. The man beside her replied calmly, what's there to panic about? Don't worry, with Xiao Wu there, destroying it will be a simple matter. But this time, she frowned in disbelief. Xiao Wu's signal is gone. Ziling immediately turned to her in astonishment. What? At that moment, Xiao Wu's face was covered in bruises, scratches, and blood. He was stripped of everything and hung from a lamppost, completely exposed. She spoke again, her expression fearful. Xiao Wu's life signs are fading. He was already seriously injured. The other man was just as shocked as they were. The civilian evacuation wasn't even complete yet. And this sudden turn of events made Tu Lang freeze for a moment. She tried to think, but the more she thought, the angrier she became, letting out a furious huff. Not waiting a second longer, Tu Lang's figure vanished from inside the airship bay as she directly jumped straight down, shocking everyone on board. Chief! The crew in the bay frantically typed commands on the screen, shouting, Chief, you're being too reckless. We're not ready yet. But an impatient Tu Lang shot back. I want to see for myself just how tough this thing is. A tiny white light flashed high in the sky. Jiang Tu had just turned his head to notice it. At that moment, Tu Lang closed in on him and drew the sword from her hip. The boy was still gawking, surprised to have a girl get so close, before he could even react. Then, the blade shattered, instantly turning into a worthless pile of scrap metal. Tu Lang's eyes flew wide open, staring at the bizarre phenomenon unfolding right before her hair still flying back from the wind of her rapid descent. Jiang Tu was just confused. She watched him land beside her sword, breaking out in a cold sweat. What the hell is this thing? Tu Lang immediately jumped back to create a safe distance. The woman on the airship contacted her via radio, asking, Chief, it's difficult for us to provide backup when you go in alone like this. Are you okay? Despite the shock, Tu Lang put on a brave face. I'll be fine. At that moment, Jiang Tu quickly raised his hands, awkwardly trying to make peace. I already apologized, but to her, his words only made him more suspicious. It can even speak. What a freak. Since it had come to this, she drew another sword. Engraved on its blade was a line of blood-red text. Tu Lang ran her fingers across the gleaming surface, preparing her opening move. Jiang Tu grew flustered as she prepared to strike. But I'm not done talking yet. The chief charged at him, shouting, Go tell it to the devil. With no other choice, he hastily leaped away. Tu Lang's attack hit nothing but his shadow. But she quickly reacted by dashing away. This time, she flipped backward to launch a surprise attack. From Jiang Tu's perspective, the entire world turned upside down, with only her staring at him with eyes filled with killing intent. She spun and unleashed a wide-area attack that swept across the street. The crimson blade cut through everything from the pavement to the streetlights like butter. Yet, Jiang Tu effortlessly leaned back to dodge it. Even so, Tu Lang didn't stop, unleashing a slash that cut straight through the city's skyscrapers. He just stared blankly at the sky, seemingly not taking her seriously at all. This enraged Tu Lang even more. This damn freak dares to mock me. She once again vanished into thin air. By this time, soldiers had reached them and were carrying Xiao Wu away. "Let's go!" He was still in shock, foaming at the mouth. They struggled to fan him down. The person on the airship called out urgently, "Chief, the civilians are all evacuated. Please return now." They were trying to contact her repeatedly. "Chief, do you copy?" But at that moment, Tu Lang and Jiang Tu were engaged in a lopsided battle, constantly teleporting from one place to another. He seemed to be having fun, leaping all over the city and even striking hip-hop poses. The chief gripped her longsword and glared. "Are you just going to keep running, you bastard?" They plunged down the side of a skyscraper and into a narrow alley. While in freefall, Jiang Tu asked innocently, "You expect me to just stand here and let you cut me down?" With that, he leaped back onto a rooftop, using a car as a springboard to launch himself away. Tu Lang clicked her tongue and sheathed her sword. This time, she focused, channeling her power, into her legs. Blade charge second stage. Vents on her calves opened up, releasing plumes of white smoke as her energy systems powered up to full capacity. The indicator lights shifted from blue to a furious, glowing red. She launched herself in a straight line, flying far from the rooftop. Jiang Tu was still hovering in midair, completely unaware that Tu Lang was now right behind him. In a split second, she gritted her teeth and brought her sword down in a powerful slash, unleashing all her fury. After the attack, she landed safely on the ground. Jiang Tu fell with her, hitting the pavement like a sack of potatoes. Tu Lang sheathed her sword and said grimly, "It's done." She touched her earpiece to report mission accomplished. "Roger that. We're coming down to get you." Keat Min's subordinate reported to him. "Boss Min, they've evacuated all the civilians." A sly smile spread across his face. "Don't we have a mole?" Though he was far away, Keat Min gave a quiet order. "Proceed." At that moment, the evacuated civilians were cheering in celebration. "That's great, our chief is the best." But up in the airship's cockpit, the silence was tense. The pilot suddenly noticed his co-pilot. The mysterious figure beside him lifted the cover off a red button and pressed it without hesitation, causing the pilot to scream in panic. "What are you doing?" A massive bomb on the ship's hull immediately began its countdown as it was revealed. Following the command, it fell, plummeting heavily toward the city below. The people on the ship were still cheering and laughing joyfully. "We can finally go home." However, the two pilots had already apprehended the saboteur and quickly reported in. "Don't celebrate just yet. We have a mole on board. The warhead has been launched." Everyone froze. It took a moment for the information to sink in, and then their jaws dropped in utter shock. Down below, Tu Lang also heard their panicked voices. "Chief, can you hear us? We have a spy. The warhead has been launched. You need to get back here now." She looked up at the sky in astonishment. What? A massive warhead was aimed directly at the city, plummeting towards it. The woman on the radio announced to the entire ship, "All hands, brace for impact. Open the bay doors. We're lowering altitude so the chief can get on board." Tu Lang tried to activate the engines on her legs, but they wouldn't activate. She looked at the weak puffs of smoke sputtering out and wondered. "What's going on?" The voice on the radio urged her on. "Chief, what's the holdup?" "We're almost out of time." She wanted to move, but could only grimace and say, "My legs, they won't move." Tu Lang collapsed to the ground and looked over at the body still embedded in the pavement. Of Jiang Tu. "I must have used up all my power stomping that freak." Tu Lang tried to remove the device to inspect it, only making things worse. "Damn it! Didn't I charge this thing before I left?" Suddenly, her sharp instincts blared a warning, and she spun around. Who's there, unbeknownst to her? Jiang Tu had pulled himself out of the ground and was now right in her face, staring at her. The chief was helpless as he suddenly grabbed and pulled her. Jiang Tu began swinging her around like a lasso, causing her to scream. "You!" Then, using the momentum, He launched her straight up into the air. Tu Lang landed perfectly inside the ship's rear bay, where her subordinates rushed to her side. Director. They surrounded her, worrying constantly. Are you all right? Someone help the director. Quickly. However, the thing that caught her attention was Jiang Tu, you monster. The warhead was also getting very close to his city, looking terrifyingly large and black. He stood on the street below, looking up thoughtfully. Then, Jiang Tu grimaced. He lifted one leg to brace himself. With a loud crash, the ground cracked from the force of the zombie boy's leap into the sky. He exhaled a hot breath from his mouth. To gain more power, he channeled almost all of his strength into soaring upwards. The warhead, meanwhile, continued its natural descent toward the ground. Facing it head-on was Jiang Tu, straining as he flew up from the city. He reached out his hand to touch it, and the force of him catching the warhead with his bare hand caused it to crumple. More than half of the giant warhead was crushed. Tu Lang and the others on the ship exclaimed in astonishment. What Kiet Min and his subordinate also watched intently. With curiosity, the soldier fanning Tuvo and Captain Hu Hu also stared wide-eyed. A massive explosion erupted above the ground. Its impact was so immense it seemed like it would destroy everything. The terrifying pressure and deafening sound made Tu Lang and the other ordinary people stagger. From outside the earth, a massive pillar of smoke from the bomb was visible, after it had fulfilled its purpose. The director looked up in a daze. Fire mixed with the smoke, illuminating an entire area. Inside the city, the old, dilapidated buildings were almost completely buried in the ashes. She winced, both from shock and from hoping for some kind of miracle. Down below, everything was covered in a layer of dust and rubble. A lone foot calmly stepped onto the ground. Only Jiang Tu's clothes were mostly burned off. His muscular body was otherwise the same as before. He even scratched his own butt and muttered, "Doesn't seem like it had any effect." He scratched his butt very calmly. After witnessing that scene, Kiet Min turned to leave. "I'm out of here." His subordinate, however, looked at the screen curiously. Strange, why is there still a moving object in the nuclear blast zone? Doctor? Kiet Min, not as surprised or interested as him, said, "This isn't the first or second day we've fought against that academy for the extraordinary. If we don't get them this time, there's always a next time." He didn't say anything more and just obeyed. Understood. On the academy's helicopter, the exit had already been closed. Tu Lang sat in a corner, lost in somber thought. Her colleagues only dared to stand and watch their director from a distance. What's wrong with her? The other person gave a knowing look and explained, "Think about it. You spend your whole life fighting zombies, and now you get saved by one. How would you feel?" The girl from the ship's cabin approached with a datapad. "Director, I think you're mistaken." She held it out in front of Tu Lang and added, "This person isn't a zombie." The face on the screen was clearly Jiang Tu's. "You probably don't watch the news. Director, he's the masked man, who likes to wear a zombie mask. He's been very active in our society lately." Director Tu Lang's hands clenched the device, cracking it to pieces. The next morning, another peaceful day arrived with the bright sunshine. But the people out on the streets today saw something strange and were all frozen in place. Everywhere that person went, he caused a shock. The whole area was about to descend into chaos. The person walked into a phone booth and spoke. "Hello," a CU spoke energetically and non-stop over the phone. "Boss, don't worry. We've all evacuated safely. Most of us are fine. We're looking for our next place to stay," he replied to them gently. "Got it. Wait until everyone is settled. Then I'll come find you all." Outside his apartment building, the rhythm of daily life went on as usual. Jiang Tu returned to his apartment wearing only a pair of torn pants. Luckily, there was no one around. He muttered the passcode and keyed it into the screen. 741, 741, 7474, 741. Meanwhile, at the academy, they had just found something. It made the girl exclaim, "Director, come look at this!" Both of them stared at the screen at the same time. Jiang Tu also suddenly turned around and faced them. The director and the girl's faces darkened with shock. The young man, completely unaware, walked into his home as if nothing was wrong. He turned on a video to get motivated for lifting weights. "All right, everyone follow me. Raise your hands and raise your thighs." On his table was a group photo with his underlings. His rowdy crew looked very cozy. Jiang Tu smiled to himself and thought, I wonder if everyone's settled in yet. I'll be back soon. Suddenly, Tu Lang kicked his door straight down. It made him scream out loud. She led in countless people in black suits and ordered them. Go, kitchen, bathroom, bedroom, pots, pans, take everything. They immediately fanned out and started clearing out Jiang Tu's house. Yes, ma'am. Who are you people? He was on the ground, completely panicked. What do you want? A white piece of paper was held out in front of the young man. Tu Lang stood before him and introduced herself. We are from the Academy for the Extraordinary. I'm informing you that you've been accepted. She spoke with the tone of an announcement, not asking for his opinion. Starting today, you are a member of our academy. That's all. She then pointed at the young man and looked at the man in black beside her. That person immediately walked over and pulled Jiang Tu up amidst his utter confusion. Wait. He struggled against them, but it was no use. What do you people want? Can zombies go to school too? You're a human, so why pretend to be a zombie? Take him away. And so, Tu Lang took him and all his belongings out of the apartment building. The items were loaded into a vehicle, and the area outside was bustling because of this sudden event. Hugh? Hugh, who was standing with her, asked with concern. Director, the Academy's recruitment is very strict. Admitting someone on our own like this doesn't seem right. Besides, the Academy's residences are assigned based on labor. He won't have a place to stay even if he goes there. She also looked pensively at her team as they packed up the belongings. Then, Tu Lang made a very decisive decision. He can stay with me for now. The men in black were very professional, urging each other on. Hurry, hurry, move all the stuff inside. Yes, put it in the bedroom. In just one day, everything was neatly arranged, so they quickly left. Job's done. The two representatives of the team bowed to them and then departed. Now, Jiang Tu was half naked in his shorts, kneeling opposite Tu Lang, completely at a loss. He kept sweating nervously, while the girl observed him intently for a long time without saying a word. To break the tension, Jiang Tu was forced to ask first. So I'm staying here from now on, where do I sleep? Tu Lang replied coldly. Where else? Her face darkened as if she was threatening him. What, you want to sleep with me? The terrified young man waved his hands in denial. No, I wasn't thinking that at all. He even imagined the scene and exclaimed in his head, a zombie sleeping with a human. This world has gone mad. Hey, you're crazy, the director continued. You can sleep in the guest room next door. Jiang Tu became timid again and whispered, revealing his secret. You're all wrong. I'm not human. Tu Lang suddenly touched her strange legs and bent one up, curious and confused. He also looked up. Suddenly, she completely detached her leg joint, startling him once again. Your leg. Tu Lang did the same to the other side and replied, I cut them off myself. Got a problem with that. The young man quickly denied it. No, not at all. She frowned. Although she didn't seem to want to talk about it, she decided to share anyway. The story took place in a house being consumed by flames. When I was little, a zombie outbreak occurred in my village. A zombie charged madly towards her, terrifying her. My parents turned into zombies and bit my legs. My small hands back then could only grip a kitchen knife to survive. I didn't just cut off my own 2 legs. The child's tears streamed down from fear, but she still had to do it. I also had to cut down my parents who had turned into zombies. As she recounted the story, she glared at him. That's why I hate zombies. I make sure to kill every single one I see. Jiang Tu was about to say something, but immediately fell silent, not daring to make a peep. After finishing her story, she asked again, What did you want to say earlier? The terrified young man waved his hands frantically. Nothing. I didn't say anything at all. You didn't hear anything. To avoid getting skewered on the spot, he cleverly changed the subject. Let's change the topic. What's this Academy for Extraordinary People you mentioned before? The question was right up Tu Lang's alley, so her tone softened as she replied. It's an academy that specializes in training people to handle zombies. The academy building was incredibly modern with intricate architecture. It's been over 1,000 years since the zombie apocalypse began, 2 centuries after the outbreak. To ensure humanity's survival, our ancestors established this school. The students who graduate from there are all either geniuses or monsters. It's a school that specializes in dealing with zombies, producing all sorts of talented individuals for the job. Hearing her say that, Jiang Tu suddenly remembered. 2 centuries after the zombie outbreak. I remember when the outbreak first started. I had just turned into a zombie. He sat there, stunned. He had just learned something new about himself. I'm 1,000 years old, Tulang reminded him. Remember to register tomorrow. I'm getting you in through the back door. An idea suddenly popped into his head. Can I not go? Knowing he'd think that, she added a few more words. Don't even think about bailing. This isn't a normal school. If you register and don't attend, you'll be thoroughly investigated. She moved around in her wheelchair. Also, my name is Tulang. Just have Hugh take you tomorrow. You two knew each other before. Jiang Tu didn't quite understand what she meant. We knew each other before, he asked himself. Who the heck is Hugh? The person who confused him turned out to be a girl with her hair tied up in high pigtails. She stood proudly in front of the school with an incredibly confident and strong aura. The entrance area was vast, with words carved into the architecture along the path. Hugh? Hugh cheerfully struck up a conversation. Hello, mask guy, how have you been? Jiang Tu shot back with a question. By the way, who are you? The girl immediately yelled to remind him. We met before during that exploding bus incident. He then remembered and illustrated it himself. But I remember you were just a tiny little thing back then. She frowned at him and tried to calm herself down. Hugh, you have to build a good relationship with your future classmate. He's an idiot. After that, Hugh didn't argue anymore and walked straight inside. Let's go in. There's a test soon. Jiang Tu was surprised. A test? They entered the vast school grounds. For now, it was just the two of them. He took the opportunity to gently nudge Hyo's arm and ask, You have to take a test to get into this school. She immediately clarified. Of course, what school doesn't have tests? They'll give you basic training on how to fight zombies. Then, within a week, they'll hold the competition. The girl even remembered some important facts. For example, the world record for the 100-meter dash is 9.58 seconds. Using that as an example, she explained to Jiang Tu, You have to run it in 9.57 seconds to pass. He nodded as if he understood. So that's what the Academy for Extraordinary People means. The two of them walked up the stairs. When it was Hyo's turn to ask, So what did you think it was? Jiang Tu shrugged and answered honestly. I thought it was a mental hospital. On the white wall hung a red banner with prominent white letters printed on it. Down in the courtyard, thousands of people had been summoned, every one of them with a serious expression. If they weren't the children of influential figures, they were geniuses in some field. They joined the crowd. We're here. Hugh climbed onto Jiang Tu's neck to get a better view. Damn it, you can't see the person in front of you from here. She suddenly turned and insulted them. Shut up, trash should just stay in the back, with her feisty nature. She retorted back at him. What's your problem? Jiang Tu looked up and said, I'm very confused. I've lifted airplanes in human territory several times before. I shouldn't have to take this test. Right, she answered patiently. You're overthinking it. There are plenty of people in this academy who can lift airplanes. This is a school established by the government. In the past, the staff here were all kept secret. And she added another important detail. Also, people here don't watch the news. Just then, a person with one leg missing approached. Everyone, be quiet. He coughed a few times to clear his throat. Then, Chen Shen stood sternly on the high platform and spoke. Hello, everyone. I am your examiner for this test. You can call me Education Section Chief Chen Shen. First, a welcoming speech from him. It has been 800 years since this school was founded. During that time, we have trained all sorts of talented individuals. We even carved through an entire mountain to defend against the Zombie King's assault. The ancients even split a great mountain lengthwise. He also got straight to the Academy's requirements. I don't expect you all to surpass our ancestors. I just need you all to... Suddenly, someone from the crowd called out, Sir, no, Section Chief Shen Jiangtu timidly expressed his opinion. I have a question. What would happen if a zombie infiltrated this school? Chen Shen's reply was decisive. They would, of course, be dismembered into 8 pieces, and their head would be hung right at the school gate as a warning to everyone. And castration. 2. He didn't understand the last part. Castration. The examiner smiled until his eyes crinkled and said bluntly, We'd snip off that little birdie, young man. Jiang Tu imagined a banana being chopped off and turned pale at the thought. After the short speech, The sky was still clear with the bright morning sun shining down. The referee stood to one side to give the signal. 100-meter sprint, get ready. Although Jiang Si was still flustered, he got into position just like everyone else. The starting pistol fired. Go! The moment the referee finished speaking, the whole group of students shot past, creating a gust of wind that nearly blew him away. One outstanding individual even surpassed Jiang Si, confidently taking the lead. They ran dozens of laps around the schoolyard like that until the next command was given. Wu Shenshu, 100 meters, 3 seconds, pass. That young man immediately slammed on the brakes after reaching his goal. Jiang Si just ran on, watching blankly. Actually, they continued to bring out countless scarecrows for the next event shooting. Tran Than stood right behind him, shouting loudly, "Shooting is the most basic skill for fighting zombies. If you're good, you eat the zombies. If you're not, the zombies eat you." Just like that, his heart was in turmoil as he was swept up in these rapid events. I was suddenly dragged to this school to learn how to fight zombies. Every day. Besides theory classes about zombies, there are also all sorts of training exercises. The slender, fair-skinned arm next to him picked up a pistol. Hugh put on a blindfold and still managed to fire countless bullets. They flew swiftly towards the scarecrows that were flying wildly everywhere, yet they still accurately took off all their heads. The girl smugly pulled off her blindfold with a satisfied smile. Hugh, shooting test, pass. Jiang Si, on the other hand, was left gaping in astonishment once again. He looked at the crazy guy next to him who was grabbing a scarecrow's body and screaming. Sweat poured from Jiang Si's body. Tran Than was still standing under the sun, directing them. Next event, shot put. Some people strained as they held the shot puts. Others were very calm. 80 meters is the standard. 100 meters or more is a pass. The students began to throw their shot puts. Whether their shots passed the distant white line depended on the individual. 2 passed, 1 failed. Tran Than yelled loudly. Next group. Jiang Si tried to act as normal as possible. And so I came to this place full of lunatics. To avoid attracting the attention of others, I tried to control my strength. The examiner, Tran Than, had actually been watching him the whole time. He held a data file in his hand. Jiang Si, height 1.82 meters, weight 72 kilograms. 100-meter sprint in 9.57 seconds. All categories are just at the passing level. But leader Dao Ziling said he's very strong. Then he looked up again. Could that guy be messing with me on purpose? The sky above them was still clear and blue as usual. Ready? The other guy leaned his whole body back to gain momentum for the javelin throw. Then he straightened up and launched it, sending it soaring high. Go! The sharp javelin shot through the air, heading straight for its target. It pierced through a scarecrow, dragging it along. Jiang Si was also startled with surprise. Even after skewering 3 or 4 scarecrows, the javelin's trajectory didn't stop, and it flew straight into a sign on the road. The people around looked up at it in confusion. Tran Than clicked his small watch and announced, 32 kilometers, target accurate. That person walked into the assembly area, while Jiang Si stepped out. Ngo Tam, javelin throw category, pass. Next person, Ngo Tam. He was still very arrogant and shot a glance directly at Jiang Si. He also picked up his javelin, leaning back to get into the same stance as everyone else. But this time, Tran Than suddenly shouted, stopping him. Wait! The students around were also drawn by his voice and looked over. The examiner walked over and addressed him directly. Your name is Jiang Si, right? Were you recommended by leader Dao Ziling? He held up the tablet and questioned him. She said you are very strong, but all your results are just at the passing level. Do you really have that kind of power? Or are you deliberately messing with me? The people in the crowd looked towards them with curious faces. Suddenly, Tran Than brought up something from before that startled Jiang Si. You were the one who asked me that question earlier, weren't you? Everyone here can't wait to show off their full strength. He leaned in very close to his face and whispered, making him tremble. Could it be... You're a zombie. Panicking. He frantically waved his hands and feet to deny it. No, I'm human. Tran Than threw the thin tablet at him. Good, then. I want to see all of your power. He returned to his spot and said, First of all, I'm not asking you to throw 32 kilometers like the guy before you. If you can pass 3 kilometers, 1/10 of his distance, you'll be considered qualified. With his eyes glaring as a warning, Tran Than emphasized, If you don't make it, it means you don't have the strength and you deceived Leader Dao. I will charge you with espionage and send you to be tortured. Jiang Tu fell silent, not daring to make another sound, his mind filled with conflicting thoughts. Although there are many things I can't remember, the people who hunted me long ago were from this academy, right? I don't want to be turned into an oil lamp, nor do I want to become a perpetual motion machine. Then Jiang Tu thought calmly, I'll just throw it as far as I can. Jiang Tu, hurry up and think about why you're still alive today. Go Tam crossed his arms, waiting for the person he had just looked down on to perform. Hu also watched him intently. Jiang Tu took a deep stance and gently raised the sharp javelin. He opened his mouth and took a breath, remembering the scene of his hard training in the gym, which motivated him even more. Jiang Tu's eyes glowed fiery red as fragments of memories from when he was weak and rail-thin flooded back. Now, he only needed one stomp to make the ground sink. The surroundings began to blur due to Jiang Tu's rapid movements. Ngo Tam, who had been acting all cool and aloof just a moment ago, was now blown away in terror. The throw with Jiang Tu's full power was unleashed. The javelin flew straight out into space and crashed into the satellites there. It continued to fly past at the speed of light, destroying a few more before finally landing on the surface of the moon. The students on the ground were blown away as if hit by a huge storm. Jiang Tu was still standing on the ground, even though the area behind him had been completely torn up. Tranthan's jaw dropped and he exclaimed, "Holy crap!" The moon remained silent, orbiting as usual. But now a flash of light appeared right in its center. A large, round hole was carved out. A small image of the earth appeared through the hole. The fierce spirit in Jiang Tu's eyes had not yet faded. The muscles all over his body bulged against his shirt. The more unlucky ones started falling from the sky back to the ground. Jiang Tu's body was still leaning forward, surrounded by white smoke. He slowly looked up. The moon in the sky was also stationary, facing him as if to question him. After a moment, the young man gradually calmed down and stood there, staring blankly at the world. Trantan and the others were still in shock looking at him. Hu ran over excitedly. "Did you see that Instructor Tran was completely stunned just now? Wow, you're so amazing," she quickly asked. "How far did you throw it just now?" Jiang Tu scratched his head and said, "I don't know either, I just kind of threw it randomly at the sky." The chunk of rock that had been broken off the moon was still floating in outer space. Both of them drifted aimlessly in space. The group leader's man. Then she threw her arms and legs out, trying to exaggerate her words. "Do you know how powerful our leader is?" Of course, Jiang Tu had no idea what was going on, so a question mark just appeared over his head. Hu began to boast about Tu Lang's terrifying reputation. Let's take Tu Lang, the leader of the Blade Group, as an example. Not only does she command an entire army, but she can also use tanks, planes, and artillery at will. She even has the authority to use the Dao Nan, whose real body is currently sitting in a room, gazing at the city through a window. She manages a massive city with a population of 35 million. The city's chairman is merely her tool for managing the daily lives of the citizens. She is the true ruler of the city. Jiang Tu wasn't too surprised after hearing all that. "All right, I have my own city," he thought. After chatting for a bit, they moved to a new location, the biotech group. All around them, and even on the tables, were countless test tubes and strange chemicals. Where is this place? The energetic Hu introduced it to him. This is the biotech group, where they specialize in researching weapons for us. You could also call it the logistics department. Jiang Tu suddenly glanced to his side, where a photo of a very happy family sat on a desk. This is Dr. Kiet Min. We all call him the Minister of Logistics. He used to be the leader of the biotech group. They focused their attention on the man with the large glasses. Ever since his wife passed away, in order to fulfill her last wish, he became obsessed with using humans and zombies to conduct illegal and twisted biological research to a perverted degree. Eventually, the Academy put him on their wanted list and even issued a kill-on-site order for him inside this tech lab. There was another. "Girl, how are you two? Is this a new student, Hu? Did you pass the test?" Hu immediately replied with a bright smile. "I did." Jiang Tu didn't know who this was, so he asked curiously, "Who is she?" The quick-witted Hu explained. "She's an orphan that Dr. Kiet Min raised. She's currently the group leader's representative." The girl pulled out a chair and sat down at her desk. Come on over. What kind of equipment do you two need? Hugh blurted out with great excitement. I need a suit that can carry more weapons. She even imagined its bizarre mechanics. Preferably the kind that can carry a Gatling gun. Between my legs. The professor accepted the request. It seems Hyo is preparing to join the firearms group. Of course I came to this school to follow my heart's calling. What about the other student? She paused for a moment, waiting for Jiang to approach, then pointed at herself. Are you asking me? The moment she saw him, she screamed at the top of her lungs. Her glasses went flying. Oh my God, a zombie! Hugh gave a forced smile and explained for him. You're mistaken. He's not a zombie, he's just wearing a zombie mask. The professor yelled at the girl. Do you two think I'm an idiot? Are you blind? That's clearly a zombie. Hugh's eyes sparkled as she insisted once more. I'm really not lying to you. I even saw his real face earlier. The professor nervously put her glasses back on. Really? All right, I'll trust you this once. Hugh? He stood there, still as a statue. After trembling for a bit, she calmed down and asked Jiang Tu, Do you have any requests for your weapon? He replied cheerfully. I don't have any requests. It's just that every time I come back from a mission, I'm completely naked. It would be great if I had a set of indestructible clothes. Hearing this, she was completely baffled. Her computer screen was already open for work. I get it. One wants to carry more weapons, and the other doesn't want to be naked. A wooden sign with the words Sword Society hung clearly above a sliding door. Tuvo was still shirtless, sitting perfectly, still and upright. In front of him, another girl sat with an incredibly relaxed posture. Tuvo began to recount. He's very strong. He recalled the scene where he had just charged forward when everything went black in less than a second. And then, he found himself hung up like laundry on a utility pole. The girl took the book off her face. So, your group leader lost, Tuvo said worriedly. I have a feeling that even our group leader is no match for him. The girl stood up, placing her notebook on the table. She walked right up to Tuvo, her beautiful and charming face leaning in close, as she asked, What's his name? Lamki remained silent and gave a gentle smile, making Tuvo's face flush red. Then, she turned and walked away. Let him go. The girl with the mysterious smile was Lamki, the leader of the sword group. Her relationship with Tu Lang wasn't very good. She was the longtime rival of the Blade Group's leader, Tu Lang. To recruit members, neither side would stop at anything. It was all because the city managed by the Blade Group always had one more person than the Sword. Group's city, because of that one person, the Sword Group's leader was so frustrated she wished she could just give birth to a new member herself. Tuvo quickly got ready to leave, while silently wishing the other person well. Good luck, Jiang Tu. The academy's class had already started as the sun outside grew increasingly bright. The teacher pointed his stick at the blackboard. Capturing zombies alive? Besides human flesh, they also really love to eat chicken eggs. The main strategy is to exploit the zombies' preferences and their weak heads to build traps. Jiang Tu diligently took notes on everything. Hugh leaned over curiously to look at him. What are you doing? The young man replied while writing. I'm copying this down to tell everyone in my house. She raised an eyebrow in confusion at his words. Everyone in your house. Just then, the school's announcement speaker blared, interrupting the class. Attention all students. They all looked up at the ceiling and listened. All first-year students, please gather at the gymnasium. I repeat, all first-year students, please gather at the gymnasium. Hugh exclaimed in confusion. Didn't we already assemble after that? The students in the room quickly made their way to the gymnasium area. Inside the large, empty arena, a crowd of students had already formed. Jiang Tu and Hugh were each eating an ice cream cone as they walked around the crowd. What are you trying to pull now? Tu Lang walked past them and warned. Be quiet. I'm the one who recommended you two. So don't cause any trouble for me. This is a very important assembly. The ever-sharp Hugh suddenly turned to ask Jiang Tu, how can you eat and drink while wearing a mask? While he was frantically trying to explain, someone was watching them from not far away. Lam Ki watched him intently, while the person beside her spoke their mind. Group leader, is that him? He doesn't seem very smart. And he doesn't look that tough either. Her interest didn't fade as she ordered, "Him." "You can leave first. I'm going to go say hello to him." The other person bowed and replied, "Yes, ma'am." The gymnasium doors opened to let the final person inside. A man walked alone in front, followed by countless other figures. They were gradually revealed to be advanced robots, while the person walking in the middle looked more human. The students all bowed low to greet the general director. Hugh grabbed Jiang Tu's head and pulled it down. "What are you doing? Hurry and bow your head. That's the leader of the..." The mechanical life group walked through the crowd, passing by the two new students. The director looked at Lamke with annoyance. "What are you doing here? Don't get in my way." She acted friendly and left right away. "All right then," her subordinate wondered. "That team leader, Jiang Tu, is right here. Why aren't we going to see him? What if he gets away?" Lamke raised an eyebrow and replied, "The director is more important than Jiang Tu. I only respect the strong." The director placed his hand on Tu Lang's shoulder and praised her. "You've worked hard." She nodded. "It's just my duty." Holding his melting ice cream, Jiang Tu blurted out, "Something feels strange. Don't tell me Tu Lang from the Blade team has a thing for him." Hugh's mind clicked. "Are you jealous?" But he just replied innocently, "I'm eating a chicken egg." He had already forgotten what Hugh had told him earlier. Is the director really that powerful? She patiently reminded him of the previous events. "Do you remember that picture you saw before? The director isn't an ordinary human being. He was part of the last group of humans that Dr. Kiet Min from the biological science team experimented on. Out of countless test subjects, he was the sole survivor. The modern landscape of this city was also single-handedly built by the director. After Dr. Kiet Min became a wanted fugitive. He founded the Mechanical Life Group. Thanks to his formidable strength, the population of the city under his rule has grown to 50 million. The citizens live happily and peacefully under his protection. In the 10 years he has been in charge, the city has never seen even a shadow of a zombie. If even a single strand of a zombie's hair were to appear, he would eradicate it." Jiang Tu was stunned into silence after hearing this. The director stood on a high podium and addressed the crowd below. "I will keep this brief. Although you are all first-year students, you are the elites of your fields. There is a matter I'd like to ask for your help with." The others waited with serious expressions. Once the crowd had settled, he ordered the robot beside him. "Display the image." Its eye shot out a red beam, acting just like a projector. Behind the director, an image of a familiar face appeared, bruised and beaten. "This is a spy we captured several months ago. He took it upon himself to launch a nuclear warhead, nearly killing one of our team leaders." Jiang Tu was instantly agitated. "He's the one who launched that nuke at me." Countless murmurs spread around him. "A guy like that should be flayed alive." According to a reliable source, he is a key confidant of Dr. Kiet Min, the leader of the biological science team. A confidant. My zombies lose control the moment they see humans. Right then, he realized something. So the zombie apocalypse is over. This is all just you humans fighting each other, Hugh confirmed. Exactly. Then she sighed in exasperation. They've got nothing better to do. The director continued explaining their problem. We have tried to make him reveal Dr. Kiet Min's hiding place, but we've had no success. Students from the 2nd to the 5th years have all had a go, but to no effect. We've used every form of torture imaginable, leaving the man a wreck, but nothing has worked. The director coldly announced, We've tried every method, but he hasn't confessed. I trust that all of you are talented people from various regions. Whoever can make him talk and reveal team leader Kiet Min's location, he said, hands casually tucked in his pockets. I will make that person a vice leader on the spot. The overconfident students gasped in awe. What a vice leader? A first-year student getting a sweet deal like that? Countless hands shot up at once. I'll do it. Let me... He pointed them toward the secret interrogation room at the back. I wish you success. The sky outside was calm, with hardly any clouds. 2 hours passed in a flash. By then, a muscular guy was still trying to yell at the prisoner. After 2 grueling hours, the first-year students had exhausted every trick they knew, starting with normal interrogation and gradually pushing the boundaries. One person was even burning incense and praying to the spy. Another was banging gongs by his ears to rupture his eardrums. And there was even a monk chanting and striking a wooden fish, trying to help him achieve enlightenment. Tu Lang buried her face in her hands. completely embarrassed by them. Hu didn't join in, simply watching from the sidelines. Jiang, can you make him confess? The person beside her stated with absolute certainty. I can make him sing. Hu gasped in surprise. Really? Then, she enthusiastically shot her hand up to get everyone's attention. Over here, my friend can make him talk. The director looked their way and said, Then please, have that student come forward. Jiang began to step up. Meanwhile, Hu found it odd. Didn't he used to prefer keeping a low profile? Why did he agree this time? Jiang walked past the piercing stares of Lam Qi and her subordinate. Jiang had his own questions as well. The zombies under my control are usually obedient, but they keep losing control. Hopefully, that human knows something. He then opened the door to the interrogation room and entered. The other man's face was battered, but his tone was still defiant. Another one. He didn't even deign to look at him. Turning his head away sharply, Jiang stood over him in silence. The spy sighed in frustration. Has your academy run out of people? You keep sending these little runts to deal with me. Just give up. I'm not going to betray Brother Min. Then, Jiang suddenly swiped his hand at him, on the man's skinny arm. Red blood oozed from a small cut. The man looked down, confused and surprised, then burst out laughing as if it were a joke. Is this your idea of torture? Put a little more effort into it, pal. I wasn't even scared of castration. This tiny scratch is nothing more than a mosquito bite. Without another word, Jiang commanded him. Stand up! The spy actually struggled to his feet at the command. The expressions on the faces of Tu Lang, Hu, and even the director were ones of utter shock and disbelief. The spy's red wound was clearly visible on his skin. Zooming in, something strange became apparent. The viruses Jiang had planted were starting to mix into his bloodstream. They grew and multiplied rapidly within his veins. The man's brain slowly began to change color as the virus took hold. For a moment, his face went completely blank. Then, Jiang began to question him. What is your name? The man answered blankly. My name is Xiao Kai. Hu had to yell to fully express her astonishment. Director, he can control human thoughts. Jiang faced Xiao Kai and continued. You are the confidant of that doctor, Kiet Min, which means you know everything, correct? As obedient as a dog, he replied instantly, Yes, I know most of what goes on. Now, Jiang got to the main issue. The zombies in City Y were always docile before. Why did they suddenly lose control? The spy confessed everything. It's because Brother Min released a chemical agent in that city. When the zombies smell the agent, they instantly become aggressive. And it also makes them controllable, those zombies, normally unaware of those strange drugs, staring at them blankly. Then, they transformed into unusually tall and aggressive monsters. They were ordered to attack humans in order to obtain combat data on superhumans. Jiang mused. Why would you people do this? Tuka explained. Jaiming's plan. I only know that Brother Ming told me he was doing something very grand. He told us to control the zombies, to slaughter humans, to collect combat data on superhumans. Lam Qi and the other young man stared wide-eyed, listening to their exchange. Where is Dr. Jiaming now? 500 meters, underground in the ruins of City H. After finishing his questions, he gave an order to Tuka. Turn around. The following words were transmitted by Jiang using the language of the undead. You people are truly disgusting. I've injected a suicide virus into your brain. He just coldly said a few last words. Take care of it yourself. Under his control, Tuka obediently complied. In the area 500 meters underground in the ruins of City H, where Jiaming was hiding, in his laboratory, his nerdy subordinate with round glasses turned to report. Brother Ming, according to reliable sources, the spy has talked. Our position has probably been exposed by now. Jiaming, dressed a bit sloppily, stood with his arms crossed in thought, then replied calmly. It's fine, just do what needs to be done. It's good to have them come find us. His subordinate worried. But you'll be in danger. Those people are no pushovers, Jiaming turned to look at the faint blue light behind him. It's all right. The experiment is almost complete anyway. With satisfaction, he admired the thing inside the large test tube. They've come at the perfect time. Something that looked exactly like a human brain was floating in the liquid. Let them witness this great moment, the birth of a completely new species. Having finished his business, Jiang Tu pushed the door open and stepped outside. The students all looked at him with countless fearful emotions. Wherever he went, they backed away, creating an empty space around Jiang Tu as everyone isolated and whispered about him. Tu Lang didn't dare to approach, casually either, only watching his every move. Lam Ki, however, smirked with great interest. Then, the trembling voices of the students uttered, "He can control people's thoughts." A round of continuous applause rang out along with a compliment. "Excellent." The Director General remained very calm as he acknowledged him. "The new generation is truly formidable. The first-year students are full of hidden talents." Then he had Jiang Tu follow him. "The vice leader position I promised you. I'm a man of my word. Come with me to register," he asked blankly. "But what about that doctor, Jiaming?" the man replied. "No rush. We're looking for him too." Lam Ki suddenly frowned as she watched them. The robots also went, out with the Director General, looking very mysterious. Lam Ki's subordinate was curious. "Strange, does the vice leader position require registration?" She felt the same way, so she ordered him to follow them and see. Outside the abandoned factory on the outskirts, cold, sad raindrops fell from the sky. They moved across the rain-soaked road. Jiang Tu gradually felt that something was wrong with having to stand in the rain. He looked around restlessly and asked the person in front of him, "Where is this? Didn't you say you were taking me to register and then find doctor?" "Jiaming." The Director General stopped and suddenly asked, "Zombie, when did you learn to speak human?" Jiang Tu pointed to himself. "Are you talking to me?" Then the man suddenly turned back with a loaded gun in his hand. "I'm talking to you." The shot fired a powerful beam of fire that hit Jiang Tu straight in the head. Lam Ki's subordinate quickly grabbed her and pulled her down. "Team leader, be careful." The young man was both panicked and worried for Lam Ki. "Team leader, are you okay?" She carefully looked up. "What could happen to me?" "That's the Director General's instant death cannon. It's tens of thousands of degrees hot and can melt any kind of material." After firing the cannon, the Director General's gun emitted a plume of white smoke. "They may be stupid, but I'm not." He transformed it back into a hand and muttered, "I don't know what the Academy's guards are doing, letting a strange thing like this slip in without knowing." Jiang Tu stood frozen in the middle of the empty lot, his upper body completely charred. A zombie's weak point is its head. Destroying the head will render it unable to act. The Director General even spoke politely to him. "Sorry, zombie, this isn't a place you should have come to." But a second later, a hand shot out in front of him. The movement blurred from one point to another, dragging him away. The Director General's entire body slammed into the building at the end of the street. He was still too stunned to realize what was happening as he was choked by the neck. The robots that followed him immediately appeared to provide support. They fired molten cannonballs at the enemy, just like before. The relentless barrage into the corner of the wall caused the area to explode. However, not a single shot hit Jiang Tu. He even managed to catch one of the robots. A shadow quickly leaped out from the thick smoke. The Director General slid across the ground to regain his balance. He gritted his teeth and looked forward in disbelief. What? From within the smoke, the silhouette of someone could be seen. Jiang Tu had single-handedly dealt with his robots, turning them into a pile of scrap metal. How is that possible? Jiang Tu still had no head, but his hand was tightly gripping the head of a robot. Lam Ki's subordinate stared wide-eyed. "My God, no way." Then he began to act, stretching out his hand to charge forward. The Director General quickly tilted his head to dodge. He continued to swing his other arm, forcing the man further back. The Director General changed the part on his arm into a gun and fired a powerful shot, but Jiang Tu toyed with him by ducking low. The man exclaimed in surprise, "What? How can his movements still be so agile, without a head?" While he was still confused, Jiang Tu relentlessly kicked at him. The two separated again as the Director General had to jump back to maintain distance. Lam Ki's subordinate worried. "The Director General is in trouble," but she seriously told him. "It's starting to get serious." The Director General's face darkened menacingly. When men fight with such heavy blows, we should stay away to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. On the other side, Jiang Si slowly generated a new layer of skin on his head. His face gradually formed. He let out a sigh of relief after being able to see everything again. The young man was even more terrified after witnessing it. Team leader, look, his head grew back. He patiently made an offer to the Director General. Let's talk. I don't want to hurt you. The man's brows furrowed in contempt. The Director General grabbed one side of his cloak. You want to control my mind. Then he directly threw the cloak away. What a pity. He shouted an order for a more advanced type of robot to fly over. Model number 1. They flew out from all directions, all aiming for where they stood to land. The robot slammed straight into the Director General, creating loud crashing sounds. Jiang Si waited curiously for the smoke to clear. Lan Qi and her subordinate had moved to a higher, safer place to observe. The director's body had now completely transformed into a robot. He introduced himself. I am a machine. After equipping his toys, he smugly charged forward. I never negotiate with zombies. The director's first attack was a kick, with his knee, right to Jiang Si's chin. Zombie, it's an honor for you to witness my true form. His body flew up and was thrown backward as the director shot forward to intercept Jiang Si. After a quick spin, he crouched down to build momentum, and the director landed a powerful punch directly into his stomach. The blow sent him flying high into the sky. The other two were in constant shock as they watched this fight. He leaped up to close the distance, with Jiang Si in the air, and unleashed a barrage of punches, sending him tumbling across the sky. Jiang Si didn't fight back, taking countless blows all over his body. After beating him up for a while, the director decided to change weapons. He kicked him down to the ground to prepare for the final blow. Jiang Si slammed straight into the concrete pavement, bouncing up like a ball. The director landed right on his body, causing the ground to crater. The director's red visor began to glow brightly. Zombie! His two hands were crossed over his chest. You must die. His body gradually swelled up as it accumulated energy from within. Then he powered up to fire the most powerful death cannon from the center of his chest. Ki was startled by its immense power. The blast grew larger and larger, blowing away everything in its path. Debris from steel structures and streetlights was sent flying. Everything before him was now a white void. After wiping out almost everything, the director panted and thought to himself, this time, he must be dead, right? But a very steady footstep was heard once again. He looked up in utter astonishment. Jiang Si arched his entire body towards the sky and let out a massive roar, shaking the surroundings. Lan Qi and Shpo, her subordinate, covered their heads, unable to even open their eyes. What is he doing now? Even the director was affected, his visor cracking from the force. Jiang Si's face changed, becoming more frenzied and yet more human. The other two witnessed another strange phenomenon. What's happening? He slowly turned around. After his evolution, the director began to tremble. What in the world is that thing? He now appeared taller, like a fully grown young man. The entire aura around Jiang Si had also become extraordinary. A massive vortex formed by gathering clouds appeared in the sky. Jiang Si, in his new form, stood alone amidst the pile of wreckage. Above the city, dark clouds swirled together like a tornado, blocking out the sun. Xiao Xiao looked out the window in surprise. Everyone, look over there. What's wrong with the sky? Lan Qi and her subordinate were also panicking. Team leader, we're in big trouble. This is inside the city. Residents also stepped out onto the streets, too. Take a look. Everyone wore a worried expression. What's going on? What happened? I've never seen clouds in that shape before. The director was still keeping a considerable distance from Jiang Si, waiting for his next move. Then he gritted his teeth. Damn human! I gave you a chance to negotiate before. The director hadn't yet grasped the situation. What? Jiang Si's voice became even more haunting. Now, tell me. He smirked and uttered one sentence. How would you like to die? Lan Qi's subordinate screamed. His personality completely changed too. She sensed something was wrong and quickly turned. This is bad. The two of them immediately leaped to higher ground. Stop trying to explain. Just get out of here, now, the director muttered to himself. In all my life, there has never been a single creature that has made me feel the presence of death. He roared. What the hell are you? Then he yelled loudly to pump himself up and proposed to Jiang Si. Zombie, let's fight again. Meanwhile, the other two were leaping across rooftops, running for shelter. The young man was still in shock. I've read all the history books at the academy, but I've never seen that type of zombie before. Lan Qi felt the same way. I've never seen it either. He was still trying to reassure himself, saying, We've run this far. We should be safe now, right? Just as he finished speaking, a beam of light shot right past them, nearly incinerating them. The two of them were left suspended in midair in utter shock. The fight has moved to the new district. The director had all 4 limbs broken and was stuck fast in a wall. Jiang Si stood before him, perfectly calm. With the last of his strength, he tried to call out for robots number 2, number 3, and number 4. Immediately, a group of robots leaped in from all around. Jiang Si simply raised one hand, and a massive explosion erupted on the rooftop, brilliantly illuminating the entire area. The 3 of them rolled like balls across a rooftop, coughing violently. The director, though almost helpless, grit his teeth and said to Lan Qi, Everyone has a responsibility to deal with zombies. She immediately yelled, My ass! You're the one who provoked it first. The 3 of them flew up into the air in 3 different directions. Split up, down on the street. Jiang Si was still waiting for something. He suddenly crouched down and raised one arm high. A woman's intuition made Lan Qi watch with a sense of dread. She had a bad feeling, and just as she feared, he plunged his entire arm directly into the ground. The entire city shook from a massive tremor. Lan Qi, who was skimming along the road surface, realized something at that moment. She felt like she was getting closer and closer to the surface. The terrified girl turned back. What is he trying to do? With one hand, Jiang Si powerfully lifted the entire mass of earth and rock. The director, who was flying, suddenly crashed into a flat surface. More than half the city had been lifted up by Jiang Si, forming a wall. The people in the remaining district stared with wide eyes. Witnessing this unprecedented sight left them speechless. Oh my God, what's happening? Xiao Xiao was too shocked to speak. The new district, it's been flipped up. Before her eyes, the entire chaotic city was being lifted up in huge chunks. After doing this, Jiang Si stood still for a moment as if nothing had happened. He suddenly shot off with incredible speed to catch someone. The director was slammed straight into the wall by his arm. Water lines ran from the bottom all the way to the top of the landmass. Jiang Si let out a faint, satisfied smile. He held the director in his hand and stood high above, asking him, Can you feel it now? His absolute power left the cyborg in his hand unable to resist. He mocked him again. You were right. Cyborgs are hard to control. The director grimaced as he was squeezed tightly. But you are a conscious human, so you must have a brain, right? He let out a groan of pain. Jiang Si's viruses seeded themselves into his bloodstream. Slowly, they spread throughout the director's brain. He watched streams of his memories, where 2 darkened faces appeared. After that, both of them were lying in a pool of blood. His parents died young. Everything then shifted to a scene of a doctor facing him. Body modification. With one hand, the doctor cut him open, and with the other, he took pieces of metal to install into his body. No part of him was normal. Jiang Si seemed unimpressed. A life like that is even more meaningless than a zombie's. Living is more painful than dying. He let go, causing his body to start falling. Killing you is a mercy. Down below, Lam Ki grabs a lamppost and catches the captain. She looks up in shock. He can even read memories. Jiang Tu's figure vanishes right after. The sky quickly turns to night, with a crescent moon, hanging high, illuminating everything. Jiang Tu frantically packs his things into a suitcase. I'm screwed. I'm so screwed. I've been exposed. I lost control of my emotions again. He himself was terrified by what had happened. Turning into this is so scary. I'm supposed to be a good zombie. Then he grabs his luggage and rushes out of the house. Goodbye, humans. Just as he steps into the hallway, a familiar voice calls out, Where do you think you're going? Jiang Tu trembles with anxiety. What do? I don't want to. Kill someone to silence them. But with no other choice, he resolves to act. I'm sorry. To his surprise, when he turns around, a piece of paper is held out in front of him. Huh. Tu Lang holds his permit and says, Vice Captain Jiang, your documents are here. From today on, you are the official Vice Captain of the Academy for the Extraordinary. He just stands there dumbfounded, holding it in his hand, repeatedly asking, Huh, Jiang Tu even asks again. Did the captain stamp this after reporting? Tu Lang turns to leave. That's right. The young man asks another question. Didn't he say anything? She pauses for a moment, then looks at him. He said you're human now. She quickly pushes open her door to go inside. Do your best. If you can become a team leader, you'll be able to do whatever you want later on. Meanwhile, the captain is in his home, with Lam Ki by his side taking care of him. She's relentlessly scolding him after learning of his decision. What? You're still planning to use him? Don't you know he's a zombie? The captain's body, covered in bandages, forces him to whisper his reply. Whether he's a zombie or a human doesn't matter. To capture Dr. Kiet Min, we need his power. Lam Ki remains cautious, reminding him. Jiang Tu is extremely dangerous when he loses control of his emotions, but he remains as calm as ever. It's fine. How are the arrangements coming along? She reports. Everything is in place. The captain's eyes narrow with immense determination as he declares. This time, we must deal with Dr. Kiet Min. In another place, buildings are situated right on the churning sea under the scorching sun, inside a dilapidated apartment. Urgent voices are heard. Brothers, according to a reliable source, our great king has been captured by the humans. A coup is furious. Our king is our spiritual pillar. Now that our pillar is gone, what should we do? The ordinary zombies open their mouths wide to shout, Destroy the humans, save the king. Tu-Hak calmly reassures them. Does the king need you to save him? He just wants to kill humans. A cow asks curiously, Aren't we going to stop him? But Tu-Hak understands the situation perfectly. Besides the king, no one can stop him. The scene shifts to a massive ship equipped with a huge runway. Floating slowly on the calm water, the captain has recovered and is standing on the bridge. Listen up, everyone. This is the command center. We only have one chance. We must capture Dr. Kiet Min at all costs. They arrive at a place with abandoned buildings that still look quite new. Hugh walks with Jiang Tu, excited. So this is the enemy's territory. I can't believe the city is still relatively intact. A powerful stomp echoes as soldiers line up in formation and report. Squad 56 has fully assembled. Jiang Tu looks at the soldiers in front of him, confused. They automatically give each other orders. Bow before the great Vice Captain Jiang. A representative shouts aggressively, We are from Central Sector B, Squad 56. From this day forward, we will only follow the orders of Vice Captain Jiang Tu. His face goes blank as they continue talking. Squad 56 has a total of 120,000 men. Please inspect us, sir. Now, under his command, there are dozens of soldiers and tanks waiting. He quickly leans close to the commander. So you'll do anything I say, right? The man replies seriously. Yes, sir. So if I told you to go die, would you really die? The man pulls out a grenade to do it for real. The order of Vice Captain Jiang is the order of God. It is my honor. Jiang Tu screams in terror. Hey, I was kidding. Just kidding. He quickly grabs the grenade and throws it away. Afterwards, he breathes a sigh of relief for his stupid mistake. On the barrel of a tank, a man in a tight-fitting suit sits and speaks with contempt. So it's just a useless bum. Huh, Vice Captain Jiang? Is it? I thought it was some important position. He and Hugh look up at the same time to see who it is. The two men jump to the ground, still running their mouths. I don't get it. Why send a piece of trash to guard such an important strategic position? Both of them are wearing armor made of steel. We're from the Stainless Steel Academy, here to cooperate with you losers from the Extraordinary Academy. To make the arrest. Hugh immediately recognizes them. Aren't they from the Steel Sword team of the Stainless Steel Academy, Captain Bong and Vice Captain Chui? Things weren't any more peaceful back on the base ship. The other captain, holding two swords in one hand, puts on an air. So it was an internal failure on your part. Yet the higher-ups called us to help. Helping is one thing, but I don't understand why you'd make a rookie a vice captain, and even have him guard such an important strategic position. Lam Ki retorts with annoyance. Captain Kung, you were sent to assist, not to make sarcastic remarks. Outsiders have no right to judge the appointment of my Academy's Student Council vice captain. They also discuss the plan at the same time. Let's get this straight. We'll be in charge of entering the city to make the arrest, and you'll be in charge of blocking the escape routes from the outside. The traffic in the north of the city is complex, and the roads are wide. Why did you only send one measly vice captain to guard it? The captain of the Extraordinary Academy states coldly, because he can beat you to a pulp. The other man, still oblivious, boasts, big talk, I'm stronger than you. Captain Tan, whatever. I've already sent my team leaders over there as reinforcements. You guys can just sit back and relax. At that moment, Kiet Min and his assistant are also ready for the battle. The young man reports, Brother Min, they've surrounded the city. Kiet Min gives a very brief order. Release the zombies. The man immediately presses the red button to open the cages, letting the horde of zombies pour out. Yes, sir. On the monitor, he happens to see a coup. What the hell is that thing mixed in with them? Bullets rain down across the city, making it impossible for the low-level zombies to withstand. Captain Bong and Vice Captain Chui just finished off a group. Weak as snails, not a challenge at all. Agreed. Meanwhile, Jiang Tu is holding the corpse of a zombie. Is this my body? Hugh whistles and turns her face away. Shh, I didn't hear anything. The arrogant Captain Bong makes a suggestion to him. Vice Captain Jiang, right? You're not needed here. Just leave it to us. You can go home. He even points behind him as he utters these contemptuous words. A chicken like you should be sitting at the kids' table. Hugh retorts on Jiang Tu's behalf. You're the chicken. Can't you just shut up? The man's face darkens as he makes a threat, scaring Hugh into hiding. Do you even have the right to speak here suddenly? A footstep that sounded human echoed near them. A coup walked over menacingly, carrying his can of gasoline. Jiang Tu, not noticing anything unusual, was surprised. A coup? What are you doing here? Keat Min's subordinate was so happy he laughed out loud. What kind of species is this? All his stats are maxed out. He's perfect. This is the first time I've seen a boss of this caliber. He pushed the lever to escalate the fight. Come on, I can't wait any longer. Flashing back to 2 hours earlier, only a Sue and a small zombie were standing in the middle of the road. Everyone was screaming their heads off earlier, but in the end, not a single one showed up. So disloyal. What good, brothers? The zombie quickly pushed the gas can towards him. Here's the gasoline you needed. Whatever you want to do with it has nothing to do with me. Then he bent his legs and bolted. I wouldn't dare disobey the Great King's orders. I'm heading back. Good luck, a coup yelled out. Hey! He held the gas can and said optimistically, It'll be fine as long as the Great King doesn't find out. What a coward. With his battle-hungry personality, a coup decided to act on his own. You chicken. I can wipe out all of humanity by myself. Just then, Kiet Min's test tubes were dropped, hitting him. What's that smell? An announcement about the registration of a new species came from the laboratory. Now, they were facing each other. The surroundings were deserted, and only a single shadow was approaching. Jiang Tu kept asking, A coup, is that really you? Hugh shivered. What the hell is that? A coup's chainsaw slashed down to open the can, and he poured a large amount of gasoline into his mouth. The yellow liquid flowed down his chest as he gulped it down nonstop. Hugh was stunned. He's drinking gasoline. Meanwhile, Asu pulled the starter cord of his chainsaw. He tensed up powerfully and revved it up. A coup threw his head back to the sky like a mad wolf, his mouth wide open as he roared, the horrifying sound of a zombie. Hugh and the others quickly covered their ears. The glass in nearby buildings shattered from the immense pressure. Jiang Tu was the only one unaffected, while the people behind him were writhing in agony. The ground was torn up, and a girl like Hyo couldn't withstand it and was sent flying. She lay on the road in horror. Oh my god, what in the world is that thing? Aku was still out of control and extremely aggressive. Damn humans, come and play with me. Team leader Bong bared his teeth and grinned. Finally, someone interesting shows up. I almost went deaf. Only Jiang Tu grabbed Hyo's hand and led her away. Retreat, now. The confused girl looked back. Why do we have to run? We have a fighter on the level of a team leader, he replied. You can't kill him. Aku stood there, his body fully charged with energy. Hyo heard another unbelievable statement. What are you kidding me? Jiang Tu emphasized again. I'm not kidding. Aku, threw his head back and laughed loudly, is 100% immortal. The team leader glanced at them and sneered. What a bunch of trash. Truly trash, running faster than an airplane? Vice Chief Troy raised his hand to get ready. Team leader Bong, just leave this boss to me. Then he naively approached Aku by himself. While team leader Bong was smugly giving instructions, the vice chief's body was already sent flying back. Remember to leave him barely alive so I can have some fun. The vice chief slammed right into the tank behind him, making it shake. He looked on in surprise, not noticing the dark shadow right in front of him. What? The vice chief was already foaming at the mouth and passed out on the spot. By the time he turned his face, it was too late. Aku and his fist were ready to send this weakling on his way. How do you want to die? He grimaced, wanting to fight back. At that moment, Jiang Tu, Hyo, and the commander had made it to the rooftop, panting heavily. Down below, Aku violently threw the steel man all over the city, destroying buildings. The young man in the lab laughed loudly. What is this? He's way too strong. Team leader Bong couldn't do anything against Aku's incredible speed. Damn it, I'm not that easy to deal with. While he had time to talk, the high-level zombie had already spun him around. Then the steel man was slammed face first into the ground. Aku continued by kicking team leader Bong in the face. Vice Chief Tree, who was still throwing up, was hit squarely by his body. In a flash, Aku was right in front of him, raising a foot to pin him down. The sharp chainsaw blade swung high. Team leader Bong gritted his teeth and exclaimed, What? Luckily, he managed to block the blade with his steel. The other three were still watching from the roof. Hyo worried. Oh no, team leader Bong is about to lose his grip. Asu's laughter grew louder and louder, forcing team leader Bong to struggle to hold on. I'm a dignified team leader. How could I possibly lose? His face hardened as if he was deep in thought. Then he threw away all his pride and started crying out loud. Mommy, I don't want to die. Save me. Jiang Tu and Hyo, watching through binoculars, were speechless. Come save me. Keat Min's subordinate was overjoyed. To think the stupid human academy would see a day like this. The group of three on the rooftop just couldn't intervene. Hyo lowered her binoculars. Is he going to kill everyone here? The commander was also anxious. Vice Chief Jiang, what should we do? Jiang Tu was actually calculating in his head. If I make a move, my cover will be blown. With that thought, he turned to Hyo and said, You go down and fight him. The girl immediately screamed. Vice Chief Jiang, can't you see how strong that monster is? Even team leader Bong is no match for it. And you want me to become its food, Jiang Tu remained indifferent and ordered her. Give me your hand. He directly bit her arm, causing Hyo to struggle in a panic. She was released and stared blankly at the bite mark on her arm. Having seen this kind of thing before, she quickly grabbed her arm and exclaimed, Don't tell me you want to control my brain like you did to that spy. He replied, I'm not that boring. His words were full of hidden meaning as Jiang Tu went back to his business of watching the show. Go easy on me, team leader Bong cried his eyes out and begged Aku. Mommy, I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you. Please spare me. The louder he yelled, the more excited Aku became, pressing the chainsaw even closer. Suddenly, a commanding voice rang out from behind them. Hey, you with the chainsaw? He's boring. Aku turned in surprise after hearing the extremely twisted laughter. Who's there? A pair of sneakers lifted up and then stomped down on the road. That person was carrying a 6-barreled gun, dragging it on the ground and creating a shower of sparks. Hyo appeared with a wide grin and deep, zombie-like eyes. Come play with me. The cells were moving freely inside Hyo's body. At this moment, they suddenly began to mutate. The cells broke apart, and the gene structure was almost completely destroyed. But then they reassembled into a completely new gene sequence. After being transformed by Jiang Si's bite, Hugh held her weapon and let out a crazed laugh. When Aku saw her, he looked on with some interest. Team leader Bong recognized her and, with tears still in his eyes, said, "It's that girl from before." At this moment, all of his attention was focused on her. "Isn't that her?" he asked. "You want to play with me?" he continued provocatively. "Who the hell do you think you are after being genetically modified?" Hugh seemed completely different. From before, she flashed a savage smile. "I'll talk, are you?" After saying that, she didn't forget to taunt him. "And what makes you so special then?" She raised her weapon and screamed wildly, "Enough with the bullshit, let's go." The gun in her hand unleashed a relentless storm of bullets towards Aku. "Come on, eat some lead." The bullets from Hyo's gun flew relentlessly towards him. She seemed incredibly excited, laughing out loud as she fired. Aku, very easily, dodged the barrage of bullets she shot out, but team leader Bong could only hide behind him, hugging his knees and praying. He was so scared he was crying. Meanwhile, Q seemed to see some terrifying black mass. As for team leader Bong, he was pulled to safety by his comrade. Run. It turned out Hyo had somehow flipped, upside down into the sky, which is why he was so panicked. While airborne, she quickly pulled the pins on 2 grenades in her hands. Then, she shoved both of them into his mouth before flipping away. "Here's an appetizer for you." The moment she landed, the grenades unleashed their firepower, but unexpectedly, the 2 grenades didn't even scratch Aku. He walked out of the smoke, pleased, and laughed loudly. Didn't feel a thing right after that, before he could even react. He took several bullets to the face. Hugh, biting a shell casing, said with glee. So satisfying. The soldier next to Jiang Si shivered at the sight and asked his chief, "Jiang, what did you just do?" In response to his question, he answered calmly, "Just modified Hyo's genes." Then, he suddenly fell silent for a moment and focused, tapping into Hyo's genes, saying, "Hyo can definitely get even stronger." "Over here, after getting shot in the face," Aku said with some difficulty. "It hurts. It hurts so much." She had almost gone completely insane, laughing loudly. I love this feeling so much. Seeing how terrifying she was, team leader Bong and his comrade hugged each other, trembling and on the verge of tears. Suddenly, Aku recovered and raised his chainsaw, rushing towards her. "You think you can beat me with just that?" She dodged his chainsaw arm and stomped on it with her foot. Then, she immediately kicked him, sending him flying. Aku was in so much pain from her kick that he was about to spit. He lost control and tumbled for dozens of yards. He just kept rolling with his head on the ground and his butt in the air. After taking one kick from Hugh, he continued to roll for dozens more yards. The team leader, standing to the side, was completely terrified by her and said, "She's obviously this strong." But earlier, she was acting so weak. His comrade heard this and agreed. "Yeah, is she crazy? I don't know where she got it from." But her weapon had now changed into something else. A Cannon of Truth RPG. Jiang Si, who had been observing from the rooftop, was suddenly a bit surprised for some reason. A CU rolled and slammed into the wall of a warehouse before finally stopping. So painful, coincidentally. The spot where he crashed had many barrels of gasoline, so he picked one up and started chugging. After drinking the gasoline, a CU was fully recovered. He then shouted provocatively, "Let's keep going, Hyo," on the other side, wasn't scared at all, and replied with a maniacal laugh. All right, team leader Bong and his comrade were so scared they burst into tears. "Mommy, there's a psycho here." Then, Hugh fired the first shot towards Aku. The bullet was sliced in half before it could even reach him. Then, moving at a speed too fast to see, he slashed through Hyo and landed some distance away. Hugh's body was sawn in two. Her blood splattered everywhere as her torso was severed. Seeing this, team leader Bong and his comrade cried out in alarm. "We're screwed." Aku, thinking he had killed her, was incredibly smug and said loudly, "I have an immortal body, you can't kill me, so don't waste your energy." Meanwhile, Jiang Tu's expression suddenly darkened, and he clenched his fists. And then, Hu Hyo's body slowly began to heal, as if nothing had happened. Her body started to reconnect right before his eyes. Q was so scared by this sight that he broke out in a cold sweat, his jaw dropping. As he uttered, "What?" Hu Hyo, standing opposite him, also began to speak. Immortal. Her tone was completely unhinged as she laughed with delight. "Sorry, but I am too." Her body had now completely reconnected, perfectly intact. Team leader Bong and his comrade were even more terrified this time, and screamed loudly. After a fierce battle between Hu Hyo and Aku, the area had suffered considerable damage, with thick smoke and dust rising all around. Team leader Bong and his comrade, though terrified, couldn't help but watch the drama unfold, adding their own emotional commentary. After being granted immortality by Jiang Tu, she became even more frenzied, laughing, and saying, "Bring it on!" Team leader Bong and his comrades screamed in fear. What kind of people are these then? In a complete panic, they turned tail and fled. These people are all freaks. Save me. Aku was also frightened by this and hesitated before asking, "What is this? Who's the zombie?" Meanwhile, Jiang Tu was very calmly holding a pair of binoculars, observing the fierce battle below, while the soldier next to him was still shivering with fear. He was also a bit surprised and remarked, "I didn't expect Hu Hyo to become this strong after the gene mutation." He then continued, speaking about her current physical condition. "But right now, her bones are shattered." He analyzed, with some tension. All her muscles are torn as well. Even though she can use gene recombination, she can still feel the pain of being sliced in half. Then, he said urgently, "We have to end this quickly." His face was grim and angry as he said, "Aku, you didn't follow orders and stay home, so don't blame me for beating you again." Immediately after, Hu Hyo's body suddenly surged with even more power than before, and she let out a few savage laughs. Then, she suddenly rushed forward at lightning speed, closing in on Q, taking him completely by surprise. "What the?" Before he could finish, he took a powerful blow to the face. Then, she served him another hit to the body. Wherever he was kicked, she would instantly close the distance. Hu Hyo appeared from behind, smashing her weapon down hard on his head. She attacked relentlessly, one wave after another, giving him no chance to counter. Then, a Q crashed to the ground so hard that it kicked up a cloud of dust. He seemed to have lost all ability to fight and could only say intermittently, "You." But before he could say anything else, he took a series of blows to the head. She would raise her weapon only to bring it down again, smashing his head once more. Every time AQ managed to lift his head, he would get beaten on the head, in so much pain that he could only cry out. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and begged desperately, "Stop hitting me, stop hitting me, I surrender." His eyes welling up with tears as he said pitifully, "I'll go home now, just stop. I'm going home right now." Jiang Tu, watching from a distance, saw the scene. Seeing the humiliating submission of his underling, could only remain silent with no comment. The four-eyed guy on the other side was also at a loss for words seeing him beg. Hearing a Jew continuously begging like that, Hu Hyo finally lowered her weapon, intending to spare him. Who would have thought that the moment she lowered her weapon, he would play dirty? He raised his fist and punched her straight in the face. A sneak attack that sent her flying so far, she crashed into the baton team leader and his teammate who were trying to escape. Seeing his subordinate's sneak attack, Jiang Tu clutched his head in frustration and cursed, "Damn it, a Jew!" Then, he immediately shouted towards Hu Hyo. You actually believed what he said. Finishing his words, he added with extreme urgency, "Why weren't you on your guard the moment you let up? Things will go right back to how they were." Over here, after she was sent flying, a cloud of dust settled. She then leaned against the other two in pain and said tremblingly, I don't know." A Jew, seeing her revert to a normal human state, gloated loudly. "So you were on some kind of stimulant, huh? It's worn off, hasn't it?" With that, he swung his chainsaw hand and taunted confidently, "In your next life, be careful not to trust the words of a corpse." Four Eyes, watching through the monitor, laughed excitedly and said, What kind of zombie is this? So strong, not only does he have a hidden skill, but also a passive sneak attack skill. Truly top tier, Jiang Si helplessly covered his face and let out a long sigh. The four-eyed guy seemed overjoyed as he laughed and slammed the table. Come on, slice them all up, it's over. On the screen, panicked images of Hugh and the other two appeared. Help! I don't want to die. Another part of the screen showed the savage, laughing figure of a Jew. Just then, Four Eyes suddenly noticed something on the screen. He looked at the image displayed on Jiang Si's monitor and was a bit surprised. Another one. The figure stood firmly, facing him. Four Eyes gave a sly grin and said, It's fine. With your power, no one is a match for you. Bring it on. Over here. A Jew seemed to have sensed his immense power and began to tremble uncontrollably. Jiang Si's expression was dark and cold as he called his name, a Jew. Then he slowly asked, Do you remember who I am, Hugh, the baton team leader? And his teammate saw him step forward and momentarily stopped their panicked act. Four Eyes, seeing a Jew not moving, was extremely confused. Why aren't you moving? Smash him for me. But a Jew still couldn't move his limbs and just whimpered. Faced with his question, Didn't I tell you to stay home? Explain why you're here. He began to remember, back when his subordinate had come to report. King A Jew, a corpse has come to cause trouble. He wanted him to become his underling. At that time, hearing his subordinate's words, he had laughed and asked, Who's that arrogant? In the past, when he and him had met, he could only force a sarcastic smile. It's you. Then he didn't forget to mock him. You're not quite human, not quite a corpse. He put on an expression that was just asking for a beating and said challengingly, You look weak as a snail. What makes you think you can tell me to be your underling? In the present, the three people on the side were dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. One asked. Another answered, What are they talking about? I don't know. Looks like he's pissed his pants. No one expected that a Jew facing Jiang Si would be so terrified that he'd lose control and wet himself. His face went blank as he trembled in fear. A Jew's urine just streamed from his crotch. Four Eyes was furious and furiously mashed the button. What the hell are you doing? Hit him! Over here. Although Jiang Si's expression wasn't clear, you could still feel the coldness radiating from him. A Jew stood frozen, unable to move a muscle, covered in a cold sweat. Suddenly, he remembered the time he had to face him before, but in a different form. His face at that time was being crushed by his hand. The pain so intense, it forced him to squeeze out one word. Sorry. He feigned ignorance and asked back, What's wrong? His subordinate standing below was extremely worried for him and called out, King a Jew. Jiang Si flashed a ferocious smile and said to him, Why'd you stop talking? His deathly gaze stared him down as he spoke slowly. Come on, you tell me what right you have. This version of him scared a Jew so much, his eyes widened and snot ran from his nose. Just then, an angry shout echoed in his ear. What the hell are you doing? Four Eyes repeatedly screamed, urging him on. Don't be scared. Aren't you immortal? At this moment, a Jew had no mind to even think about defeating him. In truth, Four Eyes didn't know that terrifying memories from the past were continuously flooding his mind. A Jew was remembering his pathetic state back then, an immortal being who was torn apart like sushi and hung from a tree for hundreds of years. Four Eyes didn't care that a Jew was on the verge of tears. He was only focused on pressing the red button in front of him. He kept slamming it. Hurry up and smash him for me. At that moment, he immediately let out a loud scream. No. Then, Four Eyes' control panel exploded. A Jew scrambled to his feet in fear and shouted as he ran. I don't want to fight him. If you want to fight, do it yourself. This scene made Four Eyes freeze with his jaw wide open. Hugh, the baton team leader, and his teammate were all simultaneously speechless. Over here. Jiang Si was similarly speechless. They were at a complete loss for words at his shameless escape. Four Eyes, even at this point, still thought he could completely control a Jew, and said with deep regret, Damn it, he actually escaped my control. This is the first time this has ever happened to me. But it seemed he still refused to give up and wanted to send out another zombie to attack them. It's fine, I have other zombies. Just watch how I'm going to deal with you guys. Suddenly, a hand was placed on his shoulder, and a voice spoke at the same time. All right, give up on this path. Hearing the voice, he turned to look. Brother Min Kit Min. At that moment, Min Kit Min reminded Four Eyes of one thing. They're down. Suddenly, a large helicopter appeared, flying in the sky on this side. A few familiar figures appeared in the helicopter. Then a voice rang out. Team leaders, we're here. Lam Ki, sitting in the helicopter, glanced over at Tu Kai and asked with a frown. Hey, is your brother Min down there? He replied with a swollen face. Yes, it's divided into 6 floors in total, with an area of 11,000 square meters. Hearing this, she was completely shocked and exclaimed, What over 10,000 square meters? Just to find the gate, how long is that going to take us? Suddenly, someone spoke up to answer her. It was team leader Kwang Dai, now standing at the helicopter's exit. He drew his sword, his face full of menace, and said, In the face of absolute power, violence can solve any and all problems. Then he vanished. He had actually jumped directly from the helicopter. Seeing this, Lam Ki was startled and shouted, You brute, team leader Dai Kwang just plummeted down at the speed of light. The tip of his sword was aimed at the ground, spinning continuously. His body also spun with the sword, creating a whirlwind. Then he laughed cheerfully and replied to reassure Lam Ki. It's fine. After that, he plunged towards the Earth's surface, creating a massive explosion on impact. The impact kicked up a cloud of dust. The speed was so incredible that the ground collapsed into a desolate crater. Deep underground. He calmly sheathed his sword as if nothing had happened. There, that's faster than taking the stairs. Seeing this, Lam Ki was utterly speechless and full of disdain. What an idiot! After that, she turned to the others in the helicopter and asked with a pout, Do you men ever use your brains? What if the enemy set a trap? Hearing her question, the chief replied without batting an eye. In the face of absolute power, any scheme is useless. With that, he also leaped and vanished from the helicopter. Then, with all the flair of a main character, he did a flip and instructed, Just leave the second line of defense to us. Lam Ki couldn't believe. He'd do the same thing and yelled in frustration. Is there anything in your heads besides brute force after the military forces? Infiltrated Dr. Kiat Min's base. They began to sweep the area for any traces of him. A soldier carefully threw open a door and shouted, You're surrounded? After a thorough search, they began reporting back to Team Leader Kwang Dai via radio. Reporting to Team Leader Kwang, Sector 1 is clear. Team Leader Tan's side received a similar report. Reporting to Team Leader Tan, Sector 2 is also clear. Over here, Team Leader Kyung. Dai heard the report, frowned, and said, Could they have escaped? The chief, standing beside him, immediately denied it. Impossible, I've blockaded this city's sea, land, and air routes, he asserted with absolute certainty. Not even a mosquito could get out. Meanwhile, Lam Ki and Tu Lang were standing on the surface, not as eager to go down into the base as Team Leader Kwang Dai and the chief had been. Lam Ki, extremely annoyed, raised her fist threateningly. Why do we have to stand guard up here while they get to go down there and catch the bad guys? The two of us combined aren't any weaker than them. The man in black, terrified by her threat, frantically explained. Team Leader Lam Ki, please calm down. After all, their ranks are quite high. Hearing this, Lam Ki could only snort coldly. A curse on all of you! Cut to another location, high above. On the roof of a certain building, it turned out Dr. Kiat Min's group hadn't fled at all, but were hiding on the rooftop to execute the next phase of their plan. At that moment, the man with glasses spoke up. Min, they've taken the bait. Receiving the report, he gave the order. Plan A. Meanwhile, inside the base, Team Leader Kwang Dai discovered a massive test tube with a strange piece of paper on it. He removed the paper and asked suspiciously, What's this? He then read the words written on it. Inside Zombie King, very dangerous. If you're a real man, open it. Without another word, he directly ordered a soldier to detonate the test tube. Blow it up for me. The soldier immediately grabbed a can of gasoline and carried out the order. Yes, sir. Seeing this, the chief quickly tried to stop him. Wait, we're here to capture people, not cause more trouble. Over on the rooftop, the man with glasses observed the situation and urgently reported. They're scared, Keat Min said succinctly. Plan B. As he spoke, he raised a suspicious red button. in his hand. Instantly, a timer inside the base hit 0 and a continuous alarm blared. The chief finally realized there was a bomb in the base and cried out in alarm. What? Before he could react, the bomb detonated right in front of team leader Kwang Dai. The soldiers who couldn't escape in time were burned alive by the powerful flames. Rubble and debris flew everywhere. The chief, standing at a distance, was largely unaffected and calmly shielded his face. Team leader Kwang Dai took the brunt of the bomb's force, but remained indifferent, scoffing contemptuously. You call this a trap? The man with glasses finished his observation and immediately reported to Kate Min. Min, it's open. Realizing his plan had succeeded, he let out a sinister laugh. His sinister laugh turned into a roar as he loudly declared, Today, humanity will be annihilated. His words were incredibly fierce, but looking down at his strawberry print shorts was incredibly jarring. Let us welcome a great new species. Finally, he flashed a dangerous smile and said to his secret weapon, Now, kill all of humanity, including me. Back inside the base, after the explosion, fine sand and dust filled the air. Team leader Kwang Dai and the chief saw the figure standing behind the smoke and were utterly shocked. The Zombie King. The smoke gradually cleared, revealing an arm with the gray, grotesque skin of the undead. Finally, the legendary Zombie King appeared. In the form of a toddler with a pacifier in its mouth, the chief's group was completely baffled by this entrance. In the end, it was the chief who thought things through, raising a hand to stop the enraged team leader Kwang Dai from charging forward. Be careful. The ones that look fierce from the start aren't scary. It's the ones that look like harmless children you should fear. He advised while observing the seemingly harmless monster. You can tell at a glance it's not that simple. I've seen this trick many times. But that didn't stop the furious team leader Kwang Dai from charging forward and unleashing his first attack on the Zombie King. Abyssal Blade Slash. It moved so fast it was impossible to see, somehow dodging the attack and landing on his head. Seeing this, the chief was completely shaken and shouted, I knew it! Then he yelled a warning to everyone behind him, ordering a retreat. Everyone run full retreat. The soldiers, being very obedient, immediately abandoned their superiors and bolted for their lives. Over here, team leader Kwang Dai, furious about having this monster on his head, quickly spun around. He then swung his sword, slicing vertically through its body. The Zombie King was immediately split in two, but surprisingly, it didn't die. Instead, it turned into two identical Zombie Kings doing handstands on the ground. Team leader Kwang Dai and the chief were both terrified by this sight. Meanwhile, the two Zombie Kings were casually sucking on their pacifiers a few times. Then, horrifyingly, they merged back into one Zombie King. After merging back into one, it stood still, not making any other moves. Meanwhile, Dr. Kiet Min's group had accomplished their goal. The man with glasses turned and ordered the others, Release the zombies. Then we'll use the opportunity to escape. The others heard this and complied. Roger, in a desolate, deserted place, suddenly, a massive horde of zombies rushed out from nowhere like a flood. Lamki and two others standing on the surface suddenly spotted the zombie horde. The man, in black, panicked and shouted, Damn it, it's a sea of black. There are too many of them. While holding food in his hand, the man urgently announced, I'll set up the defenses immediately. But Lamki spoke up and stopped him. No need, stand back. With that, she undid her hair bun and said confidently, I'll warm up first. Leave professional matters to the professionals. Facing the horde of horrifying zombies, she decisively drew her sword. Lamki looked incredibly heroic with the weapon in her hand, ready to take them on. Immediately after, she moved swiftly, flipping through the air to kick a zombie straight in the face. Then Lamki unleashed a series of consecutive moves. A few kicks, a few thrusts, and a few stabs, quickly and neatly wiping out a batch of those zombies. Just like that, they were all sent flying into the air. Then, she used a tree trunk as a lever, intending to use the tree's elasticity to launch herself high up. And just like that, with one leap, she shot high into the air, The man in black hadn't even finished his plate of food when he was so stunned by her brilliant performance that his jaw nearly dropped. In the sky, several streaks of light flashed by with incredible speed. It was impossible to see clearly with the naked eye. Lamke's sword fell diagonally from the sky, plunging deep into the ground. She also used the sturdiness of her sword, managed to land lightly on top of it. In the sky, pieces of rotten zombie flesh rained down sporadically, with a few pieces landing right on the man in black's plate of food. But he didn't notice, still frozen by Lamke's technique. Then, when he looked down at his plate, he saw that by some miracle, the food he hadn't finished had been transformed into beautifully arranged slices of rotten zombie meat. Seeing this, he turned towards her and shouted with great admiration, "Team leader Lamke is magnificent." Lamke stood calmly, striking a pose, and said coldly, trying to use the chaos to escape, "Not a chance." The four-eyed man saw this and screamed a curse. This bitch, I just released the zombies, and she already took care of them all. But it seemed he wasn't ready to give up yet, so he continued to operate the machine, wanting to release another wave of zombies. Damn it, just you wait. If only I had a chainsaw zombie like before, that would have been great. After being released, the zombies were extremely wild, running around chaotically in search of food. Suddenly, the two familiar figures of Xiaohei and Agu appeared in a corner. At that moment, Agu turned to Xiaohei and said, "You have to keep this zombie wearing a virus mask thing a secret." Hearing his request, he replied naturally, "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Then he took out a portrait of Aju and asked a passing zombie, "Hey brother, have you seen this zombie? He's holding a chainsaw." The zombie, annoyed at being bothered for no reason, angrily slapped the picture out of his hand and cursed, "Get lost." Xiaohei looked in the direction of the grumpy zombie and said resentfully, "These foreign zombies are so savage." Suddenly, Agu appeared behind him and reminded Xiaohei as light as a feather, "I'm afraid if we don't find Aju, we'll get beaten up too." Hearing this, although he was sweating bullets from fear, he still pretended to be calm and reassured him, "Don't be so tense, we'll find him." The scene shifts to the inside of the underground base, where the Zombie King, team leader Jiang Dai, and the chief have appeared. At this moment, they were completely speechless, terrified by its incredible power. The Zombie King spread its arms towards the two of them and provoked, "Let's keep playing." Seeing this, the chief quickly concluded, "It's messing with you." Team leader Jiang Dai was fuming with anger when he heard that. Then, he lunged forward. He continuously threw attacks at it. Play my ass. But it easily dodged all of them. Finally, he waited for the moment it revealed an opening. Then he swung his sword horizontally, instantly cutting the Zombie King's body in two. It used the same old trick, splitting into two bodies and jumping back to dodge, out of his attack range. In the end, it merged back into one, cheerful as if nothing had happened. Team leader Jiang Dai had failed to take it down twice, so he cursed through gritted teeth. "Damn it, stop running if you've got the guts," he said to it very seriously. "Let's have a proper fight." After hearing this, the Zombie King was also influenced by his words, so it stopped sucking its pacifier. Its body slowly began to transform. Its hair and arms started to grow longer, and its chest swelled up. Next, its body transformed into that of a grown young woman. The two men present witnessed the whole scene in utter disbelief. The Zombie King's body had somehow transformed from a baby who still smelled of milk into a girl with an hourglass figure. Team leader Jiang Dai and the chief simultaneously shouted in shock, their jaws about to drop. What? The Zombie King's body finally completed its transformation. The chief was a bit hesitant as he witnessed this process. This is... After transforming, the Zombie King casually sat on a table and replied to the earlier statement from team leader Jiang Dai. All right, the Zombie King now had a very scantily clad appearance and said seductively, "What's wrong? Come and play with me." Team leader Jiang Dai seemed completely unaffected by her transformation and said fiercely, "Looks like I'll have to slice you into ribbons," as he finished speaking. He swung his blade and charged forward quickly. Twin blade slash. But just as his sword got close to her, it was stopped, leaving him utterly shocked. Shit. His attack was effortlessly blocked by the Zombie King. Using just one finger, the sword, which was supposed to be incredibly sharp, didn't cause her any harm whatsoever. Team leader Jiang Dai was stunned by this. He gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it! Then he turned towards the chief and shouted loudly, "Hurry up and help me, the chief on the other side!" Hearing him call for help, could only click his tongue bitterly, then took off his cloak and transformed into robot model number 1. Before he could even attack, she kneed him in the head. Taking a direct hit like that, he was caught off guard and sent flying. This knee strike from the Zombie King directly sent him flying out of the underground base. A Go, who was standing next to Xiaohei, suddenly heard a scream coming from afar. What's that sound? Lam Qi and Ziling also heard the sound. He had actually flown up from underground, crashed through the roof of a tall building, and then fell. He tumbled a few times on the ground, and coincidentally landed right in front of Agu and Xiaohei, leaving them frozen. What is that? Agu asked innocently. I think he's about to die. Should we save him? Xiaohei replied with a strong sense of professional responsibility. Is he crazy? We're zombies. The chief was now lying at their feet, groaning, having lost all ability to fight. Then, from the underground base, another plume of thick smoke rose, along with the sounds of powerful impacts. Suddenly, something flew out from the base, crashing through another building. Lam Qi realized that the thing that just flew out was team leader Jiang Dai, and she was extremely surprised. Chief Jiang Ziling also asked urgently, "What's going on, team leader Jiang Dai, now almost completely drained of energy, coughed a few times." He stammered, "Look over there." Lam Qi and Tu Lang, confused, looked in the direction he was pointing. What the hell was over there? The two of them stood facing the Zombie King. Then, they spotted the figure of a girl yawning in the distance. The battle with the Zombie King was by no means an easy one. While they were fighting for their lives over here, on Jiang Tu's side, things were completely relaxed as they held a barbecue. It was an absolute feast. Hu hummed happily while waiting for the meat to cook. I like grilled chicken wings. I love grilled chicken wings the most. Then she picked up a skewer and said casually, I've seen grilled chicken and grilled duck, but this is the first time I've seen grilled chicken eggs. Jiang Tu replied to her just as casually, I like chicken eggs. Team leader Bong, at this moment, did a complete 180 and respectfully offered, Team leader Jiang, please have some tea. He took a sip and commented leisurely, This tea is a bit bitter, isn't it? Team leader Bong, putting on a grand show, spun around and snapped. Which idiot made this tea? Get a plane and fly in some premium Zatin tea from the south now. Suddenly, strange sounds echoed from the distance. Everyone's attention was drawn to the noise. Hu asked curiously while chewing on her skewer, What's that sound? The scene then shifted back to the brutal battle with the Zombie King. She smirked, looking completely at ease and cheerful. Then, she stood up straight with a grim expression, seemingly ready to continue the fight. Tu Lang, standing opposite her, watched the Zombie King and said slowly, There's something strange about this zombie. This is big trouble. With that, she raised her sword into a ready stance and warned Lam Qi, This isn't the time to bicker. Let's cooperate. Hearing this, she replied bluntly, You don't have to tell me. The Zombie King facing them now had a dark expression as it slowly stepped towards them. Hu, sitting next to Jiang Tu, now spoke up anxiously. There have been noises coming from underground for a while now. It's too close. Without another word, he quickly stood up and walked towards the source of the sound to check it out. Lam Qi swiftly threw her sword towards the Zombie King. Her sword flew incredibly fast, leaving a cut on the zombie's face. Following that, Tu Lang also rushed forward, wanting to draw her sword, but the zombie managed to react in time. It kicked her straight in the chin. Tu Lang was sent flying backward, crying out in pain. The Zombie King praised her without reservation. Impressive speed. As Tu Lang was thrown back, she managed to regain her composure. She then teleported in front of the zombie at incredible speed, spun around, and raised her leg. She kicked at its face, but the Zombie King blocked it. A pity. Not strong enough. Tu Lang was extremely annoyed that her attack couldn't injure it. She clicked her tongue, then backflipped away to create distance. At the same time, Lam Qi appeared out of nowhere and slashed at the zombie several times. The Zombie King was incredibly agile, dodging all of her sword strikes. Team leader Quang Dai seemed to have recovered his strength by now. He stood opposite where the two girls were fighting the Zombie King. He clutched his arm, gritted his teeth, and said, Hold on, just a little longer. Then he stood up straight and said slowly, "Give me 2 minutes." With that, he uttered a command. Backup engine, and right after that, team leader Kwang Dai's body was enveloped in a very eye-catching suit of iron armor. Seeing his transformation, the Zombie King smirked with interest. Interesting. His body was now several sizes larger than normal, and the armor he wore made him look incredibly cool at that moment. 2 enormous swords also appeared on his hips. He had finally completed his transformation, and this armor was called the First Line Zombie Heart. Tulang, still defiant, spoke to the zombie from within the thick smoke. "Don't you underestimate others." Then, she and Lam Ki emerged from the white smoke. They both approached the zombie and attacked simultaneously. Lam Ki, seemingly still furious, cursed at it. "Who the hell do you think you're looking at?" Seeing the two of them charge, the Zombie King wasn't flustered at all and slowly stuck out its long, slithering tongue. Seeing this, Lam Ki and Tulang shouted in surprise in unison. "What?" The Zombie King's body transformed once again. Its body grew larger and strange. Large, sharp spikes sprouted from its back. Suddenly, it slammed a huge, heavy hand down, shattering the ground. Lam Ki and Tulang were sent flying by the impact. The Zombie King had transformed into a new, enormous, and muscular form. After completing its transformation, it laughed loudly at team leader Kwang Dai. After witnessing the Zombie King's transformation, he was no longer surprised and said directly, "Bring it on." The 2 girls were thrown, slamming into the road and nearby buildings. Both were now seriously injured and exhausted. Tulang asked with a slight tremble in her voice, "What is this thing?" She couldn't help but feel terrified looking at the Zombie King's huge, fearsome form. At that moment, the Zombie King slowly dragged its heavy feet towards team leader Kwang Dai. He showed no fear at all and walked towards it. Then, it opened its mouth and said to him, "One move decides victory or defeat, human." Immediately after, they both threw their fists at the same time. "Let's go!" Looking at the difference in size between their 2 fists, it was clear where this lopsided battle was headed. The 2 fists collided with all their might. Immediately, the area around them was blown apart by the immense clash of energy. Lam Ki and Tulang, watching from a distance, were also affected and thrown further away. Over on the other side, Jiang Tu and Hu Hu were approaching the source of the sound when they suddenly witnessed the powerful explosion. Completely shocked, within the thick cloud of dust where nothing could be seen, the figures of the victor and the vanquished slowly emerged. And the loser of this battle was team leader Kwang Dai. The upper half of his body had been almost completely blown away. After winning the battle, the Zombie King declared, "You have lost, human." But he was still defiant, retorting intermittently, "No, I haven't lost." The Zombie King, running out of patience, said to him, "It seems you won't admit defeat until you're at death's door." The bright sun shone down on the site of the fierce battle. Just then, Jiang Tu's group arrived at the scene of the explosion. Hu Hu's eyes widened as she asked, "Is this the place team leader Bong, following behind, looked around and asked, 'What happened here?'" Jiang Tu sniffed the air and said softly, "A familiar scent." He observed the site of the recent brutal battle from a distance. The Zombie King, in its huge, muscular form, now threatened team. "It seems you won't be scared unless I show you power that can destroy the world." Hearing him say that, he was completely shocked. "What?" Suddenly, he seemed excited and shouted, "Let's do that again." Then, his body suddenly twisted and shrank several times, finally returning to his normal body shape. But he still looked incredibly imposing, like a true powerhouse, as he asked, "How's this Lam Ki and Tulang?" Witnessing his transformation once again, were utterly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Dr. Kiet Min had been observing the battle from the very beginning. Suddenly, the man with glasses spoke with some urgency. "Min, we can't analyze him anymore." But he just laughed with great amusement and replied, "Now this is a true Zombie King." Suddenly, the Zombie King turned around and said cryptically, "It seems we don't need to fight anymore." Captain Kang Dai, despite having only one arm left, was still spoiling for a fight and charged forward again. Dream on. Over here, the 2 women, Lam Ki and Tu Lang, advanced one after the other, attacking him simultaneously. He didn't even flinch, just gave a slight smile. Sneak attacks are wrong, you know. Then he raised his hand and gave a light flick. That single flick sent Captain Kangdai flying backward. All three of them combined their attacks, but he easily broke through their techniques. Sharp shards of glass were also shattered, raining down continuously. The two women were affected, coughing in pain. Both were sent flying into the air before falling back to the ground, tumbling towards Jiang Tu's group. Coincidentally, he caught both of them, allowing them to land safely. The people behind him, including Hu, witnessed this scene with wide-eyed shock. Hu frantically asked, "Captain Lam? Captain Tu Lang? Are you two okay?" What happened? Captain Bong and his teammate, seeing Captain Kangdai injured, also quickly called out, "Captain Kang, are you still alive?" Lying on the ground, he struggled to answer, "I'm not dead yet. I can still fight." The Zombie King, seeing he could still talk, showed some contempt and provoked him. "Oh, I spared your life and you're still running your mouth," lying in his arms. Tu Lang endured the pain and tried to warn him. He's the newest generation Zombie King, developed by Dr. Kiet Min. Get out of here. Now, Hu, standing to the side, could only whimper in fear. Lam Ki, however, was still conscious and urged. Run! The Zombie King didn't attack again, but immediately pointed at Jiang Tu's group and commanded, "Eat them." Then, a horde of low-level zombies appeared out of nowhere, swarming forward at his command. Captain Bong and his teammate were horrified by the sight of such a powerful zombie force. "We're screwed." Where did all these zombies come from? Lam Ki, being carried on his shoulder, grimaced in pain and urged him to retreat. "Hurry." Jiang Tu Wei, "Can't all die here?" The low-level zombies charged forward at incredible speed, reaching out with their claws towards them. "Over here!" Kiet Min was extremely pleased with his creation, laughing non-stop. Now this is the appeal of a zombie king. Suddenly, Jiang Tu threw Lam Ki and Tu Lang to the ground. Lam Ki, having been thrown, stared with wide, confused eyes. At that moment, Jiang Tu became more serious than usual. He let out a cold, powerful shout. "All of you, get lost." The zombies, hearing his intimidating shout, suddenly stopped in their tracks, terrified. They froze, standing around him, not daring to advance. Their stomachs growled with hunger, but their legs went weak with fear, and they didn't dare to move forward. The Zombie King, standing to the side, had clearly observed the whole scene. Only now did he show a look of surprise and ask him, Who are you?" A light smoke began to rise from Jiang Tu's face, and his facial features slowly began to change along with it. With a grim expression, he said, "You are the Zombie King." Under his foot, he pinned a terrified zombie that was prostrated on the ground. After speaking, he turned to him and asked, "Then what am I in the city where the shape-shifting Zombie King, a product of Dr. Kiet Min's experiments, had appeared? Not a single person was left." Jiang Tu stood in the middle of the city, calmly stepping on a terrified zombie prostrated on the ground. Over here, Hu and a soldier were helping, Lam Ki and Tu Lang, guiding them to a safer place. Captain Kangdai, after his duel with the Zombie King, had lost an arm and was now weakly sitting on the ground, unable to move. Small wisps of smoke continued to rise from Jiang Tu's face as it continued to transform. At that moment, he turned to the shape-shifting Zombie King and asked, "What's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything?" His figure stood arrogantly, stepping on the low-level zombies as he faced him. The shape-shifting Zombie King was speechless with surprise, seeing how easily he could control the zombie horde. He gave a cold smile and looked down on him, saying, "Are you mute?" Captain Kangdai, seeing his completely changed appearance, cried out in shock. "What is this over here?" Hu was also endlessly surprised. Is that what he really looks like? The shape-shifting Zombie King finally let out a smirk and said, "So, you're one of my kind." Captain Kangdai seemed to have plenty of energy left as he turned to Tu Lang and yelled, "Are you people at the Superhuman Academy insane? You actually let a zombie become the vice chief, Tu Lang?" Just snorted coldly at his words. "That's none of your business." The stage was now left to just the two of them, him and the shape-shifting zombie king. The latter stood on the ground, looking up at him, standing on a tower of zombies. He finally spoke, his voice sounding like he was negotiating. "I propose that only the survivor gets to be called the zombie king." Hearing his reasonable proposition, he replied, "I agree." He gave a provocative smile and said, "Then bring it on," with a ruthless expression. He complied. "Fine by me." The moment he finished speaking, the other guy lunged forward and threw a punch at his face, but his punch had absolutely no effect, to the point that he had to mock him. "What, did you skip breakfast?" Hearing that, he became furious, without letting him say another word. He threw a punch into his stomach. This punch of his directly sent several nearby zombies, flying in all directions. "I'd advise you to eat a meal before you pick a fight." Hugh, who was holding Tu Lang, screamed in terror at the sight. The bodies of the low-level zombies flew everywhere right in front of her. The shape-shifting zombie king cried out in pain from the punch, then was sent flying, hundreds of meters away. He just kept flying without stopping. His punch sent him flying across the continent, all the way out to the sea. People at the seaport suddenly noticed something flying towards them and immediately ran in panic. "What is that run?" He crashed right into the hull of a ship, causing a huge crack. The massive ship shook violently after he collided with it. The shape-shifting zombie king groaned in pain from his blow. Kiet Min and the man with glasses were left gawking at the scene. What, that guy is a zombie out at sea? A sudden shockwave occurred, and he then broke into a smile, extremely impressed. He praised, "You're a real beast," the four-eyed guy said to Min Kiet in a panic. "This guy just appeared out of nowhere, and I can't analyze him at all." Hearing this, he didn't know what to do. Just then, the shape-shifting zombie king suddenly dove underwater and used its strength to lift the ship. It aimed for him and hurled the massive ship with all its might. Seeing the vessel flying towards them, Hugh screamed in terror. "What the hell is that?" Tu Lang, getting a clear view of the approaching ship, was also horrified. A submarine. A vessel that huge was just thrown from the sea right into the middle of the city. It flashed a wicked grin and shouted at him, "Sorry, but I'm stuffed." The massive ship, combined with the force of the throw, caused the road surface to crack and shatter completely. Hugh was now so terrified she couldn't even stand, collapsing to the ground and struggling to say, "I think you two should pick another place to fight." Over with the chief. A cow and two hacks stayed by his side, not leaving for a second. A cow watched as he diligently welded something. Then, he stepped forward and stopped him. "Stop welding." Tu Hack asked confusedly, "What's wrong?" He glanced in a certain direction and warned him, "Look over there." The chief thought he was safe, but who knew his situation was just as dire? He was furious, grinding his teeth and cursing under his breath. These two idiots, they removed all the parts they weren't supposed to touch and welded the ones that needed to be removed. A cow slowly said to Tu Hack, "The king's aura." Meanwhile, after the shape-shifting zombie king threw the ship at Jiang Si, something suddenly shot up from below, piercing through the vessel's hull. But he was completely unharmed, effortlessly doing a flip in midair. Then, not forgetting to provoke his opponent, he said, "Hey there." Seeing that he was okay, Hugh cried out in surprise, "Jiang Si!" The shape-shifting zombie king was also stunned as it looked at him. Then it suddenly charged forward at an incredible speed. Now in midair, Jiang Si held a rope in his hand as he heard it speak again. He threw the loop of rope over its neck and replied casually, "All right then." From the sky, he gripped the rope tightly as if he were playing a game. Team leader Kwang Dai witnessed this scene, completely astonished, and wondered to himself, "Is that really a zombie?" Now, he gripped the rope tightly in his hand and dove down. "Let's see where you run this time." Just like that, it was yanked backward by its neck. After pulling it close, he directly raised his leg and kicked it straight in the face. The impact of the blow caved its face inward. Once again, it was sent flying into the sky by his attack. The zombie king, completely outmatched by him, clicked its tongue in frustration. Then, it grabbed the rope around its neck and said, "This thing." Then it pulled on the rope with all its might and continued, "I know how to use it too." Thinking it was about to use the rope to counterattack, he snapped it instantly and retorted, Like hell you do. But suddenly, instead of attacking, it dashed away at high speed in the opposite direction. It dove down so fast that it sent the entire ship flying. The team leader who was supporting team leader Kwang Dai and the others were all completely shocked. Jiang Tu stood calmly on a red pillar, looking down at it with amusement. Then, he launched an attack to stop it, furious at being intercepted. It tried to justify itself. I wasn't running. I just wanted to move to a more spacious area. The moment it finished speaking, he struck it with a powerful blow, sending it crashing into the sea. The impact was so strong that it bounced several times on the surface of the water. He followed, landing on the hull of a nearby ship. The people nearby saw the two of them appear and panicked, asking each other, "What strange thing is flying over here now?" "I don't know. It looks like people." Standing on the ship, he looked down at the deep sea and asked, "You like breaking things, huh?" When the people there got a clear look at him, they screamed in terror and scattered. "A zombie! He's a zombie, run! Quick, get out of here!" Hearing his question, it retorted insolently, "None of your business if you're so tough. Why don't you break something too?" The chief, watching the fight unfold, was stammering, unable to form words. It turned out a cow was holding him up by the head so he could get a better view of the battle. He turned to Tiu Hak and said urgently, "We have to get out of here, now! I know Jiang Tu is strong, but I know Dr. Min Kiet even better. He is our humanity's only research genius in the last few centuries. Any one of his creations can turn an ordinary person into an overlord. If we don't leave now, we won't get another chance." But he wasn't intimidated by these words at all and told him to shut up. "Humanity, watch closely." Hearing this, the chief was surprised, not understanding what he meant. Tiu Hak smiled confidently and said with utter reverence, "No one is a match for the king." After saying that, he didn't forget to add, "Not even a god can compare." Hearing this, the chief asked with a confused expression, "A god?" Just then, his figure on the ship suddenly flickered and vanished without a trace. The shape-shifting zombie king, who was positioned upside down with its head pointing downwards, panicked slightly when it saw him disappear. Immediately after, he appeared right in front of it with a grim expression. Its face changed as it said in astonishment, "His speed, it's increased." The moment it finished speaking, it took a full-force punch to the face from him. The blow sent it flying straight into the sky. It groaned in pain from outer space. Before it could even adjust, it was shocked again and cried out, "What?" Immediately after, something appeared in front of it. The ship had been thrown into outer space by Jiang Tu, aimed right at it. The vessel hurtled forward at a terrifying speed, slamming directly into it before it had a chance to dodge. Then, both of them crashed straight into the moon, causing a huge chunk of it to crack and break off. Down below, Hu's group watched the moon get damaged just like that, their jaws dropping in horror. Jiang Tu stood on a lifebuoy belonging to the harbor patrol, laughing heartily. The ship had impaled it and was now stuck right in the moon. Hugh, not knowing what expression to make, said with a hint of dark humor, "All right, no need to run anymore. It's useless no matter where you go." But even now, the shape-shifting zombie king was not defeated. It clung to the moon and said with great effort, "It's not over." Then, using every last ounce of its strength, it let out a roar and pushed the ship off of itself. The massive vessel was pushed away just like that. Then, it launched itself from the moon, hurtling down at high speed. "It's not over yet." "What are you so smug about?" Seeing it was still so eager to fight, he just let out a cold snort. His figure stood nonchalantly, watching it plummet down. A moment later, he let out a loud laugh, immediately got into position, and launched himself high into the air. He shot up onto the hull of the ship floating in space. Now, looking much more frenzied, he chased after it, saying, "Then let's continue." Fearing they'd be wiped out, they screamed, "Mommy!" The nuclear energy just kept expanding in the sky, spreading all the way to the coast, causing the sea to surge uncontrollably. Then, it detonated with a massive explosion in the Earth's sky. Hu's group quickly took cover under some sturdy steel plates. After the nuclear blast dissipated, only thick clouds of dust and smoke remained. Just then, Jiang Tu landed gently without a single scratch. The other guy also landed on a different ship far away from him. He clicked his tongue in frustration. Although he wasn't injured, the tears in his clothes spoke to the power of the nuclear bomb. Jiang Tu was still laughing heartily as he asked, "What's wrong? Not going to continue. A hit like that is just an itch to me." Hearing this, the other guy was so furious. He gritted his teeth and yelled. What? Jiang Tu stood on the opposite side, staring intently at the ship where his enemy stood. Hyu's group was lying scattered about after Az, struggling to withstand the bomb. She asked with concern, "Is everyone okay?" Then she looked up, horrified, and asked, "Is it over?" The shape-shifting zombie king wasn't ready to give up yet. He powered up and roared, "It's not over." Then he manifested a giant arm and began to negotiate. "We are the same kind. I have a proposal." With a look of sheer determination, he continued, "If neither of us can do anything to the other, why don't we cooperate?" As he extended his massive arm to push Jiang Tu away, he made his offer. "Let's destroy the world together." His arm pushed Jiang Tu directly back into the heart of the city. He fantastically and deludedly shouted to him, "After this, we'll each take half. We'll stay out of each other's way." Jiang Tu was slammed by the arm into a skyscraper, causing the entire building to explode. Hyu screamed when she saw this. Finally, the creature pulled his arm back and asked, "So, what do you think of my offer?" But in the end, he still couldn't even injure him. Jiang Tu let out a grim laugh and replied coldly, "I have no interest in destroying the world." After a pause, he added, "And another thing." The scene shifts to Tu-hak with a cow and the chief. The chief's face was still pale with shock as he stammered, This is absurd." He then whipped his head towards Tu-hak and urged him, "I'm serious, we should just run." Seeing that he wasn't moving, the chief quickly explained, "I know Jiang Tu is strong after transforming, but that thing is not weak. We should conserve our strength, find a chance to discover its weakness, and then deal with that zombie king later." Not wanting to hear anymore, Tu-hak frowned and ordered, "Shut up," which silenced him immediately. Then he flashed a confident smile and said, "Who told you? Our king can only transform once." The chief was even more stunned by this and yelled, "What?" Over on the other side, Jiang Tu's face was ice cold as he continued his response to the cooperation offer. He then bluntly stated with utter contempt, "You're not worthy." Jiang Tu's silhouette stood atop the ruined building as he asked grimly, "And we each get half?" "How dare you even say that?" The chief, seeing that Jiang Tu was unharmed, was so shocked his jaw dropped. A deadly red glint flashed in Jiang Tu's eyes as he continued, "Only chickens are always squawking about destroying the world or ruling the world." Down below, Hyu couldn't tell what was happening between the two and asked, "What are they talking about?" The team leader, hearing her question, answered honestly, "I don't know, it's too far." The shape-shifting zombie king heard this and, seething with rage, bit out, "You?" Jiang Tu didn't care how he felt. Right now, he only cared about teaching him a lesson. So he said in a low voice, "It seems I have to teach a newbie like you a lesson, or you'll never understand." Right. After that, his body once again began to emit light wisps of smoke as he transformed. He flexed with so much force that rocks flew up and his clothes began to tear. Finally, he unleashed his power and was completely reborn. Hyu's group below saw this transformation and were instantly scared speechless. Jiang Tu now appeared with a completely different look, not resembling a zombie or a monster at all, but more like a normal human. When Hyu's group saw his form clearly, they were so shocked their eyes nearly popped out of their heads. "Holy crap, what the hell is this?" His current form was no different from a normal person as he stood casually on the rooftop. His eyes, dark and cold, glanced in one direction. The creature on the other side immediately felt his terrifying aura. He was so frightened by this that he screamed, "What? Over with Tu-hak, a cow, and the chief." It was strangely quiet. The chief's face was grim, and he didn't say another word. Suddenly, a cow slapped him with his huge hand, making snot fly out of his nose. Ka yelled at him, "Hey, snap out of it, you idiot!" Then he grabbed the chief's head, lifted it up, and said, "See for yourself." The more clearly the chief saw, the more terrified he became. breaking out in a cold sweat as he heard A Cow continue with reverence. "Look at our god!" Suddenly, Jiang Si lifted his foot, stepped on a raised piece of rock to his side, and struck a heroic pose, his gaze still fixed on the shape-shifting zombie king. Tu Lang, seeing his current state, said in shock, "He's transformed again." Unlike the zombie king, Dr. Kiet Min Lam Ki, behind her, also acknowledged. "He's looking more and more human." The chief trembled and stammered. This is even more than that time." Seeing his completely normal human appearance, he fearfully asked himself, "Is this even possible?" Just then, rain suddenly began to fall. Seeing the sudden downpour, Tu Lang's expression changed as she said, "It's raining." The shape-shifting zombie king, completely unwilling to accept this, asked him, "Damn it, what the hell are you?" He then teleported in front of Jiang Si, raised his fist, and screamed, "Are you human or a zombie?" He threw a punch at Jiang Si with all his might, as if trying to finish him with this one blow. Jiang Si's expression didn't change, as he calmly stared at him. Then the raindrops, before they could hit the ground, suddenly stopped in midair. It turned out that he was the one controlling the raindrops. Instantly, the creature's body was sliced into pieces. The raindrops that had been suspended in midair were now being controlled by him to flow back up, into the sky. Everyone else was also pulled up into the air. Hugh, realizing this was his doing, screamed in utter shock. The rain is flowing backwards. Can a zombie do this? Even the massive ship, weighing hundreds of thousands of tons, was pulled up into the air. Not only that, but all the fish, big and small, were also sucked up into the sky. Then, when he stopped controlling the rain, Hugh and all the other creatures, Model Shao Dan, the others who were sucked up fell to the ground with him, after having his limbs severed. The shape-shifting zombie king was completely helpless. As Jiang Si shot him a death glare, he said, "I am your father." From space, a massive vortex could be seen gathering somewhere on Earth. Xiao Xiao noticed a strange phenomenon occurring in the atmosphere. The people on Earth were terrified. Is that the eye of a superstorm? Lan Qi and Ziling, who had been sucked into the sky, now fell one by one around Jiang Si. This caused the fish he had pulled from the ocean with his power to rain down. Lying on the ground, Ziling looked up at him and said with great difficulty, "A zombie can have this level of power." A huge whale, like the others, then fell onto a skyscraper. Doctor Jaiming, watching from a distance, was completely stunned. His four-eyed subordinate screamed in fear. "What the hell? A whale!" The shape-shifting zombie king lay on the ground, looking up at him helplessly. "Damn it, how can this be happening?" The four-eyed man turned to Jiaming and asked, "Brother Ming, have you ever seen a zombie king like this?" He also stammered in fear. No, never. I've never seen anything like it." Suddenly, the shape-shifting zombie king pushed himself up from the ground and declared decisively, "Regenerate!" His arms then grew back, from bone to flesh. After regenerating his arms, he still tried to act tough, saying, "What good will that do you? I can't do anything to you, but what about you?" He roared at Jiang Si in fury. "The life force of a zombie king is immortal. Even if you cut me into countless pieces, I can still regenerate." Jiang Si wasn't rushed or impatient at his words, simply letting out a soft "oh." Then, with a sweep of his hand, an invisible force pulled the king towards him, who cried out in alarm. "What?" The moment he spoke, his neck was firmly in Jiang Si's grasp. The shape-shifting zombie king struggled painfully in his grip. Just then, Jiang Si spoke in a cold voice. "You seem to have a misunderstanding about death." Finishing his sentence, he continued, "Destroying someone isn't just about destroying the body." Hearing this, the king cried out in shock. "You—" Jiang Si said nothing, just looked at him with eyes devoid of any warmth, facing his gaze, for some unknown reason. The king suddenly groaned in agony. Deep within his eyes, there seemed to be a terrifying, hypnotic power. Massive ships appeared one after another in space, but it was unclear if they belonged to humanities or some other extraterrestrial force. Then, out in the ocean, deadly whirlpools began to form. At that moment, The shape-shifting zombie king seemed to be enduring some kind of extreme torture. He struggled to cry out, in science. Once again, the image of a massive ship appeared in space. Suddenly, a figure in magnificent armor spoke grimly. The ancients! Following that, others on the ship charged down on command. Kill! The one in red armor said something very strange. Encirclement and annihilation. The 1351st time. The sixth destruction of human civilization. This time, exterminate. At that moment, a very familiar figure stood amidst the swirling ocean, preparing to charge forward. The shape-shifting zombie king's eyes looked as if he was about to lose consciousness. The spaceships exploded one by one, and the people inside screamed endlessly. He's transformed again. Help! Save us! The long-haired man's eyes flashed with a cold light. When the king saw that long-haired man clearly, he let out a long, terrified scream. From the darkness, a terrifying, blood-red eye appeared. After that, his entire body went limp, and his eyes rolled back into his head. There was no sign of life left. The shape-shifting zombie king just lost all his strength in Jiang Si's hands. Below, Xiao, not knowing what had happened, asked, "What happened?" Ziling couldn't help but wonder as well. Is it over? Just then, Jiang Si let go of him. The shape-shifting zombie king free fell from the rooftop, then crashed onto the ground without moving. He now seemed to be completely defeated. He didn't twitch at all, and his eyes were completely black, without a trace of an iris. The general, seeing this, asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" He suddenly stopped moving. Hearing him, Xiao He replied nonchalantly, "He was probably scared unconscious by the king's third form." Hearing this, the general was completely shocked and shouted, "What did you say, scared to death over on his side, doctor?" Jiaming was also stunned by this scene and wondered to himself, How could this be? The four-eyed man, seeing their zombie king defeated, stammered in fear. "We're done for." It turned out they had a helicopter ready for escape in case of defeat. The four-eyed man urgently called out, "Brother Ming!" He grabbed Jiaming and said hurriedly, "Their coastal air defenses are down now. Let's get out of here quickly. If we don't go now, we won't be able to leave at all." Who would have thought that as they turned, they would run right into a solid chest and freeze? Seeing him appear so suddenly, they scrambled back several meters in fear. The four-eyed man and his group screamed in shock. "Zombie! We never showed ourselves. How did he know we existed?" Jiang Si looked at Dr. Jiaming's group with a completely calm gaze. The four-eyed man and the others were now sprawled on the ground, trembling and crying. "Mommy!" Ignoring their pathetic state, he asked nonchalantly, "Are you going to surrender, or do you want to go meet that zombie king?" Then, he didn't forget to add a threat. "I'll give you 1 second to think about it." Without another word, the four-eyed man and his group immediately raised their hands to surrender, saying, We confess?" Jiaming was furious but could do nothing, so he could only force out a few bitter words. "Damn it!" Jiang Si looked at them in silence, saying nothing more, and so everything was considered over. Just like that. Dr. Jiaming, who thought he would be executed on the spot, was captured alive by Jiang Si. Dr. Jiaming's group was loaded onto a vehicle to be taken away. Just then, Ziling noticed Jiang Si's strange expression and asked Xiao, "What's wrong with him?" Hearing that, she answered honestly, "I don't know." Meanwhile, Jiang Si finally returned to his original form. He was lost in thought for a moment, then said with great sadness, "Transforming like that is too scary. I'm a kind-hearted zombie." Ziling looked at Xiao and told her to go over and check on him. Xiao, who was already traumatized by his terrifying appearance earlier, was in no mood to go ask about him. "No way, I'm scared. You saw how scary he can be." Ziling gave her no time to escape, pushing her forward and promising, "Go on, I'll make you Jiang Si's deputy leader later." Xiao slowly approached him and asked hesitantly, "Jiang Si, are you okay? We should go." Suddenly, he shot to his feet, scaring her out of her wits, and said, I'm hungry." After saying that, he calmly added, "I need a set of clothes that aren't torn." Hu finally relaxed and told herself, "Okay, he's not hostile right now." Then she walked up beside him and asked, "Say, Jiang Tu, do you remember what you just did?" He answered very honestly, "I do, but it's pretty hazy." With that, he thought about it carefully again. "I have no concept of time. I've probably beaten up a few weirdos like him before." Hugh didn't understand, so she could only let out a grunt. He didn't explain any further and just said directly, "Anyway, they were too weak, so I don't remember." A savage laugh suddenly echoed from the prisoner transport vehicle. The four-eyed guy saw Keat Min's terrifying laugh and asked curiously, "Brother Min, what's wrong?" At that moment, he wasn't the least bit concerned about his own future. Instead, he was just marveling. Jiang Tu? To think a species this powerful exists. He was incredibly excited as he secretly hatched a new plan. "I will definitely get your genes to create a species even stronger than you." And so, the fierce battle with the shape-shifting zombie king came to an end, bringing peace back to the human world. Just like that, the zombies invented by Dr. Keat Min were scared to death by Jiang Tu. Keat Min's story also came to a close. At this moment, Jiang Tu was standing in a sealed room, and surrounding him were mysterious figures. One of them spoke up and asked him, "Jiang Tu, do you have any objections to becoming a group leader?" He replied casually, "None." The mysterious figures continued, "All right, becoming a group leader isn't just about being powerful. Besides protecting the city, you also have to manage it." After saying that, the person didn't forget to add, "If the population doesn't break 10 million within the specified time limit, you will be dismissed." After finishing, the person asked for his opinion. "What are your thoughts on the city? Which city do you want?" He gave a very humble smile, scratched his head, and said, "Just give me City H, the place where Dr. Keat Min was captured." Hearing this, the person was very surprised and reminded him, "What? That's an empty city. It's an uninhabited area. If you want to raise chickens, you need to have eggs first." The more he spoke, the more agitated the person became, raising his voice. "If you don't have eggs, you at least need a fertilized cell. With no one there now, how are you supposed to develop it if the population doesn't meet the target? You'll lose your position as group leader, you know." He wasn't swayed in the slightest. Despite the person's heartfelt advice, he remained resolute, saying, "No, I want it." Seeing his attitude, the person had no choice but to approve. "Fine, all right." In the end, his appointment as group leader was approved, and he officially took charge of managing City H. Just then, a blonde person wearing an eye patch saw his appointment letter and cursed furiously. "The Academy of Superhumans. What corner did this idiot crawl out from?" Even though she was held back, she couldn't stop herself, and continued, "He doesn't want a good city, but insists on an empty one. How is he supposed to develop it?" Over here, Tu Lang also felt completely helpless about his decision, so she could only cover her face and sigh. Sometime later, after a fierce battle took place in City H, the place was now completely under his management. Jiang Tu became the group leader to protect the city and expanded his forces to 4 legions, marking a historic moment. The citizens of City H were none other than gentle zombies, who had been wandering without a home. At this moment, a little zombie child spoke up. "Mommy, our new home is so grand." Another little zombie boy also pointed and said, "Mommy, look, humans." The soldiers had come to City H under his orders to maintain order, a historic image of the century. The human army would protect the zombies as they moved into their new homes. Jiang Tu was now standing high above, looking down proudly at his city. Teo Hak spoke up to report, giving him a mission update. "Reporting, Great King, as per your request, all the corpse citizens have moved in," he replied without emotion. "Good." The soldiers suddenly spoke in unison, standing at attention. The little zombie beside them was so scared by this display that it shrieked. Then, it turned back to its mother and asked nervously, "Mommy, are they going to hit us with their fire sticks?" The soldiers declared with utmost solemnity, "Leader Jiang Tu's command is God's command. Leader Jiang Tu's citizens are our citizens. We must protect everyone and ensure they move in safely." Hearing that, the zombie broke out in a cold sweat, unable to even speak. A Mao excitedly exclaimed, "All right, we have our own city now." He calmly walked while speaking his thoughts. Sometimes, for a race to develop, it doesn't necessarily have to rely on war. His underlings strongly agreed with this statement. A cow replied cheerfully, "Yes." Just then, a cow remembered Aku and asked him, Oh, right, great king, what about a coup? He's been hanging for a few months already. He paid it no mind and waved his hand, saying, "Let him keep hanging." The scene changes to an enormous and magnificent building, which is the city hall. A Q was currently having his 4 limbs stretched and was suspended from the roof of the city hall. He was suffering, crying his eyes out as he sobbed and admitted his mistake. I was wrong," he continued pitifully. "I'm about to turn into a dried-up corpse. I'll listen to you next time." And so, Season 1 of Mr. Zombie ended peacefully and with laughter. Now, thanks to him, zombies could also live happily and comfortably. A mother zombie lifted her child high and said with a happy smile, "Quick, thank the great king, we have a home now." Season 2 of Mr. Zombie promises to bring many more surprises and be even more exciting. Just then, Tu Lang made a sudden appearance. She was sent flying by some force, crashing into the wall behind her, letting out a pained scream. Tu Lang was attacked so fiercely that she collapsed amidst the rubble. She struggled to let out a few coughs. Then, she struggled to look up at her opponent and wondered in complete surprise. This is happening. Opposite her was Hyo Hyo, who had now transformed because she carried Jiang Tu's genes within her. She was carrying a terrifyingly huge gun on her shoulder and let out a hearty laugh. The fight between Hyo Hyo and Tu Lang was unfolding with intense ferocity. Tu Lang, now covered in injuries, struggled to defend herself, saying, "How can this be? It's like she's a different person." Hyo Hyo, on the other hand, was influenced by Jiang Tu's genes and had turned into a zombie, letting out a few gleeful laughs. Then she spoke with a crazed look. "Come on, Sister Tu Lang. I can still keep fighting." Tu Lang, however, had no intention of giving up. She immediately picked herself up and teleported, vanishing in an instant. A few moments later, she reappeared right behind Hyo Hyo, before she could even launch her attack. Hyo Hyo's head snapped around 180 degrees to look at her. Tu Lang was so startled by this terrifying sight that she cursed. Shit! Caught by surprise. She immediately lost her footing and fell towards the ground. Instantly, she managed to catch herself with her hands and questioned her reality, asking, "Is this even human?" Suddenly, her expression changed. Hyo Hyo, now devoid of any humanity, terrifyingly raised her weapon to smash down. She managed to flip back a few meters in time to dodge, hastily evading the blow, dodging the hail of bullets that Xiao Xiao was relentlessly firing at her. Her face twisted as she maniacally and repeatedly shouted at her, "Senior Ziling, can I be the team leader?" The casings from every bullet she fired scattered across the ground. Xiao Xiao laughed maniacally as she continued to unleash a barrage of bullets in her direction. After dodging her rain of bullets, Ziling leaped onto a wall, pushing off it with immense force. At that moment, she looked up at Xiao Xiao and clicked her tongue. Instantly, Ziling shot forward, lunging straight at her. "Then show me what you've really got." Xiao Xiao wasn't worried or nervous at all. She just snorted, then began to manipulate the cells inside her body. At the same time, Ziling unleashed her attack on her. Horizontal blade slash. But her sharp sword strikes didn't leave a single scratch on Xiao Xiao. She turned around and said mockingly, "How can I go all out if you're not even trying, senior?" Ziling didn't hold back and directly raised her sword high. Then she swung down, instantly slicing Xiao Xiao's entire body in half. But she didn't show the slightest hint of panic and was still laughing heartily. Ziling was completely shocked to see her stand there and take the full force of her attack. Why didn't she dodge immediately after? She screamed in panic. With Xiao Xiao's regenerative ability, what the hell is this? After she had fully regenerated, she was acting as if nothing had happened, still smiling nonchalantly. A panicked Ziling hastily jumped back, still terrified. She wondered to herself, "This is insane. What did Jiang Si do to her?" Xiao Xiao looked at her with a confident expression and asked provocatively, "How about now? Can I be the team leader now?" Right after that, she raised her fist and charged straight at Ziling. The punch landed squarely on the defenseless woman. Ziling was sent flying into a wall, coughing painfully a few times. She said with a grim face to Xiao Xiao, "All right, it's over." At that moment, white smoke rose from her body as she transformed back. Xiao Xiao, now returned to her original form, asked her with panic and worry, "Senior Ziling, are you okay? I didn't mean to..." Ziling didn't pay it much mind and asked her directly, "Did you turn into a zombie after Jiang Si bit you?" Hearing this, she naturally denied it. No. Didn't we do a full body scan in the lab yesterday? The cells in my body are all normal, and even my genes haven't changed. Still not believing her. Ziling pressed for details. Then what about you turning your head 180 degrees and regenerating after being sliced in half at the waist? Hearing her question, Xiao answered very honestly. I don't know either. It feels like I can just transform whenever I want to now. It doesn't feel uncomfortable at all. After saying that, she continued to explain. If I'm feeling down, a couple of stimulant shots will do the trick. It makes me even more formidable, and it's been a long time, but I haven't seen any side effects. After explaining everything clearly, she called out loudly, Senior Ziling? Hearing all of her explanations, Ziling was utterly speechless and remained silent for a moment. What's wrong with Senior Ziling? Immediately after, she stood up, wanting to leave, and pushed her away. Get out of my way! Xiao didn't understand what was happening and quickly asked, Senior, where are you going? Xiao watched her hurried figure and asked in confusion. What's wrong with Senior Ziling? Ziling replied in a cold voice. Leave me alone. Her subordinate also asked anxiously. Team leader, where are you going? Without pausing for a second, Ziling replied directly. To City H. Right after that, she quickly boarded a plane and took off for the city that Jiang Si was managing. When the flight ended, they had landed in City H. Ziling rushed off the plane like a blur without waiting for her subordinate. This made him hurriedly call out to her. Team leader Ziling, wait for me. The scene then shifts to City H's City Hall, where Jiang Si was in charge. At that moment, he was having a meeting with his underlings. He looked seriously at the paper in his hand and read aloud. A Mao, manager of the Qinghua district. A Cam, chief of the city police department. A Lang, director of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Finally, he mentioned Xiao. And there's also Xiao. Hearing his name called, he immediately shot to his feet and announced loudly, Present. He then naturally appointed a position for Xiao, director of the city's finance department. From now on, you'll manage all the household funds. He took the appointment letter and swore a solemn oath. I swear on my life to protect every single coin in the finance department. Just then, suddenly, the meeting room door was thrown wide open. Ziling was panting heavily in her haste. Seeing her unexpected arrival, Jiang Si gave her a welcoming smile and asked, Ziling, what's wrong? She didn't say a word and just ran straight towards him. Seeing her in such a rush, he didn't find it suspicious and spoke casually. Perfect timing. I was just about to go find you to report on the situation. Before he could continue, she shoved her arm towards his mouth and said, Open up! Suddenly being grabbed by the head and forced to open his mouth like that, Jiang Si was completely baffled. Then, his teeth sank into her delicate arm. Once it was done, she immediately said goodbye to him and rushed off. All right, business is done. You can continue. After leaving the meeting room, she was no longer in a hurry and strolled casually through the city hall. At this moment, her subordinate finally caught up and began to complain. Team leader Ziling, you're walking too fast. He reminded her with a worried look on his face. Team leader Ziling, have you forgotten that that spy can control people? Why would you let him bite you so easily? After saying that, he didn't forget to add, you are so noble. What if he controls you and makes you do unspeakable things to yourself? Ziling's expression was incredibly determined as she said slowly, such immense power. A body that can be severed and still reattach itself. This kind of immortality. After saying that, she directly stated her reckless thoughts. He can do whatever he wants with me. Even if he tells me to strip in the public square, I'll do it. Over on the other side, Jiang Si was left dumbfounded, scratching his head in confusion. After the fierce battle with the shape-shifting zombie king, peace had finally returned to City H. Then, they decorated the interior. Not only that, but this City H even has a zombie driving school. With laws in place, even these zombies are forced to comply and take their driving tests according to the law. Candidate number 54, candidate number 54. The examiner looked at that zombie guy. Unable to tell the driver's seat from the passenger seat, he asked, What are you doing in the passenger seat? The scene then shifts to Jiang Si, who is standing on a tall building, looking out over his city. He's thoroughly enjoying himself, sipping a cup of coffee while taking in this beautiful city. Their zombie king is also experiencing a brief, leisurely, and pleasant life. Once again, the scene shifts to another place. His personal information sheet is being held in someone's hand. A woman with long blonde hair and an eye patch is frowning. She remarked, "Jiang Si, a weak personality, no character at all, out in the open. He's just an ordinary guy." The woman's subordinate hands her a cup of coffee and says, "I don't know why the Academy of Superhumans made him a team leader." Supervisor Chen, didn't you hear what the headmaster of the Stainless Steel Academy said? He was talking about this very thing. The woman, addressed as Supervisor Chen, hears her subordinate's question and replies, "The Academy's fighting amongst themselves is a daily occurrence. Is there any slander they throw at each other that we haven't seen before?" Finishing her thought, she continues, "But this time, his slander isn't needed. I don't like this Jiang Si guy as a team leader. He has no personality whatsoever." She hesitates slightly before mentioning, "As for whether he's a zombie or not." Then, Supervisor Chen directly crushes the paper in her hand and says decisively, "We'll know as soon as we go see for ourselves." In a frigid place in the northern part of the Earth, the Arctic, a helicopter suddenly appears, flying in through the Arctic sky. At the same time, a large ship appears off the coast of the Arctic region. Here, a rather young-looking boy steps forward to greet a silver-haired man. "Dr. Bazaar, greetings." The man called Dr. Bazaar then speaks up. "I heard they found the remains of an ancient person." "Here?" Hearing this, the boy confirms, "Yes, a desiccated corpse estimated to be 1,000 years old." He immediately continues with what he knows. "We were on a scientific expedition when we discovered it buried 500 meters under the ice. We are trying to lift it with a crane." Hearing this, the doctor says with interest, reminding them, "Remember, do not damage the remains." Then he says slowly, "If he is truly an ancient human, it will be the greatest discovery in human civilization. At this moment, cranes are pulling blocks of ice up from underground." A man signals to the construction workers, "Be careful, pull." Slowly, Dr. Bazaar takes out a cigarette and says expectantly, "I hope this will aid our research into ancient history." In the distance are mysterious-looking people wearing fur coats. He looks towards the construction site and says honestly, "As the leader of the archaeological team from the Academy, this is the first time I've been this nervous." The person below continuously signals to make the work easier. "All right, that's it, just like that, set it down." Gently, a mysterious-looking block of ice is gradually lowered to the ground. Inside the massive block of ice, someone's figure seems to be hidden. Inside is a very desiccated figure with dark skin and long, white, waist-length hair. Dr. Bazaar is extremely surprised when he sees the figure inside the ice. It looks like this. Just then, a terrifying figure suddenly appears behind the young boy. That person covers his mouth tightly, then opens their own mouth wide, and then swiftly bites down on his defenseless neck. Seeing this, the doctor is shocked and shouts, "Who are you people? You're not, part of our team." Everyone else around is quickly killed off. Dr. Bazaar is kicked to the ground by that person and cries out in pain. Then he orders the person behind him, "Use him as a sacrifice." As he's attacked by them, he screams in pain, "Help! Help me!" The attacker doesn't stop and says to him, "Don't panic, we're just taking your blood." A man with long blue hair, who doesn't seem human, is staring intently ahead. Next, to him is a woman with brown hair, gleefully wiping her mouth and smiling. The large block of ice now falls completely to the ground. The men in fur coats begin to break apart the large block of ice. As soon as the figure inside the ice is revealed, strange white smoke begins to billow out. The figure from the ice gradually becomes more fleshed out than before. As she steps out of the ice, the woman with brown hair approaches and drapes a cloak over her. Then the others kneel before her and say respectfully, "We greet the Ghost King." They worshipfully wish her, "May the Ghost King remain forever young." The expression of the woman called the Ghost King is extremely cold as she speaks curtly. Just one question. On her body, she wears only a pair of thin pants and a fur cloak, and asks hatefully, "Is that fool named Jiang still alive?" Zhao Hong stands pensively in front, his face shifty and flustered. He kneels down respectfully before her and says, "Your Majesty, Jiang Si is still alive. 1,000 years have passed, and he is still living well." Beads of sweat trickle down his face. He looks up at the Ghost King and says awkwardly, "I remember last time, after he destroyed human Civ." Illization. He's now living together with them, and has even rebuilt his own race. The handmaiden standing beside her supports her. "Ghost King, be careful, Xiao." Hong's eyes narrow, and she growls out each word. "Jiang Si." She stares into the distance and says coldly, "This time, I will not spare you." In a large city full of skyscrapers and modern technology, Guangzhou province, the Academy's headquarters. As Jiang Si is enjoying a cup of tea, a voice suddenly calls out, "Sir!" "Your Majesty, you have a phone call." Everyone is standing solemnly, gathered inside the headquarters. A person on a bed is screaming loudly, making the doctor flustered. "See," Ling's eyes widen in confusion as she asks, "What is that thing? I've never seen anything like it." Lan Qi, standing behind, says in bewilderment, "It doesn't look like a zombie." His eyes are bloodshot. He roars, struggling violently despite his hands and feet being chained. Two doctors hold him down tightly and say, "According to the investigation, this is a member of the Provincial Scientific Archaeological Team." That made the discovery in the Arctic region. Even the leader of our province's archaeological team has disappeared. The investigation revealed he's just an ordinary person. When he was captured, he injured 2 of our team leaders. Xiao Xiao looks at Ziling, who is watching the situation inside, and suddenly speaks up. "It seems we can only call in an X." A car pulls up, flanked by 2 men standing on either side. Jiang Si steps out of the car, and everyone, lined up in 2 rows, greets him in unison. "Team Leader Jiang Si." The lights flash brightly. He is escorted by someone to a room. Everyone inside the room turns to look at Jiang Si in unison. Team Leader Nan approached him and extended his hand. "Hello." He smiled at Jiang Tu and introduced himself. "I'm Team Leader Ngan from the Kwang Khan Academy." Team Leader Ngan asked, "Did you capture Dr. Keat Min?" Jiang Tu laughed and replied, "Hello." After that brief greeting, he walked right past the man. Team Leader Ngan sneered contemptuously. "Just as I thought, a lowly creature willing to shake hands with a human. Half the objective is complete." The brown-haired man in golden glasses standing nearby said scornfully, "He looks so weak. Why did our academy even make him a team leader?" Team Leader Quang Dai, standing next to him, also thought with disgust. "And to think they invited him to the academy. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Suddenly, the man looked around and asked, "Where's Team Leader Quang Dai?" Team Leader Quang Dai was sitting outside the room, trembling all over, and said nervously, "I knew I shouldn't have come. I should have just stayed home." Inside a room, a terrifying growl echoed. Seeing Jiang Tu enter, the doctor called out, "Jiang Tu, take a look at this guy. Do you have any idea what kind of monster he is?" He replied, at a loss for words, "I don't even know my own age, and you want me to identify this?" Jiang Tu reached out to touch him. As he touched the bite mark on the neck of the man lying on the bed, a look of shock flashed in his eyes. Tu Lang, holding a glass of water, walked in with the others and asked awkwardly, "Jiang Tu, did you find something?" The person on the bed growled. Jiang Tu gently removed his hand from the man's neck. Suddenly, the man stopped growling and stared at him in confusion. Jiang Tu looked at the person on the bed with an amused smile. "Interesting. A bloodkin." A powerful magic flared up around his body, and a strong force erupted, sending everyone nearby flying. The corners of the man's eyes welled up with tears as he hugged himself in fear. Jiang Tu spoke coldly. "I thought I remembered your kind going extinct." A powerful magical force sent the entire group flying. Team Leader Ngan's head slammed. Her subordinate said nervously, "Your Majesty, don't waste your time on humans." Lam Lin's eyes lit up at the sight of the coin, and he lunged for it, shouting, "Money, money, money." Tu Heng narrowed her eyes. She angrily threw a can against the wall and yelled, "If things are this desperate, then why did you summon me?" The attendant next to Tu Heng cried bitterly out of frustration. She said, "Your Majesty, do you have any idea how we've lived for the past 1,000 years?" Recalling the fierce battle between Tu Heng and Jiang Tu. She continued, "After the Great War between you and Jiang Tu, you were beaten into a dried-up husk. We witnessed it all from below." The female attendant lay on the ground, tightly clutching a handkerchief, biting it in panic as she continued. "After that, he wiped out our entire race. To survive," she said, raising the handkerchief to wipe her eyes. "We had to play dead. To escape from him." A terrifying image of Jiang Tu flashed in her mind, and she continued, trembling. "After that, under the threat of Jiang Tu, we didn't dare show ourselves." For the past 1,000 years, she and Lam Lin are shown hiding behind a wall, fearfully avoiding everyone. No matter what corner of the world we went to, whether we encountered humans or Jiang Si, we would always take a detour to avoid them. The more she spoke, the more tears streamed down the female attendant's face. She choked out, "We haven't left this alley for the past 1,000 years, and Lam Lin has nearly lost his mind." Tu Hong stared into the distance, frowning as she said, "Then it was useless for you all to summon me." She leaned against the wall and said pensively, "I am no match for him. Right now, I'm not even worthy of trimming Jiang Tu's nails." Lam Lin looked at her and said, "Your Majesty, you are mistaken. The reason we resurrected you is because we recently received some crucial intelligence." His face grew grim. "We've discovered someone who can help your Majesty become invincible." The female attendant added, "That's right, the person who can make you invincible." Tu Hong glanced over at him and asked coldly, "Who?" Lam Lin took out a newspaper and held it out, replying, "Him." Meanwhile, Jiang Tu and his group were looking ahead pensively. In front of them were Dr. Kiet Min and his accomplices. "Who were being held captive?" he asked coldly. "Why don't we just execute him now?" Tu Lang replied seriously. "We can't, not yet. He has planted many spies among us. We have to root them all out. There's also the matter of his anti-human research documents. We need to find every last one and destroy them." Jiang Tu asked doubtfully. "But what if he escapes?" Team leader Ngan crossed his arms, laughed, and said arrogantly, "How could he possibly do that? How can he run when he's tied up like that?" He walked forward, then glanced back and said haughtily, "Since he was captured by team leader Jiang, allow me to give you a tour." Looking down from a helicopter, they saw a vast, sprawling complex. A voice explained, "This is the prison the capital built especially for us. I hollowed out the entire mountain, down to a depth of 3,000 meters. Inside a base with only a single opening for light, rows of people stood guard with cannons." He continued, "In total, there are 1,500 floors and 100,000 soldiers." Jiang Tu stood in the elevator, looking out in amazement, as team leader Ngan's voice continued the tour. Even taking the elevator down, it takes 30 minutes to reach the bottom floor. They have everything from anti-aircraft guns, laser guns, and bazookas to all sorts of heavy weaponry. Looking over at the rows of soldiers, he continued, "This is just the appetizer." The man in the mask with the glowing red strips stood with his arms crossed and spoke seriously. "Every 100 floors is guarded by a team leader. There are 30 team leaders and 2 general commanders in charge." Jiang Tu was too stunned to speak. Team leader Ngan looked ahead smugly and continued, "With this level of defense, how could he possibly escape?" Below was the image of a prisoner chained tightly to a large pillar. He continued smugly, "We even planted detonators as a precaution." "Doctor, Kiet Min was tied to a giant detonator. Its explosive power is equivalent to tens of thousands of tons of TNT. It'll go off the moment anyone gets near him." Team leader Ngan crossed his arms, his face filled with arrogance as he said, "Even if someone successfully breaks him out, they'll just end up dying with him." Cold sweat dripped down Jiang Tu's body. Team leader Nan added, "Even if a god showed up, all they'd be able to do is collect the corpses." He suddenly burst out laughing and took off running. His voice echoed. Jiang Tu, in his original form, broke out in a sweat seeing such insane human preparations. "You tough guys. I wish you the best of luck. I've got to get out of here." A hand picked up a tablet that was live streaming the footage of team leader Ngan at the base. Meanwhile, in a small alley, Xiao Hong's group of 3 froze, their eyes wide open. The atmosphere turned grim. Lam Lin spoke up. "Your Majesty, they've also installed a self-destruct device." She roared in fury. "These wicked humans! Team leader Ngan lit the cigarette in his mouth, then looked at Tu Lang and asked curiously, I forgot to tell you, Supervisor Tran has gone to Team Leader Jiang City for an inspection. You're really not going to give your boyfriend a heads up? Her face twisted in annoyance as she glared at him and snapped. Get lost! You're the one who's his lover. Why are you telling me this? He leaned against a nearby rock and said nonchalantly, General Commander Kyong snitched to Supervisor Tran that Team Leader Jiang is a Jiangshi, and that he built a city of Jiangshi? I don't care whether Jiangtu is a Jiangshi or not. Team Leader Ngan's eyes darted towards Tu Lang. He continued leisurely, I only acknowledge the strong. She gave him a cold look and exhaled sharply. In a large, bustling city, Jiangtu's face was beaming as he skipped along, drawing the attention of many people. The human city is so prosperous. Doctor. Kiet Min was silent, bound tightly to the large pillar. Inside, someone quietly pushed a food cart past. Doctor. Kiet Min's subordinate was chained next to him, tears streaming down his face. We're doomed. He wasn't scared at all. A sinister smile spread across his face as he said, Jiang Tu, I will have your genes. Hearing Dr. Kiet Min say this, his subordinate immediately panicked. Min, what are you talking about? We're about to be executed. He smirked and said decisively, No, they won't kill us until they get my research data. Before I was captured, I had someone hide the data in a place that even I don't know. Doctor, Kiet Min enunciated every word. Those idiots are keeping me alive. They'll regret it. His subordinate was flustered. Jiang Tu is too strong. Wait, speaking of how to get his genes, the hardest part is figuring out how to research an individual stronger than him. Doctor, Kiet Min remained confident and said casually, We'll need a powerful vessel. If it can contain Jiang Tu's genes, then I can conduct the research. His subordinate anxiously retorted, Stop talking about research. This place has the world's most secure prison system. How can we escape? We're just ordinary people. Doctor, Kiet Min's face scrunched up, a thoughtful expression appearing. The person pushing the food cart approached them. A person stood next to a robot. The sound of a whirring motor rang out. Smart food delivery robot ready, a system voice announced. The robot gently brought food to Dr. Kiet Min's mouth. Seeing this, his subordinate cried out in panic. Min, you... Doctor. Kiet Min slowly chewed the food in his mouth. He ate with relish. Inside Doctor. Kiet Min's mouth was a tooth fitted with a listening device. He sat in silence, his expression grim. Outside, a man stood pensively. A mechanical voice sounded. Where is the new Corpse King's body being held? He spoke respectfully into a recording device. Doctor, it's in the body lab on the 200th floor, currently guarded by 2 general commanders. Elsewhere, a member of the Blood Clan lay unconscious on a bed. Someone's voice replied, All right, just do as I say and guard our vessel. Jiang Tu walked casually down the street. He glanced at his phone screen. Tu Lang put the phone to her ear and said, I'm calling to tell you something. Jiang Tu listened intently to her every word. General Commander Kyong snitched to Supervisor Tran that you built a city of Jiangxi. Now, Supervisor Tran wants to come to your city for an inspection. She's already on her way. Supervisor Tran sat in a car, arms crossed with a serious expression. Tu Long hurriedly continued. Supervisor Tran is our province's auditor. She specializes in inspecting the conduct of team leaders. If she finds out your situation is real, you'll be immediately stripped of your team leader position. His face was covered in sweat as he forced out the words. Actually, I'm human. Sweat poured down Jiang Tu's forehead like rain as he listened to Tu Lang nag. Don't think I don't know what your city is full of? You know exactly what you are. I'm hanging up. He stood there, stunned. Jiang Tu put his hands on his head and yelled, I'm screwed! He panicked, flailing his arms and legs. What do I do? What do I do? Jiang Tu's eyes stopped on something. He narrowed them, staring intently at a cosmetics store. Sunlight shone down. Supervisor Tran's subordinate opened the car door and said respectfully, Supervisor Tran? The person looked towards a plane that was waiting and announced, The plane to City H is ready. She looked ahead, snorted coldly, and said, Someone with no personality doesn't deserve to be a team leader. I'll have to strip this Jiang guy of his position. One by one, cars fell from the sky, Xiaohei was stunned by the sight. The cars crashed to the ground in front of a large building. Jiang Tu landed gently. Xiaohei asked in confusion. "What's wrong, my king?" He walked over to him and hurriedly explained. "Supervisor Tran is coming to our city for an inspection. Will it work?" He widened his eyes, looking up with concentration. "Replying to my king, there must be a reason for your actions." Jiang Tu's underlings waved. Announcement. By order of the great king, if you don't want to go back to living under the overpass, come get your city protection gear. There's enough for everyone, a little zombie kid asked curiously. "Mommy, what are they doing?" His mother calmly replied. "The great king has ordered us to pretend to be human." A female zombie stood before two of his underlings, applying powder to her face and asking, "Can I get a share? Is this how you do it?" The little zombie tugged on his mother's leg. "Mommy, I want to do it too." The beautiful female zombie held up a lipstick and turned, making the child stare in awe. "Don't be hasty. Mommy isn't done yet." A Mao walked in from outside. "We're back." A Go and Xiaohei appeared, their faces covered in makeup, a Lang and a. Mao exclaimed in shock. "Damn, you guys are already done." A Go's makeup was atrocious. He yelled back. "Mind your own business." A Lang asked wistfully. "So what are we supposed to do, Xiao?" Hei spoke with regret. "You guys will just have to take one for the team." He put leashes around A Lang's and A Mao's necks, turning them into pets, and wondered aloud. Supervisor Tran should be here soon, but I don't see any sign of her. The two of them roared. "Xiaohei, we all have the same rank." "Why do we have to be the pets?" Xiaohei casually shot back. "Weren't you pets when you were alive?" They looked up at a plane gliding across the sky. Supervisor Tran's subordinate looked ahead and said cheerfully, "It's a good thing Supervisor Tran is so farsighted, having us take the train." Supervisor Tran stepped forward and said coldly, "Even an idiot could figure out that Guangzhou province doesn't have many team leaders. News of our arrival has definitely been leaked. It's best to take the long way around and investigate from the lowest class of people, up. That way, it'll be easier to find clues about Jiang Si." Her two subordinates whispered behind her. "Why does Supervisor Tran dislike Jiang Si so much?" "He's weak and cowardly," the other guy added. "Besides the minister, Supervisor Tran can't stand anyone. She's biased against everyone she sees." Supervisor Tran stopped in her tracks, and the guy next to him hastily said, "Keep your voice down. Supervisor Tran might hear you." She frowned and turned her head, her voice full of annoyance. "I heard everything. So what if I'm biased?" A voice echoed in Supervisor Tran's mind, making her expression even uglier. Ever since the minister stepped down, any cat or dog can become a team leader. An image of the majestic minister appeared in her mind, his voice ringing out. Only a talent like the minister can lead humanity to prosperity. That domineering aura, that unrivaled presence. Only he is worthy of being the leader. Jiang Si was still calmly enjoying his meal in his room, unconcerned with the chaos. "Outseat." Supervisor Tran spoke seriously and started walking with her subordinates. "All right, let's begin the investigation." Her two subordinates looked around and said, "It's been a while. Since we've seen the minister go on an expedition, he'll probably be back soon." Xiaohei, a Gu, a Lang, and a Mao were still waiting quietly. He wondered, "That's strange. Why isn't she here yet, according to logic? Supervisor Tran should have arrived by now." A Gu replied, "She's probably almost here. Let's just wait." One of Supervisor Tran's subordinates saw a store and went inside. "Excuse me, sir, can I ask you something?" He looked around, confused. Sir, why do you only sell egg-based food?" The shopkeeper looked away, flustered, saying awkwardly, "What are you talking about? I can't hear anything." "Nope, can't hear a thing." The subordinate was bewildered. "Are you deaf outside?" Another subordinate was also gathering information. "Excuse me, after team leader Jiang Si became the city's master, has he oppressed you guys?" The other person puffed out his chest and replied, "Of course not. Our great king is amazing. Not only did he give us a place to live, but he also gives out free eggs every month." Suddenly, the man's arm fell to the ground, leaving them both stunned. The supervisor's subordinate stared wide-eyed as the hand on the ground waved at him. He yelled in alarm. Hey, buddy, your arm fell off. The man hastily picked up his arm and ran off. My mom's calling me home for dinner. It's just a prosthetic. Don't mind it. Supervisor Tran's subordinates were sweating bullets. She stomped her foot in anger, snapping. Damn it, they're all a bunch of lunatics. Today I learned that humans can be as stupid as zombies. Supervisor Tran clenched her fists, grinding her teeth. Damn. Damn it all. That bastard, Jiang Si. Did he build an entire city for crazy people? She turned around, pointed at the subordinate who was gathering information, and ordered, "Write this down for me. This is the evidence. We need to remove team leader Jiang Si from his post." The subordinate immediately complied. Understood. Clouds drifted gently across the sky. Jiang Si was sitting and laughing to himself, making his underling confused. He asked, "What's wrong with team leader Jiang Si?" Ago came closer and asked. "What happened?" The underling replied. "I don't know either." After team leader Jiang Si finished eating, he became like this, spouting nonsense and trembling all over. He was stunned to hear about Jiang Si's condition. Ago grabbed the underling's shirt and yelled, "Wait a minute, what did you— Guys, feed the great king." The guy answered fearfully, "I don't know." The team leader came back saying he was hungry. The underling remembered the plate of food and said, "We cooked him chili, fried eggs." "Chili fried eggs," Ago said worriedly. "We're screwed. The great king can't eat that." The underling asked, "What happens if he eats it?" Jiang Si was still sitting, in a corner by the glass door, his eyes gleaming and a strange smile on his face. He hastily explained, "That's the great king's stimulant. He'll become berserk, and it'll last for a whole month." Elsewhere, Xiao Hei's group was still waiting. He put his phone to his ear. "Hello?" Agu's panicked voice came from the other end. "Xiao Hei, we have a huge problem. The great king ate chili fried eggs. This is bad." Xiao Hei exclaimed in disbelief. "What? But I hid all the chili peppers." He was confused. "I don't know how they found them." "What are we going to do?" he replied helplessly. "Telling me is useless. I don't know either." Agu asked, seeing Xiao Hei's confusion. "Xiao Hei, do you think the great king will take care of the inspection team?" Xiao Hei frowned and stammered. It's very possible." Fluffy clouds floated in the sky. Supervisor Tran ordered impatiently, "Let's go. There's nothing left to investigate here. Let's check somewhere else." She froze when she looked up and saw a truck falling from the sky. It crashed to the ground, creating a large crack. Supervisor Tran screamed in terror. Jiang Si landed on the truck with great force. She and her subordinates fell to the ground, stammering. What just happened? Is this a truck?" He frowned, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he spoke. "Supervisor Tran, next, I'll be giving you a tour." Supervisor Tran's subordinates scrambled to their feet, asking in confusion, "What just happened? Who is that?" Guy Jiang Si stood on the truck looking down at Supervisor Tran, his face dark and menacing. She stammered, Who are you?" Jiang Si smirked, his eyes flashing with cunning as he spoke. "Forgotten already, I'm Jiang Si, the one you've been looking for." Supervisor Tran's subordinate was stunned, and she gasped in astonishment. "What?" Another one asked frantically. "You're Jiang Si." Supervisor Tran shot to her feet. "I remember you looking different." Jiang Si landed on the ground with a sinister smile. "I've taken off my mask." She stumbled back in confusion as he approached. "Wait, hold on. Don't come any closer." Jiang Si snapped his fingers and said, "Supervisor Tran, you've come all this? I've come a long way, so I prepared a few welcome gifts. Please accept this canned chili fried egg." His underlings appeared, each holding up a bowl of eggs. Jiang Tu leaned in close to Supervisor Tran's face. "We don't eat this." She frowned. "What?" He grabbed her and lifted her up. Jiang Tu bent his knees, bracing himself. He straightened up and said, "How can you possibly conduct an investigation in the suburbs? Let's go somewhere more lively." He leaped into the air, carrying Supervisor Tran with him, causing her to scream her head off. Her two subordinates saw this and panicked. "Supervisor Tran! Oh my God!" Supervisor Tran's jaw dropped, her eyes wide as she watched him fly higher and higher. A tattooed guy exclaimed, "Damn, he jumped so high." The other one yelled, "Get a car! Stop gawking! Hurry up and follow them!" Xiaohei suddenly saw him carrying her high above and called out, "Supervisor Tran is over there." Ah Cam added, "The Overlord is there too. Let's go." Supervisor Tran, dangling in midair, screamed in panic. Jiang Tu chose a nearby building and landed. He stood on the building and held her up high. "Look," Jiang Tu gave Supervisor Tran a little shake and introduced, "This is my city, over 2 million square kilometers, and we're preparing to expand into a new district." He looked through the glass window of a company office and continued, "We have high-level office workers, publicly listed companies." Jiang Tu then gestured towards the zombies constructing another skyscraper. "We also have an architecture industry. We have every industry we need, and over 1,000 job positions. We can bring in nearly 100 billion in tax revenue for Guangzhou." He then pulled her along as he jumped off the building, making her scream through her tears. I get it, let me down." Jiang Tu dragged Supervisor Tran along forcefully. "Let's talk about safety." He pulled her over to a traffic light. "We always abide by the law and traffic safety regulations. There are no violators." A truck driver approaching was terrified when he saw him. The people in the truck were filled with panic as Jiang Tu walked past. "Oh no, my leg is cramping up." He paid it no mind and continued. "And if there are..." He lifted his leg and kicked the truck, making Supervisor Tran break out in a cold sweat and scream. "We just kick them away." The truck went flying. On the other side, her subordinates had just arrived and were quickly paying the taxi driver. Their eyes bulged as they saw the truck crash into a tall building. Xiaohei flew over to the building and pulled the driver out of the vehicle. Supervisor Tran stammered, unable to speak properly. You killed someone." Jiang Tu spoke in a cold voice. "Not at all." He then explained. As his underlings appeared, he said, "Every one of my subordinates has special skills. They won't let any residents die unjustly." The intersection was completely empty of cars. Supervisor Tran's 2 subordinates ran over. Supervisor Tran, Jiang Tu tossed her to them, and the 2 men caught her. Jiang Tu walked over to Xiaohei's group. "I know why Supervisor Tran came here today. Let them go." Regardless of the outcome, they just stood there, staring at him grimly. Jiang Tu glanced at them and spoke in a dark tone. "So, who dares to stop me from opening this city?" The truck was smashed against the skyscraper. Jiang Tu spoke darkly. "If you're tired of living, you can give it a try." Supervisor Tran's subordinates screamed, their jaws hanging open. The intersection was deserted. One of them spoke up. "Xiaoguang, let's go back. My legs feel a bit numb." Xiaoguang stammered a question. Is this the kind of overwhelming presence a human can have?" Looking at Jiang Tu, he continued worriedly. "Compared to the minister, he seems even less human." He flashed a wicked grin. Xiaoguang broke out in a sweat and said, "Who the hell said he was timid and weak? I want to strangle that bastard." Jiang Tu started walking away, his voice echoing back. "Let's go home. I'm not offering free meals here. Leave before I change my mind." Supervisor Tran suddenly spoke up. "Wait." Sweat was pouring down her face as she struggled to say, "I admit that your ability to manage a city is excellent, but as a team leader, you need more than just management skills. You also need combat strength." Jiang Tu froze when he heard Supervisor Tran's words. Xiaohei was shocked. Ah Go was bewildered. Ah Cam was confused. Ah Mao and Ah Lang were stunned. She frowned and continued. "As a team leader, you must have the power to protect your own city. I don't see that you have the strength to protect this city." Jiang Tu's underlings rushed over to cover Supervisor Tran's mouth. She looked around. Dazed, Jiang Tu stood silently in front, then spoke in a dark voice. "Oh, really?" Jiang Tu turned his head, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he looked at Supervisor Tran. "You want to see my true power?" All of his underlings began to tremble, which confused her. Jiang Tu replied, "Fine." The bright sun shone down as everyone gathered at the beach. Ah Gu stood next to everyone and said worriedly, "I have a bad feeling about this." The atmosphere grew tense. Supervisor Tran's group was confused. She asked, "Why did you bring me here?" His cunning shadow was cast upon the sea by the sunlight. She was bewildered. Ah Gu suddenly called out to Supervisor Tran, giving her an implicit warning. "Whatever happens next, Supervisor Tran, You will be held responsible. It has nothing to do with us." Supervisor Tran panicked. "What?" She was horrified. Jiang Si glanced over at Supervisor Tran. The whole group stared at him with wide eyes. Supervisor Tran was confused. What is he doing? Rocks and dirt began to rise from the ground, shocking her subordinate. What is this flying rocks?" Jiang Si clenched his fists, standing grimly with his eyes half closed. Jiang Si stood still, staring straight ahead. Supervisor Tran's group screamed in astonishment. "What is that?" He remained completely motionless. A huge wave rose up, crashing against the rock face in front of them. Jiang Si's voice boomed. "Stop!" He stood grimly amidst everyone's panic. Supervisor Tran's two subordinates were frantic. His aura completely changed. What is he trying to do? A massive force slammed into the three of them, making them scream. The ground exploded, sending earth and rocks flying everywhere. Agu grabbed one of her subordinates by the shirt. Supervisor Tran was thrown to the ground by the immense pressure. Her eyes widened in shock. Supervisor Tran and Xiao Guang sat stunned on the ground. Staring ahead, Xiao Guang asked in confusion, "Where did your team leader go?" Agu pulled a large telescope out of nowhere and placed it in front of her. Supervisor Tran looked into the telescope, and her jaw dropped. Through the lens, she could see the planet Saturn from afar. Saturn stood alone in the dark expanse of space. Jiang Si looked up at the sky. Supervisor Tran's eyes widened in confusion. Is this even possible? His face grew tense as he stared forward. The image of Saturn was magnified, and near it, another planet appeared. A planet hanging in the vast universe, thousands upon thousands of miles from Earth. Supervisor Tran's group exclaimed in shock. "Holy crap, this is insane! Are you even human?" Jiang Si raised his arm, folding two of his fingers. He clenched his hand into a fist and swung it around a few times to build momentum. Jiang Si threw a devastating punch upwards. Both Supervisor Tran's group and his own underlings screamed. "We're screwed!" Jiang Si held his pose. Agu yelled, "Everyone, get back!" A powerful gust of wind blasted Supervisor Tran in the face. On one side of the Earth, the ocean's surface shot upwards, and a massive flood crashed into a city. Agu struggled to block the onslaught of the floodwaters. Her subordinates screamed their heads off. Back at headquarters, Ziling and Xiao Xiao were thrown across the room, lying on the floor. She asked, What's happening?" The warning alarms blared. Level 12. Tsunami warning. Warning, warning. Level 12 tsunami. Ziling and Xiao Xiao turned towards the open door as a massive wave crashed into the city. The two girls screamed. "What is that? Did the apocalypse come early?" Ziling and Xiao Xiao stood with their mouths agape. The alarm blared. Level 12 tsunami warning, a warning that threatens the development of the human race. A barrier wall was erected, activating the Level 1 protocol. The wave was stopped by the barrier. Jiang Si soared high into the air and then landed on the ground amidst the waves. Jiang Si's face was terrifyingly grim as he looked forward and asked, "Do you see it now?" The surface of the water churned, and a panicked Supervisor Chen fell to the ground. Jiang Si stood grimly, watching the waves surging behind them. The sunlight illuminated the entire sky as Jiang Si's group watched the taxi speeding away. The three people in the car, including Supervisor Chen, were sweating in terror. "A monster! A monster! He's not human. Even a monster isn't as terrifying as him." The car drove further away, and the figures of Jiang Si's group gradually faded. Agu worried. "Did we go too far? Will they try to reclaim the city?" Xiao Hei was sweating bullets. "I don't think so." Looking down from above was a vast, sprawling plain with a gigantic, deep pit in the center, just like that after returning. Supervisor Chen's mental state was never the same again, and he adopted an attitude of tacit acceptance towards the city managed by Jiang Si. In another development, below the prison where Dr. Jiaming was held, in a laboratory, the man with the red-tinted glasses stood with his arms crossed, looking at the zombie king who was tightly bound to a bed. "This Jiang Si guy is truly terrifying," the doctor continued. "I don't even know how he managed to deal with this thing." He stared intently at the powerless zombie and spoke up. "Shouldn't we be marveling at Dr. Jiaming, he was able to create such a terrifying creature. The doctor spoke again. That damn Jiaming. Is he trying to create a god? He said thoughtfully. If Dr. Jiaming had dedicated himself to humanity, imagine how great he would have been. The doctor asked quizzically. Stop thinking about it. Do you think there's any chance he's still alive? The man with the red-tinted glasses quickly denied it. Impossible. There are no more signs of life. A spy, who had appeared out of nowhere, poured a liquid into a glass of water. The two of them continued their conversation, not noticing his presence. Doctor, Jiaming's voice echoed in the spy's ear. Do exactly as I say. CHR-47, proceed with fusion with the host solution. The spy held 2 chemical solutions in his hands, following his instructions. The ratio is 7-1. The new zombie king has only lost consciousness. His body is still intact. There's still a chance to restore him. He took a large syringe and filled it with the solution. Just as Dr. Jiaming finished speaking, find an opportunity to inject it into the new zombie king's body. The man with the red-tinted glasses turned and walked towards the door, saying over his shoulder, I'm going on patrol. The spy sneered. What is there to patrol 3,000 meters underground? The spy approached the zombie king and decisively plunged the syringe into his body. This shocked the doctor and the other man. The liquid from the syringe was gradually transferred to the zombie king. The man with the red-tinted glasses punched the spy, sending him flying into a wall. He yelled in alarm. What did you do? The zombie king's eyes shot wide open. A massive explosion erupted, causing everyone in the lab to scream. Team leader Ing, standing outside it, stared wide-eyed and asked, What happened? The alarm blared. Warning, warning. As the smoke and dust cleared, the zombie king stood up, clenching his fists and glaring at them. Doctor, Jiaming commanded. Kill them all. Get me out of here, and I'll make you even stronger than Jiang Si. High above, an airplane was approaching the base. Someone kicked the airplane door, and it fell off. Everyone on the plane screamed in fear. A voice rang out with a command. Don't move as long as you all cooperate. Your lives won't be in danger. One of them went up to the cockpit, put a gun to the pilot's head, and said, Don't try anything clever. Once we're done, we'll let you all go. The plane moved forward in fear as Xiao Hong suddenly appeared at the plane's door. She glided past a young man and said over her shoulder, They've set up warnings for a radius of several hundred miles. This is the only way we can do this. Her subordinate replied, Your Majesty, they've attached a self-destruct device to Dr. Jiaming. Perhaps we should come up with a more detailed plan. Xiao Hong frowned. She placed a hand on her hip and said loudly, There's no need. It's just a petty human trick. If I can't even handle something this small, how can I be your king? One by one, the people on the plane jumped out, shouting, The way to deal with violence is with more violence. They leaped straight into the base, screaming, Kill them all! A voice rang out, startling the team leaders. Look up there! Team leader Gang hurriedly reported. It's a prison break. Set up defenses, now. The group of people jumped down from above as soldiers raised their guns and fired. Every single bullet was dodged by the prison breakers. A team leader loudly reassured everyone. Don't panic. Stay calm. We still have 30 team leaders. They can't beat us. The scene inside the prison descended into chaos. Chief Tong asked in a panic. What's happening? A prison break. Xiao Hong stood arrogantly with her arms crossed, looking at a diagram of the base. She was currently on the first floor, followed by 320 meters where team leader Geng and the other team leaders were. 500 meters further was the location of the chief and team leader Gengda. The next 2,990 meters was where the zombie king was. And finally, at 3,000 meters, was where Dr. Jiaming was imprisoned. On the 3,000-meter level, the man with the red-tinted glasses was sent flying into a wall. He was stunned as the zombie king walked past him. The zombie king stood opposite Dr. Jiaming and said, I despise you. Do you think I'm going to save you between you and Jiang Si? Your death is more important. He smirked. His subordinate was shocked. What? Doctor? Jiaming growled threateningly. After one fight with Jiang Si, you think you're invincible. Besides him, I created you. Even though I'm just an ordinary human. If I want you to live, you live. If I want you to die, you die, trying to pull tricks in front of me. You're still too green. The zombie king gritted his teeth. What? He glanced at him and then spoke. But don't you worry. Once you've fulfilled my dream, I'll end things myself. The zombie king raised a hand to his chin and said contemptuously, When you humans go crazy, you're 100,000 times more terrifying than any other creature. Can you really make me as strong as Jiang Si? Are you telling the truth, Doctor? Jiaming's eyes narrowed with determination as he spoke. I guarantee it. I do what I say. Looking down from above, the chief's base was facing one of the prison breakers. At Team Leader Gang's position, another prison breaker charged forward. The base echoed with loud screams. Team Leader Gang stood at the front with his weapon, growling. Who are you? What are you doing here? Xiao Hong's people stared at them coldly. She advanced towards the team leaders and said, I don't want to waste time talking to you. Xiao Hong glared at each person and said, You have two choices. Hand over Dr. Jiaming and you live. Refuse, and I will let you witness my power. Team Leader Gang was furious. Attacking her with that pipe in your dreams? Xiao Hong's face soured as she frowned slightly. The squad leaders roared and charged at her in unison. Who do you think you are? Demanding we release someone. The sounds of fighting echoed throughout the base. 3,000 floors below. A robotic arm fell to the ground. The general director lay collapsed on the floor, struggling to ask, What just happened? The squad leader was bewildered. I didn't see a thing. The terrified soldiers exclaimed, Holy crap! They raised their guns and aimed at Xiao Hong. Fire! Hurry up and fire! She watched them with a pensive look. The soldiers fired round after round at her. The bullets seemed to have no effect on Xiao Hong at all. She stood tall, taking on the storm of bullets. Xiao Hong's subordinate spoke arrogantly. Is this the best your science and technology can do? A loud explosion erupted from where Dr. Jiaming was being held. At the same time, Dr. Jiaming's subordinate supported him, asking in confusion, Didn't they say it would explode on contact? How are we completely fine? He explained grimly. After the power was cut, there was a 2-second window. No machine is perfect. The zombie king stepped forward. Doctor? Jiaming's subordinate watched his back and whispered, Brother Ming, he's already so strong. Do we really need to make him even stronger? With his arrogance, I'm afraid other problems will arise. There is no better vessel than him. The zombie king suddenly stopped, his eyes glancing ahead. In front of the zombie king were rows of people collapsed on the ground. The general director, missing an arm, gritted his teeth and struggled to hold on. Doctor, Jiaming's subordinate's eyes widened as he shouted, What happened here? The clouds of smoke slowly dissipated. Xiao Hong was still standing, completely unharmed. She turned her gaze towards him. My dear doctor, Jiaming, Xiao Hong sneered. Someone who couldn't even touch a single hair on Jiang Si's second form is unworthy of being your vessel. Doctor. Jiaming and his subordinate were completely bewildered. The zombie king frowned at her words. Xiao Hong continued, making an offer. Why don't you study my body instead? What do you think? She stood still, waiting for his answer. The zombie king laughed with contempt. Interesting. Are you saying you're stronger than me? A tense atmosphere enveloped them. Xiao Hong challenged him directly. Yes, and not just by a little bit. If you don't believe me, you can try me. He suddenly rushed towards her. Xiao Hong threw a punch straight into the zombie king's face. Doctor! Jiaming and his subordinate were stunned. Xiao Hong's two subordinates were flabbergasted, her hand still frozen in the punching motion. The squad leader and the general director's jaws dropped. Xiao Hong's punch released a massive wave of magic. The zombie king was sent flying by her punch, his body smashing through a thick wall. A large crack appeared in the wall where the zombie king had crashed. He gritted his teeth in anger. This is the same power Jiang Si used before. Damn it, there's more. The zombie king suddenly saw the bomb mounted in front of him. He crouched down to gather his strength, then launched himself straight at the bomb. He roared, Die, all of you! Doctor, Jiaming's subordinate panicked. That's a nuclear reactor. What are you trying to do? Xiao Hong stood still, watching the zombie king's actions. The general director's eyes widened in horror. This is bad. He swung his arm. The zombie king punched the bomb directly. His subordinate screamed, I knew this thing couldn't be trusted. The bombs in the area where Dr. Jiaming had been imprisoned began to detonate. Xiao Hong calmly watched the scene unfold and held out her hand. She reached out to use her magic. One by one, the bombs began to fizzle out. After a moment, the bombs returned to their original state. The zombie king was both astonished and furious. Dr. Jiang subordinate was stunned. What? The general director and the squad leader gaped in amazement. The bomb mount was suddenly crushed like a pile of scrap metal and collapsed. That pile of metal fell right on top of the zombie king. He lay crushed underneath it in agony. Everyone stared in disbelief at where the zombie king was. Xiao Hong spoke with contempt. With this little power, you dare to call yourself a king? She suddenly raised her hand. His body immediately flew toward Xiao Hong. She grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up, asking coldly, "How did Jiang Si deal with you?" He gritted his teeth in anger. What? Xiao Hong tightened her grip on the zombie king's neck, making his face contort. Her sharp eyes stared straight into his. Xiao Hong entered the zombie king's mind, causing him to panic. He stammered, "You guys, look at her." He suddenly remembered Jiang Si and cried out in fear. You're from the previous civilization." The zombie king screamed in terror. Xiao Hong tightened her grip on his neck and said grimly, "Good that you know." Her eyes narrowed, sharp as blades. Xiao Hong forcefully threw the defeated zombie king to the ground. He collapsed onto the floor. Xiao Hong calmly watched the zombie king lying collapsed on the ground. An eerie silence fell over the area. He lay there, motionless. Poor zombie king. He had just been revived only to be scared to death by Chu Xiao Hong. The general director and the squad leader stared with wide eyes. Doctor, Jiming's subordinate was sweating bullets. She looked over at him and said, "My dear doctor, Jiming." Xiao Hong placed a hand on her hip and asked arrogantly, "Now, am I qualified to be your vessel?" She watched Dr. Jiming intently, waiting for his answer. He was stunned. Suddenly, Doctor Jiming smirked and immediately agreed. Of course. In Jiang Si's city, Ziling rushed past Ago, shouting, "Get out of the way! Don't stop me, it's urgent!" He blocked her path in confusion. "You can't, squad leader. Now is not a good time to see the great king." She was confused. "It's an emergency. I have no choice. Quick, take me to see your boss." Agu got goosebumps and said, "No way, it's too dangerous." Ziling was puzzled. "Dangerous? I have no idea what you're talking about." She threw the door open and said hurriedly, "Jiang Si, we're in trouble. There's bad news." Jiang Si, holding a glass of wine, turned to look at Ziling. She was shocked. "What?" she asked in bewilderment. "Since when have you been living like this?" He gave a chilling smile and replied, "Changing my lifestyle once in a while is quite interesting. What did you need me for?" She frowned and said, "Doctor, Jiming has escaped." Jiang Si replied without a hint of surprise. "I know. You trash were no match for Chu Xiao Hong." Ziling was astonished. "You knew it only happened 10 minutes ago." He grinned and explained. "Chu Xiao Hong used her bloodline power. I felt it. Bloodline power." Ziling turned around hastily. "I have to report this to my superiors." Jiang Si reached out and stopped her. "Since you're already here, don't be in such a hurry to leave. It's been a long time since I've coexisted peacefully with humans. How about we have a meal? I'll give you a tour of my city." She was shocked by his words. Ziling struggled to break free from his grip, shouting, "Don't even think about it. Is this how you give someone a tour of the city? Don't think I don't know what you did to Supervisor Chen." Jiang Si remained unfazed by her words and took a sip from his glass. She started to leave, calling back, "I don't have time to play games with you right now. This is urgent. I have to go back immediately." He called out, "Hey," Jiang Si asked with a sly grin. "Aren't you interested in learning how to use my bloodline power?" Ziling's eyes widened, and she froze. She whipped her head around in confusion and asked, What, your bloodline power?" He gave her a sinister smile. Ziling panicked and backed away. She replied reluctantly, "Fine, I'll go on one date with you." At the hospital, doctors were rushing the team leader's gurneys into the examination room. "Out of the way, emergency," a doctor spoke up. "He's still breathing." The doctor looked at the chief, who was trying to say something on the bed. The doctor leaned in close to him and asked, "What are you saying?" He spoke with difficulty. His tired voice rang out. "Get the minister." In Dr. Kietmin's laboratory, Xiao Hong sat casually on a chair. Doctor. Keat Min leaned his hands on the table, in amazement. How incredible. This is the first time I've seen a body so mutated. It's not scientific at all, Lam Lin coldly reminded him. Hey, don't you guys just experiment? Recklessly. His genes have a purpose. Don't ruin the king's body. His subordinate crossed his arms and said confidently, Don't worry, have faith in Dr. Keat Min's research. The doctor is the smartest person in all of humanity. Doctor. Keat Min frowned and said, There was a successful case before, however. Jiang Tu brought it himself. Even though your king isn't human, with me here, it's not a problem. Now, all we're missing are Jiang Tu's genes, Lam. Lin broke out in a sweat and asked, Don't tell me you expect us to go pluck a hair from Jiang Tu. The man called back from a distance. I'm not stupid enough to send you to your deaths. Xiao Hong's two underlings glanced at each other. Her subordinate asked, Then what are we supposed to do? It's not like Jiang Tu is just going to give it to you, right? Xiao Hong sat inside, calmly observing the conversation. Doctor. Keat Min's disciple laughed loudly and fumbled in his pocket for something. He pulled a vial of liquid out of his coat pocket. A trivial matter like this is no challenge for us. Xiao Hong's two underlings' jaws dropped. Damn, how did you guys manage that? Doctor, Keat Min poured the liquid into a test tube. Previously, someone obtained Jiang Tu's genes to test if a body could turn into a Jiang Si. He continued, I had my subordinate take her blood. Her subordinate was stunned. Devious humans. Doctor, Keat Min looked at his smiling disciple and added, Sometimes, these spies can be quite reliable. All right, let's begin. That evening in the big city, a chef at a restaurant nervously brought out food, confused by Ziling's attitude. She seemed to realize something and asked, So that's it? Your ability isn't really called that. What if you can't change back? Are there any side effects? Jiang Tu didn't answer right away, just gave her an arrogant smile. Ziling urged him, Tell me. Suddenly, he changed back to his normal state with a dazed expression. She angrily grabbed Jiang Tu's collar and yelled, Damn it, couldn't you have waited until you finished talking before changing back? I dropped a lot of important things to go on this date with you, and you pull this on me, you irresponsible jerk. Ziling shook him violently, screaming, Change back for me, now, Jiang Tu said calmly. No, I didn't force you. You came willingly, she yelled. She looked over at the chef and shouted, Where are your chili peppers? Give me a kilogram. The chef replied in a panic. All the city's chili peppers were destroyed by Minister Xiaohei at the city hospital. 2 months later. Lam Qi clasped her hands and said to the person in front of her, I've already visited you in the hospital twice. The chief, lying on the hospital bed, asked with difficulty, Before. I lost consciousness. I told you all to send a message. Did you do it? She reassured him. Don't worry. As soon as I got the news, I sent it via satellite, and I marked it as urgent, too. He remained silent. Lam Qi leaned back and continued. You guys are pretty useless. There were so many of you. And you even had a voice-activated nuclear bomb, and yet you let some chick break out of prison. The chief explained. This enemy was different. The bomb clearly detonated, but she used some method to compress it, as if she's not from this era, she said thoughtfully. I see. I've sent the message. The minister has probably received it. The sun shone through the clouds, illuminating the city. Below ground, in a place filled with machinery, a person said in awe, I can't believe there's a city down here. Their civilization must have been quite advanced. It's a shame only ruins are left. The other person replied. I understand, someone reported. Minister, it's an emergency. The minister thoughtfully observed his surroundings. The minister gazed at the desiccated corpse sitting in front of him. He stared intently, not looking away. A person came up behind the minister and urgently reported. Sir Minister, there's an emergency. Dr. Keat Min, whom we just captured, has escaped. The minister's subordinate followed his gaze and said in astonishment, Could this be? He was stunned. The minister looked at the corpse and replied, Yes, the corpse of an ancient one. He continued, The entire Body has 134 shattered fractures, as if it was crushed by some kind of monster. The minister's subordinate was speechless with surprise. The minister said with regret, "The most terrifying part is that all its tissues were incinerated, which is why it hasn't decayed after 1,000 years. It's just an empty shell now, with no research value left." The subordinate said in awe, "It seems a great war once happened here. My God, such advanced science and technology? This monster was too strong." The minister looked around and asked, "There's nothing left to explore here. What were you saying just now?" His subordinate immediately spoke up. "The Academy of Superhumans recruited a rather strong team leader. He captured Dr. Keatman." He glanced at the minister and continued, "But for some reason, Dr. Keatman was rescued. Most of the team leaders were severely injured. And now the headquarters is in great danger. Its combat strength has been severely diminished." The minister stepped forward and ordered, "Let's go." His subordinate wondered, "What is this?" Then he brushed away the sand, and an object under the ground was gradually revealed. Suddenly, the minister froze. A small, hovering machine flew over and scanned each person's face. "What is this?" the minister said in surprise. Two of his subordinates nearby were also stunned as the machine scanned them. Suddenly, a fully cloaked figure stood opposite the minister. One of his subordinates exclaimed in shock, "It's been broken for 1,000 years, and it can still function." The shadow of the cloaked figure appeared beneath the desiccated corpse and spoke. "This is the first time I've seen a human with such a powerful, physical body." The minister's subordinate quickly said, "Minister, be careful." The minister calmly replied, "What's there to panic about? It's just a projection." The projection of the person looked straight at him. The ancient being's shadow made an offer. "I can make you even stronger, as long as you swear to protect human civilization." The desiccated corpse remained seated above the projection. The minister replied respectfully, "Senior, there is no need to say this. I just want to learn more about the ancient people. Why were you all wiped out?" A projection screen appeared above the head of the cloaked figure. He and his men looked up in confusion. To watch, Jiang Si's face appeared on the screen. His subordinate asked, dumbfounded, "Is this image for real?" The Earth appeared in the vastness of space. The Ancient One began to narrate. "It's more than 1,000 years ago. The Earth didn't just have 2 continents like it does now. Another region of the Earth emerged. And at that time, the Earth was divided into 7 continents. Across the 8 seas, over 100 nations flourished. Many invested in creating machines to make humanity stronger. We gathered our resources, and countless machines took off into the cosmos. We successfully embarked on interstellar travel. Powerful androids were created, and our scientific and technological prowess reached unprecedented heights. A massive explosion erupted in space. At that time, we completely overwhelmed the aliens, so their technology was like an ant's compared to ours. Beasts that soared through the sky, monsters from beneath the earth. None of them were a match for us. The ancients were disappointed, for only the Jiang Si were a problem we could not solve." The minister's subordinate wondered, "Why is the ancient's projection pointing at Jiang Si's picture?" "Because of him." Everyone looked up at the image of Jiang Si on the screen. The subordinate whispered in his ear, "Minister, could he be deceiving us? You can tell just by looking at this guy. He has no offensive power." The minister replied, "The ancients would not joke about something like this. Haven't you realized the Jiang Si have existed ever since our time began?" The subordinate realized, "Oh, you're right." Another one chimed in, "We built all these academies for the sole purpose of fighting the Jiang Si. Although we always have the upper hand, we've never been able to eradicate them completely. Could it be because of this guy?" The minister turned his gaze to the ancient and asked, "Senior, what are we to do about such a terrifying creature?" The ancient's projection spoke, "I don't have much time left. I am merely a consciousness, one who uploaded my life's memories into an AI before death. In my time, we focused solely on developing knowledge and technology. However, your generation, you have followed a different path. It turns out that physical cultivation can also reach incredible heights. This has given me hope." A small portal suddenly appeared. The ancient continued, "With your physical cultivation, combined with the wisdom of the ancients. A shimmering metallic gauntlet emerged from the portal. "You can surely succeed." The minister was stunned. "This is ancient technology." The ancient warned him gravely. "Remember this, no matter what other races may appear in this world." His words echoed. "Only the Jiang Si are humanity's greatest enemy." The minister ordered his subordinate to retrieve the gauntlet. He then offered his sincere gratitude. "Thank you, senior. We will not disappoint you." The ancient's projection retracted into the withered corpse. The minister gave it one last look before speaking. "Let's go. This equipment is useless now," a subordinate asked. "So, are we going to find the guy from the video clip now?" The minister started walking forward. He said, "First, we deal with Dr. Jiang. The minister paused, thinking to himself, "This world is so vast. Finding one specific Jiang Si? It's like looking for a needle in a haystack." Clouds drifted across the clear blue sky. Ziling was on the phone. "Yes, I understand." After hanging up, she turned to Jiang Si. "The minister is about to return. Notify all the officers to assemble for a meeting. You have to come too," he asked in surprise. "Me?" Jiang Si thought to himself. "The minister? Who's that?" Meanwhile, in a laboratory, Dr. Ji stared expectantly at a tube of green liquid. "Just a little more. It's almost ready. Just a little bit longer." He burst into an excited laugh. "Success!" Xiao Hong was lying in a tank, her entire body submerged in the green liquid. Two of Xiao Hong's underlings waited outside. One of them, Lan Ling, took out a coin he'd gotten from begging and said mournfully, "Our clan is down to its very last coin," he lamented. "As the head butler of the Blood Clan, I work all day long, and I still can't feed you lot. I had to beg just to get this last coin." Lan Ling cried his eyes out. "I just want to die." His underling leaned in and whispered, "Don't be so down. Have you forgotten who we are? We're perfectly capable. Why don't we take on a little side hustle?" Lan Ling replied dejectedly. "Don't be ridiculous. What kind of side hustle?" His underling answered immediately. "Let's rob a bank. I spotted one on my way here. The people there are incredibly slow, like snails. It takes half an hour just to pull a ticket. I even saw one of the tellers giving this awkward, forced smile. I've never seen a bank operate so inefficiently, with our skills," the underling asserted. "We could be in and out in 1 second, if we're fast enough. Not even a missile could catch us." Lan Ling was impressed by his subordinate's cunning plan. "We grab the money and bolt, with our speed. I guarantee you, it'll be perfect." Lan Ling grinned, a sly and delighted look on his face. Awesome, in a vast modern city, at the Guangzhou provincial headquarters, a subordinate entered and reported, "Minister, all the team leaders have arrived. We can begin the meeting now." The minister quickly put on his mask. A convoy sped down the road. "Move out, Jiang Si, Ziling," and the other team leaders stepped out of their vehicles. Elsewhere, Xiao Hong remained submerged in the green liquid. A man in a pig mask stood opposite the bank. At the same time, in another location, Lan Ling and his subordinate scanned their surroundings. A car pulled up beside them. As it stopped, he grumbled, "Took you long enough." A voice from inside the car called out, "Brother Lan Ling, we're ready to go." Lan Ling held a gun, his pig mask resting on top of his head. "How are the preparations? There can be absolutely no mistakes." The subordinate in the front seat already had his mask on. He turned around and said confidently, "Don't worry, I've already cased the joint. This branch has the fewest people. Robbing banks is what we do best." Meanwhile, high up in a skyscraper, Xiao He was sipping a cup of tea. He calmly listened to a subordinate's report. "Minister Xiao He, the financial report for February is ready." Down below, Lan Ling and his underling stepped out of the car. Showtime. They approached the entrance of the bank. Unfortunately for them, they had no idea this was the People's Bank, managed by Jiang Si. The subordinate continued reporting the figures to Xiao He. "Everything has been tallied. This month's total revenue is 435,672. There can be no errors, as Jiang Si's trusted subordinates. We cannot allow the city to be short even a single coin." The subordinate immediately replied, "Understood." Lan Ling and his underling burst in, shouting, "Nobody move! Stay right where you are!" He grabbed stacks of cash and laughed maniacally. "We're rich!" Xiao He noticed a plume of smoke rising in the distance. "What's going on over there?" he wondered. Having grabbed the money, Lan Ling and his subordinate ran for the getaway car. "We don't have to live like dogs anymore." A subordinate rushed in, shouting, "This is bad. Minister Xiaohei, the bank is being robbed." Xiaohei was stunned. What? Their getaway car sped down the road. Lan Ling held a stack of cash, his face beaming. "We finally have money." But his expression froze when he heard a menacing voice call his name. "Lan Ling." His face went pale. He stuck his head out the window. "Who's calling me? Wait, this presence. It's Xiaohei." Looking up, he saw a figure high above, staring down at their car. Fear gripped him, and sweat poured down his face like a river. Realization hit Lan Ling like a truck. He grabbed his subordinate by the collar and screamed, "You moron! Which bank did you end up robbing?" The underling trembled and stammered, I don't know, I can't read." He quickly grabbed the notebook to find the bank's name, Jiang Si People's Bank. Lam Lin's face was completely drained of color. He stuck his sweaty face out of the car window to look at Tu Hack. Lam Lin screamed as Tu Hack's ferocious face lunged right at him. Tu Hack appeared like a badass god, his hands still scattering small particles. Both Lam Lin and the hooded boss gaped and screamed in fear. He frantically ordered the hooded boss, "Drive! What are you waiting for? An award?" He's the most mysterious underling Jiang Tu recruited back in 800 AD, Tu Hack said coldly. "I don't give a damn what you and your queen want to do. If you want to live..." Then he lunged forward, raising his fist and emphasizing one word. "Pay!" Tu Hack's eyes blazed red with anger as he roared at them. "Give me back my money, now." He channeled all his strength into a punch straight into the ground, shattering everything. Tu Hack's punch was so powerful it shook an entire skyscraper. Even the cars were affected and sent flying into the sky. The people inside the building were violently shaken and lifted off their feet, with no idea what was happening. Many cars were thrown into the air and left hovering, in the sky. The hooded boss peeked out curiously and couldn't help but be impressed. "That's insane!" Lam Lin was also stunned. "What was that?" The hooded boss gripped the steering wheel in frustration. "Boss, the money we stole isn't even enough for you to fix the car." He glanced out the window and sighed. "We're screwed. He's lost his mind." After that earth-shattering punch, Tu Hack stood silently, looking up at the sky. Seeing that the situation was bad, Lam Lin ordered his men, "Split up and run. Go back and tell the great king we've messed up big time." As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped out of the car and said, "I'll hold him off." Immediately after, Lam Lin's men all jumped out of the car, each scattering in a different direction. Seeing this, Tu Hack spoke up. "No one is getting away." Lam Lin maintained his arrogant attitude. "Perfect timing. Since we're both butlers, I also want to see just how strong you are." Then his gaze fell on something, and he froze in surprise. Suddenly, Tu Hack rushed forward and drove his elbow right into Lam Lin's pretty face. Then said proudly, "As if you're worthy of being my equal." Lam Lin grunted in pain before taking another punch from Tu Hack. The hooded boss saw his comrade getting the crap beaten out of him and turned to shout, "Mr. Lam Lin!" Suddenly, something hit the hooded boss, making him scream. It turned out Tu Hack was chasing him. He fled while screaming desperately, "Help somebody, help me!" The scene changes to the Guangzhou headquarters, where many people were now gathered in the main hall. The minister appeared, accompanied by his subordinate. A respectful voice rose from below. "Greetings, minister." He then addressed everyone present. "I am aware that Dr. Keat Min has escaped from prison. Before that, I also want to announce something important." With that, the minister turned his head to look in a certain direction, and grunted. Over there, a subordinate was taking something out. He then pulled out a golden arm with a blue gem embedded in the center. The chief frowned curiously. "What is this?" Group leader Ngan quickly guessed. "The golden right hand," so that no one would be confused. The minister introduced the mysterious arm. "This is ancient technology." The two men below were surprised. "What?" A few people in the crowd were also confused. Ancient technology, Tu Lang and Lam Qi also widened their eyes in astonishment. The rest of the people also stared at the arm, not understanding. "What the hell is this?" The minister began to explain. "I discovered it underground in a canyon. When I retrieved it, all information about the ancient era vanished. Hearing about such an advanced item, group leader Nagan laughed with delight. With ancient technology, that Dr. Keep Min and his scantily clad woman are nothing but mayflies, right, Chief Tan? But the minister continued to speak about the item's purpose. We don't need to use this to deal with Dr. Keep Min. We will use it to deal with someone else. Then he continued his account. According to the description from a projection, the ancient people left a monster behind on our Earth. It destroyed the ancient civilization, leading to its collapse. Hearing this, the chief stammered in repetition. Monster Tu Lang, unable to believe her ears, spoke up. Minister, are you joking? The ancient humans were all wiped out. There's a monster on Earth. That terrifying. The minister replied to her in a calm yet firm tone. That's right. The ancient people said this monster is extremely dangerous. It's a monster that can destroy civilizations. They warned us to be careful, Tu Lang asked in confusion. Is there really a monster like this? Where is it now? The minister had no answer either. But he didn't forget to add a warning. I don't know. The ancient people didn't say much. It's probably somewhere in the world. We must be careful. Jiang Tu, who was beside him, spoke up and asked, So, how do you use this thing? The minister raised his hand to demonstrate for him. Although they didn't say, it looks easy enough. Let me try putting it on and pressing the button in the middle. With that, he and Jiang Tu stared at the golden arm, full of hope and determination. In that case, we must find this monster and eliminate the threat. Suddenly, he froze for a moment. The minister looked down and then recoiled in alarm, as if he'd seen something strange. Then he froze again, as if he wanted to say something. Jiang Tu looked up, a strange, forced smile on his face, with no clear reason why. The minister suddenly yelled, Damn it! Then he reached out, trying to grab the precious golden arm. The chief and group leader Ngan glanced around to see what was wrong. Jiang Tu, however, stood perfectly still, emotionless. From the sky, Lam Lin's body plummeted down at an incredible speed. He then crashed straight into the building, causing a massive explosion. The shockwave caused Tu Lang to stumble. Lam Ki frowned, wondering. What just flew past Lam Lin had now crashed right into the hall where the meeting was being held. He skidded across the room with such force and speed that he left a trail of smoke. Tu Lang steadied herself, covering her nose from the smoke and wondering, what's going on? The spot where Lam Lin landed was left, shrouded in thick dust, and he was nowhere to be seen, buried under a pile of collapsed rubble. The scene shifts to a clear blue sky, with the sun shining brightly as if it were just another ordinary day. Inside the main hall, Tu Hak landed right after him. Looking from the outside, the headquarters now had a gaping hole in it, left by that guy Lam Lin. When he was sent flying into it, Tu Hak shot to his feet, puffing out his chest proudly. Lam Lin, his face bruised and battered, could only let out a weak cry. Great King, save me, everyone! Around began to murmur curiously. Who is that guy? I've never seen him before. Tu Lang's eyes widened in shock. She recognized this person. This is Jiang Tu's underling. Only then did Jiang Tu step forward, his attention on the one person no one else was focused on. Tu Hak. A subordinate immediately reported to the minister. Reporting! He's a Jiang Si. Tu Hak stood on a high ledge of the building, looking down at the scene below. From above him, a swarm of people from the hall rushed out to attack. Group leader Ngan shouted furiously, You damn Jiang Si, you've got some nerve. Do you know where you are? Tu Hak, not to be outdone, yelled back in response. Don't get in my way. Then he kicked group leader Ngan. With a devastating blow, Xiao He slammed him to the ground, then followed up with a powerful thrust right into the general director's stomach. A swarm of other enemies rushed in, surrounding Xiao He from all sides. The stubborn team leader Ngan continued to attack him and was thrown straight down below. Kung Dai was also beaten flat under the rubble by Xiao He, only able to gasp out a few words. What is this thing? The other team leaders ganged up on him, but were thrashed so badly they could only complain. Why are we the ones getting beaten up? We're team leaders, after all. Why do we have to run into this kind of monster? Witnessing the crowd of people being taken down, Ziling and Xiao Xiao couldn't help but be stunned in amazement. Xiao Xiao had to admire Xiao He's power. He's on a whole other level than that chainsaw guy from before. Team leader Ngan and Lan Ling were lying flattened on the ground, looking utterly pathetic. As for Xiaohei, he had already flown into the sky, then scattering strange, tiny particles. He raised his hand to prepare an attack and uttered, "Die." Xiao Xiao jumped in shock. "Damn it, what is this?" Ziling hurriedly raised her hand to stop them. "Don't touch it." Just then, Jiang Si rushed in, throwing a punch at Xiaohei. He landed a picture-perfect blow right in Xiaohei's gut. Jiang Si delivered a super strong punch right to Xiaohei's stomach, causing him to cough out in pain. The people inside the hall were blown backward. Ziling landed safely, but Xiao Xiao was slammed into a wall. Seeing the situation, a subordinate quickly spoke up. "Minister, that team leader's strength?" The minister calmly replied, "I see it." Then he put on that golden arm and said in a rather uneasy tone, "The team leaders are like ants in front of him." The ancients were right. He's much stronger than I thought. Jiang Si then dragged Xiaohei down to the ground with him. Xiaohei coughed wearily a few times, looking up to ask, "Great King, why are you here?" Jiang Si just said coldly, "You can't kill them." At that moment, the minister used that golden arm to generate bolts of lightning. Jiang Si looked at him and then said to Xiaohei, "This is the headquarters. Their team leaders are the ones who supply us at the city level." He saw something and let out a "huh." In the sky, a black crescent appeared. It was the sun, gradually turning black. The subordinate turned and shouted, "Lord Minister?" He also didn't understand what was happening and replied, "I didn't do it." Ziling exclaimed, "A total solar eclipse." Lan Ling and the general director also gaped in astonishment. Everyone looked up at the sky. It was clearly daytime, but the sky was strangely turning dark. The sun was completely swallowed, leaving only faint rays of light on the edge. A person in the crowd spoke up. "What's going on?" Xiao Hong appeared out of nowhere, floating in the sky. Someone in the crowd below noticed her and shouted, "Look, there's someone flying up there." It suddenly got pitch black. The minister also looked out, keeping an eye on Xiao Hong. Ziling was bewildered and wondered, "Who is she?" The general director recognized this person he had met before and shouted, "It's that woman!" Hearing him say that, Ziling instinctively glanced in his direction. Xiao Hong landed and walked forward. Her eyes glowed a brilliant red, and with a sinister smile, she strode forward arrogantly. She declared, "I am invincible." On the other side, Xiao Hong's accomplices quickly landed on the ground. Lan Ling's underlings shouted worriedly, "Brother Lan Ling!" Lan Ling was now flattened on a rock, crying and begging for help. "Help me!" Lan Ling's subordinate ordered his men to take them out to save Brother Lan Ling. The subordinates roared and charged forward to build up their morale. Unexpectedly, the two of them were struck in the stomach by the minister at the same time. The blow was so powerful it sent them flying out of the building. Across the way, Xiao Hong looked at the main building's headquarters, seeing thick smoke and dust rising. She just stood there, deep in thought. Her gaze was fixed on the opposite side, full of contemplation and schemes. The minister turned to instruct his subordinate. "It's going to get chaotic soon. You lead the residents out of this city. Just leave this place to me." The subordinate quickly replied, "Understood." Seeing that the minister had interfered, Xiao Hong spoke coldly, "Human, don't meddle in other people's business." He rushed forward like a flash of lightning, landing a punch straight in her face and shouting, "Same principle applies to you." Xiao Hong grunted in anger, then spun around and kicked the minister hard from below. The three girls watching the show were all amazed and exclaimed, "How is she so strong, so direct?" At this moment, it was very quiet where Jiang Si and Xiaohei were. Xiaohei stammered awkwardly, "Great King, they're fighting." Jiang Si spread his arms and replied indifferently, "It has nothing to do with us." A huge explosion occurred in a part of the city, causing smoke and dust to billow up. The sun gradually reappeared, and the darkness finally passed, leaving behind the same dazzling sunlight as before. The minister dropped to one knee as he landed. Then he looked up and threatened, "I'll deal with you first, then I'll handle Jiang Si." Xiao Hong, standing nearby, glanced over and sneered, "Quite the big talker, aren't you?" Lan Qi unconsciously blurted out, "Jiang Si." The minister began to raise his golden arm, preparing to attack. He pointed his arm straight forward. The golden arm emitted a terrifying bolt of lightning. He said proudly, "One move will decide this." She took a stance, holding a staff in her other hand. A moment passed, and Xiao Hong had already moved to the rooftop. She stood on one building, staring intently at the person on the building opposite her. But, she said, "You've picked a fight with the wrong person." Xiao Hong narrowed her eyes and shouted, demanding to know Ziling's identity. "Who?" Without hesitation, Ziling drew her sword and declared, "Your opponent is me." Her eyes glowed red, a cunning smirk playing on her lips. Inside, Lan Qi looked out in alarm and yelled, "What is that?" Xiao Hong was also in disbelief. "What?" Lan Ling's subordinate looked up at the sky, worried. "Brother Lan Ling?" Xiao Xiao appeared out of nowhere and pulled the guy away. Immediately after, a huge explosion occurred right where he had been standing. Xiao Xiao grabbed his head, her eyes a strange mix of red irises and black sclera. He stammered in fear. What is this?" Xiao Hong glanced over and let out a "huh." Xiao Xiao turned to stare back at her. The subordinate, still being held by the neck, shouted defiantly, "Don't you get arrogant." The atmosphere grew quiet. The three of them, Xiao Hong, Ziling, and Xiao Xiao, were all facing each other. Ziling stood tall, her thoughtful eyes seemingly devising 100 battle strategies. Ziling stood proudly, sword at the ready, prepared for battle. The minister looked over, surprised. Letting out a small, "Oh," Lan Qi muttered in confusion. Ziling, the director, not yet grasping the situation, said, "I just fainted. What did I miss?" Team leader Nagan was also bewildered. "Something's not right." On the other side, Xiao Xiao grabbed Lan Ling's subordinate by the collar and cursed. "Damn it, don't you look down on me!" She violently shoved her hand away and did several flips to escape. Xiao Xiao instinctively turned her head, searching. Lan Ling's subordinate was still stubborn, speaking in an arrogant tone. "I'm not some small fry you think I'm easy to bully." Xiao Xiao just sneered and replied, "Then prove it." The girl immediately leaped high and charged at Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao reacted quickly, delivering a straight kick upwards. It knocked her chin back as she said, "Is that all you've got?" Lan Ling's subordinate could only grunt in pain. Xiao Xiao then crouched on the ground, taking on the stance of a battle-hungry wolf, and let out a savage laugh. She dashed like lightning towards Lan Ling's subordinate, and Xiao Xiao landed a punch right in her face. The people watching from the office were all in awe. Is Xiao Xiao that amazing? Lan Ling's subordinate was on all fours, hands on the ground, cursing. "You bastard!" She then stuck out one hand, raised both legs to the sky, and started spinning. She looked up, breathing out with great effort. Lan Ling's subordinate swung her arm, splattering blood. Then she yelled, "Crimson Spirit Division!" From this, multiple identical copies of Lan Ling's subordinate appeared. Xiao Xiao watched from a distance, guessing to herself. An illusion technique, undistracted by the clones. Xiao Xiao rushed forward and landed a perfect kick right in the real subordinate's stomach. Instantly, the other clones began to vanish. She shouted, "Disappear!" Lan Ling's subordinate, hit by the devastating kick, exclaimed in shock, Is this person even human?" On the other side, Xiao Hong was creating a slash with her bare hand. Dust billowed up from under her feet. Ziling spun her sword several times, then held it straight out, delivering an invisible slash from where she stood. The entire row of buildings far behind her was sliced in half. Due to the immense and rapid force, the upper parts of the buildings launched off from their lower sections. The people inside the buildings screamed in terror. Inside the office, everyone was also staggering, losing their balance. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, So strong." Even the director was in awe of Ziling's unbelievable power. Is Ziling this fierce? Something's wrong. In this state, she looks like a completely different person. Witnessing this, Xiao Hong couldn't help but mutter, "So that's how it is." She placed one foot on a rock and spoke to Ziling, implying she didn't want her to interfere. "So you've been enhanced too. Unfortunately, you're not the one I'm looking for. I'm looking for Jiang Si to avenge an old humiliation." Xiao Hong squeezed her eyes shut, then snapped them open with a piercing gaze. Her entire body darkened, but she radiated a terrifying, demonic aura. Yet she calmly tried to persuade Ziling to leave. "One last time. I have waited 1,000 years for this moment. My power can crush you. You are no match for me. I advise you to leave. Don't stand in my way." Everyone inside the office looked out, their jaws practically on the floor. Ziling remained motionless, as if she didn't care about what Xiaohong was saying. Then, she finally began to respond to Xiaohong. "You're right, my power isn't as great as yours. Even with stimulants, I can't win. But I don't agree that you can beat him with that thing." She raised a hand to her face, smiling as she hinted. "Let me show you something interesting." Xiaohong frowned in confusion. "Interesting?" Ziling clawed at her face, her eyes glowing red with black sclera, a demonic smile spreading as she said, "Second form?" Slowly, Ziling's face began to turn to stone. She looked up at the sky. Lan Qi suddenly realized, exclaiming, "Wait, that's..." The director wondered. What is she doing? Ziling snapped her hand down. Xiaohong, who had been watching her, scowled in annoyance, having no idea what kind of trick she was pulling. Opposite Xiaohong, a massive pink vortex appeared. The vortex blasted wind into the office where everyone was standing, forcing them to cover their faces and cry out in surprise. Xiaohong's eyes froze. By now, Ziling's face had transformed into something grotesque. Her face was ashen and cracked, with jagged teeth protruding from her mouth. 4 long, stark white horns had also sprouted from her head. A cloud of hazy smoke rose from the office building. The people inside looked out, and seeing Ziling's form, their jaws dropped in shock. Even Xiaohong was stunned by this, stammering. What Jiang Si and Xiaohei, watching from a distance, couldn't help but be impressed. Xiao Xiao, who was busy beating up Lanling's subordinate, also stopped and turned to look, and remarked, "Ah, so she can change forms." Xiaohong's expression turned sour and annoyed as she began to speak. "There's something..." Then she lowered her head, looking thoughtful as her voice grew quieter. "Time and time again." Ziling cut her off with a taunt. "Are you lamenting your life? I don't think we need any more pointless chatter." A hand shot out a red rod. Xiaohong had already launched herself at Ziling. She somersaulted through the air, diving down towards her. Ziling immediately raised her hand to draw her sword. Xiaohong swung out a long red sword and said, "You're right." She brought the sword down, yelling, "Only the weak talk so much." Ziling drew her sword. Then she chanted, "Blade release." She executed a slash and chanted again, "Crimson blade slash." Xiaohong's face slid down her neck, split by a cut down the middle. She turned in terror and fled. Lanling's subordinate screamed in fear. A spiderweb-like network spread across a crimson screen, filled with tiny red dots. Cells. These dots moved rapidly and continuously. Ziling was crouched at a right angle to the ground, her sword held out as if she had just completed a terrifying slash. Everyone who witnessed this scene gasped in astonishment. Lanling's subordinate cried out in anguish, tears streaming down her face. "Great Prince!" Ziling straightened up, sheathed her sword, and stood there firmly, looking very calm. Inside the office, the minister's soldiers began to make an announcement. "Team leader, Tu Lang has shredded her cells." The chief couldn't believe it and turned to demand, "What kind of joke is this?" Lam Ki also scowled and scoffed. The minister, lying on the ground, still couldn't say a word, completely silenced. Just then, Tu Lang turned her head and spoke. "You're not that weak. Are you planning a sneak attack?" A strand of DNA code appeared in the sky as streams of color poured down. It dripped onto the ground where Tu Lang was standing, the blood forming a vortex like spinning blades. From above Tu Lang, an arm swung down, but it was only bone and muscle, as if all the flesh had been stripped clean. Someone landed on the ground. Placing a hand on the ground, it turned out to be Xiaohong. She stood up, completely naked. Team leader Ngan wondered in terror. Are these two even human anymore? Seeing the situation, Jiang Tu guessed that Chu Xiaohong was about to explode. He and Xiaohei immediately launched themselves out of the building. They were just moving to a different spot to observe. Seeing that Xiaohong wasn't dead yet, Tu Lang remarked, "That tactless guy said you were a monster from over 1,000 years ago. It seems you really can't be described with normal logic." The minister over there saw something and screamed. "What?" Lam Lin also flinched in anger and yelled, "You bastard! Jiang Tu!" At that moment, Jiang Tu was flying through the air on Xiaohei, shouting a warning. "Get out of here, now!" Xiaohong still hadn't moved, just stood with her head bowed. Her face darkened. Tu Lang stared at her intently, not daring to look away for even a second. Xiao Hong raised a hand, and it seemed the sky above turned dark. She was about to unleash a new technique. The sky swirled with ominous, terrifying clouds. Xiao Hong looked up, her eyes blazing with hatred as she spoke. "This isn't over yet." Seeing this, Tu Lang took a stance, sword ready to continue the fight. "Bring it on!" Just then, two dark figures landed on a nearby building. A voice said, "It's safe here." You didn't even need to look to know it was Jiang Tu and Xiao He finding a new spot to watch the show. At the same time, Lam Qi and someone else flew over. She shouted his name, "Jiang Tu!" A figure shot high into the sky at breakneck speed. Xiao Hong then took out her red sword, the one from before, and performed a few sword techniques. She unleashed countless slashes, crisscrossing like a spider web over the opposite building. And as expected, the building collapsed, shattering into pieces. As for Tu Lang, she quickly leaped to another building since the one she was on had collapsed. The moment she landed, that building was also sliced in two. Tu Lang charged forward to clash swords with Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong immediately swung her sword fiercely right at Tu Lang's face. Tu Lang raised both hands to the sky to gain momentum, and then she jumped. Up, diving down with her sword pointed below. The onlookers gasped in shock. "Huh!" Jiang Tu, who was watching eagerly, couldn't help but let out a wow. From above, the entire vast city was affected by Tu Lang's sword strike, as if it had been split in two. Xiao Hong tumbled through the air. Staggering, she whipped around to look behind her and let out an annoyed grunt. Xiao Hong raised one leg, preparing her stance. Lam Qi looked up in astonishment and couldn't help but exclaim, "Unbelievable!" She couldn't believe that after taking such a brutal beating from Tu Lang, Xiao Hong was still intact. She wasn't even dead. Over with the minister, he was trying to pull the golden hand off his own, but he couldn't. He shouted in confusion, "What's going on? I can't get this glove off. On the roof of the building over there, a white figure flew over. Tu Lang was crawling on the glass surface like a bizarre spider, quick as a flash. Xiao Hong also rushed towards her. Regaining her footing, she kicked right in Tu Lang's face and screamed, "So what if it's your second form? What can you do to me?" Xiao Hong bent down and leaped high as a figure shot forward in front of her, raising her hands in a fighting stance. A deep red aura enveloped her every move. She held her palm forward and pushed. The chief and team leaders, Ngan, were just standing there wide-eyed, watching the show. Xiao Hong blasted Tu Lang in the stomach. She slammed into the building, cracking the glass. Then another blast, and Tu Lang was like a rag doll being thrashed repeatedly against the building's glass, which shattered in the shape of her body. Lam Qi's jaw dropped with a gasp. Tu Lang was stuck fast to the glass panel, her head slumped down, motionless. The golden hand shot out a powerful electric current, making the minister's whole body jolt. He said, angry and confused, "What's wrong with this glove?" A voice spoke out. "I shall borrow your body." Suddenly, a swirling vortex of energy wrapped around the minister, causing him to panic. Who are you? No, it can't be." Suddenly, a man in a black cloak appeared before him and said, "An ancient one." The minister exclaimed in shock, "Huh." Elsewhere, Tu Lang had been impaled through the stomach by a sword. She spoke weakly. "You're right." From a distance, Xiao Hong stared at her, listening to every word. Her expression was grim, her eyes wide. Tu Lang forcefully pulled out the sword that had impaled her and said, "I can't do anything to you." Then she jumped down, planting her sword on the ground. Tu Lang stood tall, completely unscathed as if nothing had happened, and continued, "But you can't do anything to me, either." Lam Qi saw that she could miraculously escape death like that, and turned to grab Jiang Tu by the collar, shaking him back and forth while whining. "I want that too, me too. Don't think I don't know what you did to Tu Lang," he stammered in reply. "Don't be so violent." Over by the skyscraper, plumes of smoke appeared, twisting around it like a spiral. Jiang Tu suddenly heard an explosion and turned his attention that way. Tu Lang also looked in that direction, surprised. Even Xiao Hong watched with curiosity. The chief looked up and quickly asked, "What's that sound?" A golden giant was setting foot on Earth. A giant hand emerging from space also slowly touched the planet's surface. A hearty laugh, loud as thunder, boomed out. "I am reborn." A giant leg stomped down on the Earth's surface. The appearance of this thing caused a state of chaos on the streets below. Traffic was at a standstill. People in their cars stuck their heads out, arguing loudly. Don't block the road. So are you? What are you talking about? So what if I'm blocking you? People on the street looked up at the sky, stunned. The building Jiang Si was standing on was smashed, breaking into many pieces. Lam Ki was thrown off balance, screaming in fear. Jiang Si didn't understand what was happening, watching the chunks of rock fall. He stood still, watching the situation intently. Jiang Si nimbly leaped across the falling debris to move. He grabbed team leader Nagan, the chief, and Lam Ki. She yelped in surprise. You! Before she could react, Lam Ki was thrown far away by Jiang Si. Jiang Si then leaped up from the rubble. A giant golden hand rose up, covering him. The golden hand quickly closed, trapping Jiang Si inside, just outside the earth. A giant in golden armor, even larger than the planet itself, stood imposingly. In outer space, Xiaohong staggered and fell to her knees, using her hands to balance herself. Tu Lang was also knocked back, sliding a good distance. The giant stood there, deep in thought. Speechless, Jiang Si, who was caught in his grasp, screamed. What? What are you trying to do? The man in the black cloak appeared again and spoke. He apologized for using him. Kid, he continued, for the sake of humanity, your sacrifice is worth it. Then, gradually, a brilliant golden light enveloped and swallowed the minister whole. The people Jiang Si had just saved were gathered on top of a building. Quang Dai, frozen with fear, exclaimed, What is that? The other witnesses also grimaced in fear. At that moment, the minister had completely transformed into a giant golden-armored man, hovering beside the earth. Everyone looked up, their mouths agape in awe. Tu Lang was also stunned to see the minister like this. Jiang Si was using both hands to push back against the minister's finger. A plane flew by, looking minuscule next to the minister, which just showed how truly enormous his size was. The passengers on the plane looked out, their jaws dropped and eyes wide in astonishment. Jiang Si, meanwhile, was using every ounce of his strength to stop that finger from crushing him. From a distance, Tu Lang and Tu Hong charged towards the giant minister in unison. Seeing that they were both attacking at the same time, they both yelled, This isn't your fight. They both swung their legs to kick the giant, but were blocked by a barrier he created. A bolt of lightning flashed, and in the next second, Tu Lang was bound tightly by golden ropes. On the other side, Tu Hong suffered the same fate. The minister, whose body had now been taken over by the Iron Man, spoke threateningly. Stop getting in the way, humans. We have studied Jiang Si's genes for centuries. He then loudly berated the two of them. And yet these two women used it like some kind of stimulant to attack me. How pathetic. On Jiang Si's side, he was still straining to hold back the minister's two fingers that were trying to crush him. Just when it seemed he was exhausted with no way out, Jiang Si suddenly transformed into his second form. He looked up with a cunning smile. He then twisted his body to one side. His hand gripped the minister's finger, causing the finger to twist along with him. Instantly, the minister's entire arm was twisted as well. He looked down, surprised, and let out a huh. A figure shot up onto the minister's body in a flash. Looking closer, it was Jiang Si, running up at the speed of light. He easily dashed up the minister's arm. The giant then slammed his own shoulder to try and catch Jiang. Two! The minister spread his arms wide, his voice filled with satisfaction. 1,000 years! I've finally waited long enough. Tu Hong's eyes widened in shock as she let out a weak cry. Tu Long, on the other hand, was frozen speechless at the sight. The tiny Jiang Si used both hands to lift the giant minister's arm and shouted. Then he yelled out a challenge. Come on, round two. What are you waiting for? The giant replied. Hurry up and show me your true nature. After a moment of silence, a pair of strong, determined eyes stared straight ahead. The minister's arm was pressing down heavily on Jiang Si's back. As soon as the giant lifted his arm, Jiang Si got into a stance, ready to attack. Tu Hong looked over in shock. The minister, with blazing red eyes, raised his hand high as if about to destroy everything. But before attacking, he yelled at Jiang Si. Are you looking down on me, you damn monster? Jiang Si shot him a death glare. Lam Ki, who was watching, stammered in fear. What is this? Without a word, Jiang Si shot forward. The minister grunted in surprise. The devices and microcircuits inside his body began to clash continuously. Immediately, many other combat robots appeared. The chief was amazed. Is this ancient science and technology? Kyungdae added. Why do I feel like we're the ones who are behind? The times, Jiang Si fearlessly charged forward to fight. He flew over the heads of each robot and kicked them squarely. One by one, Jiang Si furiously rushed in, punching, kicking, attacking, and blocking every enemy. In the next second, he tore one of the robots in half. Just as he finished off half of them, more robots landed to continue the fight. The minister glanced at his shoulder and saw countless robot soldiers scrambling up him like a swarm of ants. Every single one of them was brimming with killing intent. He shouted, "It's not over yet!" Jiang Si raised his fists, ready for a fierce battle. With a single spin, he sent a whole row of robots flying away in a whirlwind. The robots were thrown into disarray, flying in all directions. Seeing Jiang Si beating his minions to a pulp, the minister clenched his fists in fury. "Still can't make you go all out. You're still looking down on me." Immediately after, more giant robots identical to him descended to Earth from another universe. Everyone panicked, unable to believe what was happening, and screamed in fear. "This is insane." These massive robots surrounded Jiang Si. The Ancient One began to speak. "The final night before the dawn." Jiang Si listened curiously to his every word. "I have witnessed it," the minister angrily revealed. "This isn't your true form, Tu Hong," who was tied up on the side, heard this, and her eyes widened in shock. The people on the ground, including Lam Qi, were also horrified, their jaws dropping to the floor. While Jiang Si was distracted, the minister swung his fist straight at him. Before the giant's massive fist, he looked incredibly small, like an ant trying to fight an elephant. The impact of this punch was immense for the people on the ground. People, cars, everything on the streets shook violently and was launched into the air. All the vehicles were floating in the sky, creating a chaotic and tumultuous scene. The Ancient One shouted angrily, "Look at your masterpiece!" The minister trembled as he questioned him. "Do you have to destroy it?" The Ancient One didn't care, stubbornly insisting in a rage, "Shut up, it must be destroyed." As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed his hand down onto the Earth's surface. The people watching from below stared with their mouths agape in shock. At that moment, the Ancient One was seen gripping the globe tightly with both hands. The giant slammed his hand down on the Earth. The giant screamed maniacally, "Jiang Si must disappear from the Earth." Jiang Si quickly leaped out and climbed up with his lightspeed agility. He had already reached the minister's shoulder. The people watching through binoculars were so shocked their jaws nearly dropped off. Jiang Si leaped and moved nimbly through the air. His speed was so fast that even the minister couldn't keep up. In outer space, as the robot hovered in front of the Earth, the Ancient One began to speak. I've read the documents about him. After he became the team leader, he wasn't as evil as you said." He continued. "The city he managed was even better than the cities we humans managed. Not only did he pay taxes to us, but it also developed in a positive direction. Looking at the people, the scenery, the living on Earth, full of peace and happiness, the Ancient One firmly insisted that he had never harmed humans." Jiang Si stood alone, looking down from above. He saw the times Jiang Si had helped others, like carrying an old woman across the street. He continued, "He's also helped us many times, so why can't we live together?" The robot, not wanting to hear those words, roared, "Shut up!" A massive explosion was set off by the robot. The Ancient One continued to try and persuade him. "Why wouldn't we want to live together in peace?" But the minister looked at Jiang Si and exclaimed, "But just look at him." Jiang Si suddenly flashed a wicked smile and said, "You think we can live in peace like this?" At that moment, the minister went berserk, screaming his point of view. The Jiangxi were originally just a weak race. Our normal bombers could wipe them out. But I don't know where this guy crawled out from. From afar, Jiang Si gazed at his beloved planet Earth. The minister continued arrogantly, "Our life and death all depend on his whims." The minister raised his hand, resolute in his stubborn, malicious will. "I will not allow a creature like that to exist." If they are of a different race, they must be killed. Everyone watched as his armor slowly shattered, accompanied by a fierce, loud scream. The minister had been outfitted with new armor, a gleaming golden suit that looked far superior to the old one. Not to mention, he was now holding a giant golden sword. Everyone was stunned. Divine punishment. Countless giant robots just like him appeared out of nowhere, each one wielding the same aggressive sword. These clones of his split up, surrounding the Earth and plunging their swords through the planet's surface. A barrage of ferocious, dangerous lightning bolts erupted. Jiang Si dodged the attack, leaping up and teleporting to another location. Seeing this, the minister grunted in frustration. He trembled and cried out, "Power!" His eyes were ice cold, filled with an indomitable spirit that feared no hardship. Jiang Si stood silently, analyzing the situation in a low but calm voice. Sometimes, bigger doesn't mean stronger. The minister saw him and was surprised, but also confused. Jiang Si then held out his hand and snapped his fingers. Instantly, the minister's clones shattered into tiny pieces. A series of simultaneous, prolonged explosions enveloped the Earth. They hugged the planet's surface, and the shockwave spread to the people below, causing everyone to stumble and lose their balance. Lam Ki immediately shouted an order. "Warning, this area is no longer safe, squad leaders. Evacuate the civilians." The onlookers on the buildings immediately scattered in different directions. The squad leaders yelled, "Split up and move out." Jiang Si then rushed towards the giant minister and punched him in the face. The minister let out a grunt of pain. From high above, a torrent of fire poured down, engulfing the minister in flames before he plummeted downwards with a splash. Because he was so massive, he sent the seawater churning violently, like a deep-sea earthquake. Jiang Si quickly and safely landed back on the ground. He knelt down and used his bare hands to split the earth in half. The Ancient One staggered in mid-air, cursing in despair. "Damn it!" On the ground, people split up, heading into every nook and cranny. Lam Ki shouted instructions. "Squad leaders, spread out. Evacuate those who have difficulty moving." Lam Ki ran frantically, carrying a newborn baby in her arms. People screamed. "Run!" Suddenly, she looked down and saw the ground slowly cracking in two. Lam Ki, startled and confused about what was happening, could only stammer. "What?" It turned out that, in the distance, Jiang Si was diligently splitting the earth with his bare hands. Everyone on the ground also froze, stunned by this event. Even the squad leader couldn't believe his eyes. Jiang Si was still gradually splitting the earth in two. Lam Ki, holding the baby, screamed in fear. "Again!" Commander Tong staggered and yelled. "What is this?" Another person whispered a guess. "A magnitude 20 earthquake." The chasm created by Jiang Si grew wider and wider. He didn't stop, continuing to split the earth. Soon, he would tear the ground apart as easily as ripping a piece of paper. Looking down on the city from above, the ground was split by a bottomless chasm, looking like a catastrophe had struck. Everyone who witnessed this scene was gaping in astonishment. They screamed their lungs out. A landmass several hundred kilometers wide being torn in half was an incredibly terrifying sight. A hand reached up as if falling, trembling. "We're doomed." Can a carbon-based life form do something like this? From outer space, this giant fissure on the Earth's surface was also a mji. Someone was holding on to Lam Ki's hand because she had accidentally fallen towards that bottomless chasm. He tried to encourage her. "Hang on." Lam Ki looked over, and her eyes widened in surprise at what she saw. In the distance, the robot was in freefall. A second later, Jiang Si appeared and punched him in the stomach. A huge explosion occurred, sending clouds of smoke, dust, and debris flying everywhere. The minister coughed a few times in pain. The mask on his face began to crack. He then gloated loudly. "Junior, do you see now? This is his destructive power." The robot glanced to the side and was struck speechless by what he saw. The sea suddenly began to churn and swell as if preparing for a tsunami. Jiang Si had now entered his fourth form. The robot saw him, and an intense current of electricity surrounded it. He was utterly stunned and bewildered. What kind of creature is this guy? Tu Lang climbed onto a large piece of metal floating on the sea. She looked up at him and let out a surprised grunt. Xiao Hong, beside her, was also shocked and blurted out, "I've never seen this before. Is this Jiang Si?" The robot was still frozen, not knowing what to say. Then, suddenly, he laughed with smug satisfaction and said, "That's right. This is the face. Before the dawn disappeared, I saw this very face." On the other side, Jiang Tu leaped high into the air, trailing a massive cloud of dust. He stood on a high cliff, looking down below. Xiao Hei, seeing his boss like this, was so shocked he stammered, "Has he gone crazy?" He sped away, flipping a car in his haste, and concluded with certainty, "This Ancient One is definitely dead meat time to bail." The Ancient One flew into the air, aggressive bolts of lightning radiating from his body. He laughed triumphantly. "After fighting for so long, I've finally been waiting for this moment. Junior, your sturdy body is about to suffer." Jiang Tu stood silently with his head down, not making a sound. Then, he raised his hand towards the Ancient One. A powerful, invisible force slammed into his stomach, making him grunt in pain. Jiang Tu began to clench his fist. The Ancient One was again crushed by an invisible force from afar, squeezed like a ball of clay, causing him to scream in agony. The Ancient One inside the minister's body also felt this excruciating pain and exclaimed, "No," before he was completely shattered. He only had time to leave behind a few last words. "Why I was so strong, yet I still couldn't defeat him." He fell through the air, a huge hole in his stomach. The people below immediately took out their binoculars to watch, and everyone's eyes welled up with tears as they choked out. "The minister is dead." Xiao Heixi was extremely worried and anxious. "Great king, you can't kill the human minister." Jiang Tu flicked his hand forward, and the Eden's pulse inside the minister's body changed. From the hole in his body, muscle fibers gradually reconnected, spinning like propeller blades. Jiang Tu was in free fall, the sunset light shining upon him. He held out his hand and pointed a finger. A large hole appeared in the middle of the minister's body, the muscle fibers twisting and spinning like propeller blades. A fresh, red heart had been ripped out. The people watching through their binoculars screamed. "We won." "Yes," Xiao Hong, in disbelief, shot up and exclaimed, "What is this?" Beside them, Lam Lin, who was secretly watching, was so scared that tears streamed down his face. "Oh my God!" Tu Lang, also in disbelief, couldn't help but marvel. "You can even do that." After the minister's heart was torn out, the wound healed itself as if nothing had happened. He looked down at his body and screamed. "What?" Something flashed past his face, stunning him. Before he could react, Jiang Tu suddenly raised his hand. In the quiet atmosphere, the minister was seen flipping upside down, plummeting in a freefall. He let out a resentful grunt. From a distance, Jiang Tu watched the minister fall through the air, his own face as calm as ever. At this very moment, the human minister finally understood why the ancient humans had to expend so much effort to destroy him. Looking at Jiang Tu in his fourth form, it was because of fear. After annihilating his enemies, Jiang Tu stood there silently, motionless. Everyone who had been watching from the rooftop was also silent, completely frozen in shock. Everyone lowered their binoculars, their faces still showing the shock from the intense battle. Far away, on the surface of the sea, something fell. Splash! It sent water spraying everywhere. Following that was a loud shout. "Jiang Tu!" It was Tu Lang. She appeared out of nowhere and landed, then glanced to the side, noticing something. In front of her was Jiang Tu. He had now returned to his original, normal state with a bald head and deep black eyes. He scratched his head and said with an awkward laugh, "Is that you, Tu Lang? How's the bloodline power?" Seeing that Jiang Tu was safe and completely unharmed, Tu Lang let out a sigh of relief. She exclaimed, "It's all thanks to you." One would think she'd be happy he was alive, but instead, Tu Lang flew into a rage and screamed, "Our house is gone." Then she continued to scold Jiang Tu. "Why didn't you say earlier that you could handle him yourself? Why did we have to go through all that trouble?" Just then, the ground split in two. In the incredibly chaotic scene, everything had been destroyed by the recent battle. Jiang Tu nonchalantly scratched his head and replied, "Well, I was afraid of scaring people." Behind a rock, Xiao Hong and Lam Lin were also secretly hiding and eavesdropping. Beneath the sea, this incident had caused the southern continent to shift 130 kilometers. It also had a significant impact on the Earth's climate and indirectly created the deepest ocean trench. The scene changes to 2 months later. when humans have begun rebuilding and repairing the buildings that were severely damaged. In the aftermath, because the humans had been evacuated before the battle, the casualties were not severe, but several cities were completely destroyed. The Jiangsu Architecture Association would be responsible for rebuilding everything. At that moment, the minister was sitting in his office reviewing an electronic report. The report displayed detailed information about Jiangsu and his various forms. Seeing the minister deep in thought, a question arose. After learning why the ancient humans wanted to destroy Jiangsu, what would the human minister decide to do in the face of this terrifying power? Just then, Supervisor Tran walked in and said, "Mr. Minister, you called for me." The minister asked her to do a few small errands. "Go to the supermarket and buy me a few cartons of eggs." He turned his back to the window and said in a low voice, "I want to visit the newly appointed chief of City H." The scene changes to the Vampire City construction site, Phase 2. In another development, Lam Lin tapped a wooden stick and clapped his hands, loudly ordering the workers, "Hurry up, I'm paying you to work, not to be lazy." His female subordinate still hadn't recovered from the battle. Her body was covered in bandages. She stood beside him and glanced over, asking suspiciously, "Brother Lam Lin, where did you get the money?" Lam Lin didn't know how to answer, just mumbling incoherently. Xiao He watched from a high window, holding a cup of coffee. He sipped it, looking extremely satisfied. A voice spoke up. "Xiao He, aren't those guys our enemies? Why did you lend them money?" He brought the coffee cup to his lips and replied calmly, "The great king said not to fight, to stop them from eyeing the money in the bank." Xiao He grinned a wicked, calculating smile. "It's better to give them a high-interest loan and make them work for us. At this rate, they'll have to work for us for at least 300 years. A Gao stood there, speechless, beside him. Alang thought to himself, "Vicious capitalist." Over on the other side, Lam Lin turned and asked his subordinate, "By the way, where's the great king?" She replied, "I don't know. Probably in his room." Inside the dark and lonely room, Xiao Hong was sitting alone on the floor. She had her head down, hugging her knees, looking incredibly sorrowful. She remained silent, her mind filled with a mess of chaotic thoughts. The queen never expected Jiangsu could transform into yet another form. Back then, drugging and sneak attacking him was useless against even a fraction of Jiangsu's power. She recalled when Jiangsu transformed into his fourth form, looking like a god of death. The mighty queen admitted that she could never defeat him in this lifetime. Xiao Hong bit her lip, tears of anger welling in her eyes, as she let a single, unwilling tear fall. Jiangsu stood deep in thought, looking down from the rooftop of a tall building. The scene changes to an industrial factory, filled with a lot of modern, complex machinery. It was discharging toxic wastewater. The blue-haired man, one of Dr. Ji Ming's subordinates, finished reading the paper in his hand and turned to shout, "Mr. Ming, it's him!" Next to the door, a person of indistinct shape sat slumped on the ground, head bowed. Facing him was the arrogant Dr. Ji Ming, his expression grim, his glasses glinting menacingly. Ji Ming's voice rang out, "Jiangsu, even if I die, I will never forgive you." An alarm clock rang so violently that it bounced off the table. Jiangsu, annoyed that his sleep was disturbed, slammed his hand down, shattering the clock to pieces. Inside the quiet bedroom, someone was still sound asleep. Jiangsu shot up in bed, wearing an incredibly cute set of pajamas. "I'm Jiangsu, and I just woke up." The first thing he did was open the fridge to see if there was anything to eat. His name is a homonym for Jiang Si. His age is unknown, and it's also unclear when he died. Jiang Tu cracked an egg into his mouth. "I only remember that it was a summer day." In the classroom, a zombie suddenly appeared, causing everyone to panic. While I was studying, I turned into a zombie, and after that, Jiang Tu fully joined the zombie group. I was originally just a very ordinary zombie, following wherever my kind went. Then, these zombies started to gain some awareness. They tried to exercise diligently by hanging bait in front of them and chasing it to survive, avoiding being captured by humans and turned into lamp oil. To avoid being turned into a perpetual motion machine by humans, I started exercising. They even learned to go to the gym and lift weights, not eating human flesh, just chugging protein shakes to live. Finally, I succeeded. By this time, Jiang Tu had grown into a strong young man with unparalleled power. He stood on a high place, looking down. He thought to himself, "I've become invincible." He clenched his fists, his face dark and gloomy. The wind blew Jiang Tu's hat off, revealing a satisfied smile on his dead face. At that moment, his face returned to normal, like a human's. Next was his fourth form, with a firm, muscular appearance and long black hair that reached his knees. This was also his strongest form, proof of his power and all the effort he had put in over the years. Jiang Tu recalled his battles with enemies, the times he had to personally inflict so much harm on others. I've grown tired of war. For the sake of peace, I've decided to help humanity. After tireless efforts to help humanity solve its problems, the new Zombie King incident and the ancients changed humanity's perception of zombies. In the sky, a hot air balloon flew high, unfurling a banner. I finally have a city of my own. But Jiang Tu returned to the present. He was at home, wearing pajamas. As he was about to brush his teeth, he realized, I think I've become too strong. It's because they're afraid of me that humans will stop at nothing to destroy me. I just found out yesterday. Someone's finger was ringing Jiang Tu's doorbell. He only opened the door a tiny crack and asked, Who is it? It turned out to be Tu Lang. She immediately put her hands on her hips, frowning in annoyance. What are you doing? What kind of leader are you? I've been waiting for you for 2 hours. Jiang Tu bluntly slammed the door in her face. He only managed to reply, Almost done. Here, the scene shifts to an academy. A large crowd had gathered, and a ceremony was taking place inside. The person on stage announced clearly, A new year has begun. We have witnessed the growth of this academy together. We are living in a dangerous era. This era also presents us with countless opportunities and challenges. The person hosting the event was Lam Ki. She extended her hand towards the side of the stage to announce someone. This time, Jiang Tu will lead our academy to a prosperous future. Jiang Tu walked out a bit shyly. Lam Ki shouted respectfully, Please welcome the new director after seeing him. Everyone in the audience shouted in unison. Greetings, director. At this moment on stage, the center of attention was Jiang Tu. All eyes were on him. Jiang Tu scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, trying to find something to say for the sake of it. Good morning, everyone must be hungry. Right, I brought some chicken eggs. After hearing his speech, which they expected to be grand, but turned out to be completely random, everyone's face went blank with disappointment. And just like that, Jiang Tu replaced the previous leader, becoming the new director. The old director's subordinate turned to him and said, The team leader has been replaced. The director gritted his teeth and replied angrily, Shut up. Do you think you can beat him inside the minister's office? He was sitting thoughtfully, drinking water. Supervisor Tran rushed in, pushing others aside and shouting, Move it! This is urgent! Someone saw her and asked with concern, What's the matter? Supervisor Tran, why are you in such a panic? She stopped, fumbled in her purse to take something out, and stammered, It's a big deal. Supervisor Tran held out a mobile device towards the minister. It announced, Incoming call from the president. Hearing the word president, he jumped, not knowing what was happening. The minister took the phone. He stood up straight to compose himself before speaking to the president. He hurriedly explained the situation and assured him, I was planning to report to you in the near future. Yes, I understand. Everything happened so suddenly before that I didn't have time to report it. I absolutely was not trying to hide anything. I guarantee I will complete your orders. Mr. President, Supervisor Tran, standing behind him, couldn't contain her curiosity and asked, What is it, Mr. Minister? The minister replied, The whole world probably knows about the ancients' incident by now. She was curious, not understanding how the information had spread so quickly. How could that be? We clearly kept it under wraps. The minister dropped the phone on the table and continued, How could they not know something this big? The other hemisphere already knows all about it. Supervisor Tran picked up the phone and read the information written in the news. According to news reports from the north, a fierce battle broke out in the south, and it seems the ancients have appeared. The minister also continued calmly. Furthermore, the exchange conference is about to begin. A lot of things are happening at once. He turned to ask Supervisor Tran, Where's the stuff we asked you to buy? She held up 2 plastic bags in her hands and answered, It's all here. The scene changes to Jiang Tu's house in City H. It was a beautiful sunny day. The minister was already standing in front of his door. The minister was holding a bag of eggs. the thing Jiang Tu loved most. Before ringing the doorbell, the minister carefully calculated his move. If I've already made him the director, then fulfilling his duties shouldn't be a problem at all. Then he decided to press the bell. Before he could, the door creaked open. It revealed the face of a girl. It was Tu Lang. She opened the door wider, revealing a very cute and equally seductive cat ear-made outfit underneath. Seeing Tu Lang dressed like that, the minister jumped and yelled, "Damn it, you're Tu Lang! And what's with this outfit? Could it be that you two?" She was just as shocked as he was, knowing he had misunderstood. She hurriedly tried to clear things up. Minister, it's a misunderstanding. It's not what you think." Lam Ki also appeared from somewhere, holding 2 plates of cake. She was also wearing a maid outfit identical to Tu Lang's. Seeing him, she exclaimed, "Oh my, Minister?" Seeing Lam Ki had also joined the maid club, the minister felt like he'd been struck by lightning and said, trembling with indignation, "You girls, Jiang Tu just got promoted, and you're brazenly playing this game in front of me. I have no choice but to report this to my superiors. You're really taking it this far?" Lam Ki suddenly looked down at something. Seeing something strange made her scream and drop the plates of cake. The minister felt betrayed and disappointed in the 2 girls, so he turned his back in a huff to leave, making an excuse. "I have an urgent matter to attend to back at headquarters." Seeing the minister's misunderstanding, both Tu Lang and Lam Ki shouted in unison to explain. Minister, you've misunderstood. We were just celebrating that jerk's promotion. As for why we're dressed like this, it's because we lost a game." The minister stopped and asked curiously, "What's this? Are you two attending a meeting dressed like this? I've never seen you dressed like this before." Inside the house, Jiang Si was playing cards with Xiao Xiao. She was also wearing a maid outfit, and so was Chief Song. He held his cards fanned out, his mind calculating with a tense expression. "This time, I'll defeat you, Jiang Si." He drew a red card from Jiang Si's hand, making him scream as if he'd been caught. On the other side, a banner was hung with the words, "Chief Jiang Si's grand debut." Team leader Gang stood below, setting off fireworks and shouting, "Anyone who doesn't show up is fired." The minister, witnessing this ridiculous scene, was stunned and bewildered. In front of him, a series of vegetables flew through the air, followed by countless slashes. In the blink of an eye, it turned out to be team leader Gang Dai, who was using a sword to chop vegetables, of all things. In the end, the result arranged on a plate was a dish that looked absolutely delicious. Gang Dai held up 2 plates of food and excitedly shouted, "The sushi is here!" Suddenly, he glanced to the side, and his eyes met the minister's. The minister also stood there, speechless, not knowing what to say. Gang Dai panicked and hurriedly explained in a loud voice, Minister, it's not what you think. I'm not that kind of person. Jiang Si forced me to do it." The minister just calmly raised a hand to his mouth, trying to appear composed as he uttered, "Ahem." Then, regaining his authority, he announced to everyone in a serious tone, "Since everyone is already here, it saves me the trouble of calling a meeting. I want to discuss an urgent matter with all of you." At this point, the minister joined everyone and sat down at the table. Jiang Si looked at him and asked, "Aren't you the leader of the human race?" The minister replied, "No." Seeing Gang Dai, who was wearing an apron, diligently bringing food over, the minister turned and said, "Thank you." He touched his horned armor and began to explain. Each region has several provinces that stretch for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. The whole gossiping bunch gathered around, staring intently at the minister. Unexpectedly, the minister removed the armor from his mouth and said, "I'm just the chairman of Biguangzhou province." He looked at the surprised, gossiping group and asked, "What's wrong with you all?" They quickly turned away to avoid his gaze and replied, "Nothing." The minister then began to explain the details to Jiang Si. This world has 2 continents, which means there are only 2 countries. One is country A, and the other is country B. We live in country A. He then went on a long spiel, explaining that the 2 countries cooperated to eliminate zombies, but later had conflicts and competed for influence. To keep the peace, they organized the Permanent Friendship Exchange Conference. But in reality, peace is maintained by military strength. The cause of the tension is the difference in their systems of government. Country A has a federal system with a developed economy, while Country B is a monarchy with a strong military force. Both want to change the other and unify humanity. Although Country A often loses in confrontations, thanks to the president's intelligence, the country has not yet been annexed. A war between two countries of the same race is absurd. After hearing that whole chaotic explanation, Jiang Si was bewildered. What's an exchange conference? Ziling spoke up to help him understand. It's like a school sports festival, but on a global scale. You could also think of it as a military drill that goes around the world. It's held once every 4 years, and they won the last one. Hearing this, Jiang Si said indifferently, "What's that so boring?" Lan Qi leaned back with her hands on the table, looked into the distance, and remarked, "Last time, in the zombie killing category alone, one of their states killed 8 million of them. It's unbelievable." Hearing about such a horrifying zombie killing record, Jiang Si, a zombie himself, jumped in shock and yelled, "What?" Lan Qi glanced at him and reminded him, "You're the chief. You have to participate. This time." Hearing her words, Jiang Si trembled with fear and thought to himself, "Does this woman really think I'm human?" The minister, who had been listening, spoke up to reassure everyone. "Don't worry, we're setting the agenda this time, so there won't be an event like that. We won't bring that shame upon ourselves." Jiang Si, still confused, asked again, "Monarchy or federal system? What's all that? I don't get it." The scene changes to the sky above the city, where a white airplane is flying by. A person walks into an office in a building and says, "You summoned us." That place was the capital of Country B. On a table were documents, photo files, and written reports about the ancient being's attack on Earth. A few months ago, a man sitting in a chair with his back to them didn't even look at who entered his room and just said curtly, "Take the pictures on the table and look at them. These were sent by Country A." The woman replied, "Yes, sir." She quickly picked up a photo showing the giant robots with their swords stuck into the surface of the earth. The two girls examining the documents were the Yao twin sisters. The one with black hair was the older sister, and the one with brown hair was the younger. Both of them stared at the unbelievable photo. The older Yao sister looked at the giant robots and suddenly realized, this is the science and technology of the ancient beings. The mysterious man put down his coffee cup and explained the situation. The intelligence department suspects that Country A has gotten its hands on this technology. Once Country A possesses that power, our country will be at a disadvantage, he continued, speaking to the Yao sisters. Next month, the president of Country A will visit our country. You two are my most capable subordinates. What your older sister did has nothing to do with you. He lifted his coffee cup and announced coldly, "I called you here to investigate this matter thoroughly." The man, revealing a brown goatee, continued talking about their older sister's participation in that armed rebellion. "The king is very much against it, but you two can rest assured. As long as you handle this matter properly, I will put in a good word for your sister with the royal family." The two sisters shouted in unison, "Yes, sir, Mr. Prime Minister." The sky was gloomy. The scene changes to a science laboratory, where a voice announces clearly, "The CH-47 solution is prepared. It can be injected at any time." Jiaming stood confidently with his arms crossed, observing the situation. The green-haired man, his subordinate, was busy at work. "Connected to devices number 1, number 2, and 3. Please respond." Another scientist, pulling an electrical lever, reported, "Connected to number 3. Inside the laboratory, an ancient being was sitting naked on an electric chair. The green-haired man now spoke up. "All right, Brother Ming," Jiaming replied with satisfaction. "Very good," the green-haired man asked him curiously. "Brother Ming, this ancient being has existed for over 1,000 years, so it must have become a specimen long ago, can we really revive him?" Jiaming, without a hint of hesitation, arrogantly declared in a firm voice, "In the field of biology, there is nothing I cannot do." At that moment, he gave a cold command. "Begin." The scientist on the other side forcefully pushed the lever down. Instantly, a scream so loud it could tear the sky apart roared out in agony. The green-haired man was astonished and wondered to himself, Is the ancient being really coming back to life? He remembered the giant robot from that battle and couldn't help but marvel. If we can revive such a powerful figure, it would truly be a miracle. The ancient being was hit by a series of electric shocks, and the terrifying magical energy sent tremors even outside the underground laboratory. Thick smoke and dust billowed out, stunning all the witnesses with fear. Inside, the ancient being was still being continuously electrocuted amidst the dense smoke. Someone was heard coughing. The green-haired guy, thinking the job was done, let out a joyful laugh, looking satisfied at the electric chair. But it wasn't the ancient being. It was a shirtless, bald man. Not knowing where this man came from, the green-haired guy panicked and cursed loudly. Damn it! He was dazed, his head spinning, unable to understand. What was happening? Where was the ancient being? Where the hell did he go? Immediately, the green-haired guy rushed into the laboratory. He grabbed the bald man by the collar and shook him, questioning him relentlessly. Where is the ancient being? Speak up, who are you? The bald man, with tears streaming down his face, trembled and replied, I am the ancient being. Please don't kill me, the green-haired guy pulled out a photo of the giant robot and berated him. Are you kidding me? You looked this badass before, and now you're telling me this is your real form. It turned out the bald man really was the ancient being. He then explained everything in detail. I'm just an IT guy. I have no combat power. A mecha designer. Designing a cool avatar for himself. What's wrong with that? Kiet Min had been observing from behind the glass the entire time. He couldn't hold back his disappointment and clicked his tongue. Just as Kiet Min turned to leave, the ancient being called out to stop him. Hey, you there? We're both human, right? Aren't you going to chat? For a bit? He turned his head back, curious, his glasses glinting with a mysterious light. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. No one said a word. The green-haired guy was also completely bewildered. Kiet Min was the first to speak. What do you want to talk about? The ancient being got straight to the point. Although our starting points are different, our goal is the same. We can cooperate. Thinking the man was too weak, Kiet Min turned his back in frustration and left, giving his reason. You were defeated by Jiang Si. I thought you were a stronger vessel than that vampire, but I was wrong. I have to continue my research. Don't bother me. The ancient being recalled the experiments on Qing, the Jiang Si, and revealed. We studied Jiang Tu's genes 1,000 years ago. Your method won't work. Jiang Tu's strength isn't what's terrifying. It's his ability for infinite enhancement. Kiet Min was a bit puzzled, not quite understanding. The ancient being regained his authority and declared, Right now, we are the two smartest people in the world. He looked at Kiet Min and analyzed the situation. You are strong in biology, and you also have Jiang Tu's genes. The ancient being continued, and I possess unparalleled technology, along with the knowledge of how to use Jiang Tu's genes. Why don't we create a new Jiang Tu? As soon as he finished speaking, all three of them were stunned, as if struck by lightning. The green-haired guy instinctively yelled, What? The ancient being calmly asked back. What do you think? Kiet Min pondered, for a moment, full of hesitation. Then he extended his hand for a handshake and said, I agree. And so, the two most cunningly intelligent minds in the world shook hands, sealing their happy cooperation. From inside the lab, the green-haired guy's shrill scream echoed. What? Make this guy the president's bodyguard, Jami? Scene shifts to inside Jiang Tu's house. After they had discussed something, Tu Lang shot up, slammed the table, and shouted, What, is the minister insane, making this guy the president's bodyguard? She looked at Jiang Tu and muttered to herself, He could kill the president. He looked bewildered, pointing at himself. The minister spoke in a serious, deep voice. I have no other choice. The visit is approaching, and things aren't exactly stable in Country B. Not to mention they already know about the ancient being. I'm afraid they'll do something reckless. Lam Ki listened intently, not knowing what to say. The minister pushed his knees up to stand and hastily made the final decision. It's settled then. The president's family has instructed us to select top experts from each province as bodyguards. He looked at Jiang Tu and continued to persuade him. Hasn't Jiang Tu always wanted to integrate into the Upper echelons of human society. If the president's family gives the order, no one will dare to question your identity anymore. The minister stood with his back to them and explained, "But you can't reveal your identity just yet. A Jiang Si working as a public servant would still cause a major social upheaval. From now on, all team leaders in Guangzhou will have to listen to you. To prevent any mishaps, I'll allow you to bring 2 of your most capable assistants." Finally, he had no choice but to encourage them. "Everyone, do your best. Don't bring shame. To our Guangzhou." Time passed quickly, and the scene changes to Jiang Tu's office. At this moment, Xiao He and his other close subordinates were all gathered. Jiang Tu sat on the desk facing them. He began to announce, "The provincial governor has issued an order. We will be the president's bodyguards, and I'm allowed to bring 2 assistants. Who wants to come with me?" Everyone hesitated. No one could make a firm decision right away. Xiao He was the first to speak. He gave his reason for declining. "At the end of the year, I still have to worry about taxes. My king, I'm not good with that." Agu also couldn't accept Jiang Tu's request. "My king, me too. The security issues in many districts still need me to handle them," Akam added. "Me too." But on A Lang and Aju's side, it was the complete opposite. The 2 of them were incredibly excited and eager. "We're free, my king. We can go. Let's show the humans how terrifying we are." Seeing their attitude, Jiang Tu was pleased and praised them. "Alang, Aju, I like you 2 very much." Some time passed, and Jiang Tu was leading Alang and Aju outside on leashes, as if walking dogs. These 2 underlings were a bit awkward and not very confident. Facing them was Tu Long and Lam Ki's group. Lam Ki looked at the 2 beasts before her and marveled. Such cute doggies. Then she crouched down, wiggling her fingers and calling, "Here, doggy." Aju felt his appearance was being looked down upon and roared angrily in Lam Ki's face. "Are you cooing at me? Do you want me to bite you to death?" Lam Ki was startled and jumped to her feet, taking a defensive stance. She trembled and said, The dog is talking." Tu Lang spoke up, placing a hand on Lam Ki's shoulder and explaining, "These are Jiang Tu's underlings." Then Tu Lang crossed her arms and got to the main point. "Follow me. The president wants to see you." They now followed a dark figure that led them to a manufacturing plant. Inside the factory, a few people were already waiting. A girl in a pink dress looked at Jiang Tu's group as they arrived and said, "Look, the people from the Guangzhou Abnormal Academy are here." A masked man walked over to start a conversation. "Took you long enough. I thought you were going to abandon the mission. I guess I was overthinking it." He got right in front of Jiang Tu and spoke in a condescending tone. "I just can't understand why your academy would replace Director Qin with an unknown junior like you." The masked guy peered closely at his face and wondered, why does the president trust the people from Guangzhou so much? "People from the neighboring province like us are plenty strong. You know, I could take on 10 guys like you." Before he could finish bragging, a massive punch slammed right into his face. Model. The masked guy was sent flying to the side, creating a small explosion. Turns out, Jiang Tu had punched him. He stood up and asked again, "What did you just say?" Seeing the situation, Tu Lang couldn't help but rub his head and sigh in exasperation. The 2 on the other side stared in astonishment. Seeing this, Lam Ki let out a soft, triumphant laugh. The scene changes to an office where Jiang Tu is now standing before the president of country A. With his back turned, the president asked coldly, "You're Jiang Tu?" Jiang Tu stood at attention, swallowing hard out of nervousness. The president continued, "Minister Kwang Chao said you are very strong, perfectly capable of handling the position of chief bodyguard for the president." The president of country A smiled slyly, revealing his yellow beard as he asked, "So then, if we encounter danger, you'll be able to keep me safe, right?" Jiang Tu scratched his head and replied shyly, "Honestly, danger is nothing to me." The president immediately burst out laughing and replied, "Henry, Minister Kwang Chao is so confident. If that's the case, then I'll trust you." Outside, the sky was clear and blue, with a plane flying by. At that moment, in the ruins of some city outside of country B, a lone, cold figure sat forlornly. revealing the fair, slender legs of a girl. She was a stunningly beautiful girl, dressed in an incredibly alluring black dress. As the woman was sitting, a voice called out, "Big sis!" She turned to look and stood up, propping herself on one leg. The person who had called her raised a weapon and said, "Here's your gear." It was a Thap. He placed a hand on his chest and announced, "The zombie core is ready." She equipped what he gave her, then started walking, saying, "A Thap, you did well, good work. As for what comes next, just leave it to me." Zombies were roaming through the desolate city. She spoke up, asking, "A Thap, why is it that in such a beautiful world, humans just can't stop fighting each other?" Watching a young man and a zombie fighting together, a Thap replied, "I don't know. I'm not human." But then he answered, again, "Perhaps it's for resources." A massive army of zombies was gathering. The woman walked forward to look at them, offering her own perspective on the question she'd asked herself. "I believe it's because of selfishness." Then she shouted to all of them. "Brothers," she declared resolutely, "you've all heard the news, haven't you? The president of country A is about to visit. Our mission is to eliminate those bastards." A Dao and another young man listened intently to the woman's words. Many people asked, "Why? Do we have to do this?" Since the zombie outbreak began, I admit it has brought a lot of trouble to humanity. But the truth is, zombies are no match for humans. The woman brought up the past. Zombies were nothing in the face of human science and technology. 100 years ago, humans had already figured out how to control zombies. She posed a question. But why are they still pouring resources into their military to wipe out all zombies now? Then she answered herself in anger. This is a conspiracy. It's because country A and country B are hiding the fact that zombies can have their own consciousness. Eradicating zombies is just an excuse for their internal power struggles. Thinking of the image of everyone suffering because of this war, she said. Many good people are unaware of this, and so many families have been torn apart. Drawing a parallel from the human situation to the zombies' plight, she affirmed, "Countless sentient zombies have died by their guns. The truth proves that humans can also be friends with zombies." At that moment, the army roared in unison. "Eliminate the presidents of country A and country B and let the whole world know, seeing their determination." The woman fell into a thoughtful silence. Everyone there, humans and zombies alike, raised their hands and declared their goal. "We can coexist peacefully." Lam Ki, Tu, Lang, and Jiang Tu waited boredly on the plane. A live event was being broadcast on TV. "Dear viewers, the exchange conference you've all been waiting for is about to begin." A female reporter was cheerfully hosting the program. "The president of country A will begin a 7-day state visit starting today. A large crowd of people has gathered. Here, this is country B News, reporting live from the scene." On another news channel, there was also a buzz about the issue. "This is country A News. Our president will arrive at the hotel today and will have a meeting with the prime minister of country B tomorrow." Xiaoqi watched the news with great interest. His parent said, "Xiaoqi, come eat, stop watching the news." But he was very curious. "I want to see what the president of country A looks like." Xiaoqi's father stood watching with skepticism. "Quite the spectacle, isn't it? They call it an exchange meeting, but who knows what shady business they're up to?" His mother commented wearily. "Our country is too weak," Xiaoqi still said cheerfully. "The audience knows everything." The plane sped over the ground, having left its own territory. The two Yao sisters appeared. The younger sister asked impatiently, "The mission the prime minister gave us," the older sister replied calmly. "Our priority is to ensure security. We can't let the president of country A run into trouble the moment he lands." The younger sister glanced over and asked, "Will our big sister handle it personally?" The older sister replied nonchalantly, "Knowing her personality, she'll handle it cleanly." Before the plane had even landed, the airport was already packed. The young man from the zombie corps, accompanied by a discreetly dressed person, said confidently, "Everything is in position. I guarantee we can take the head of country A's president." The person with him was a Thap. Suddenly, he felt dizzy and then collapsed to the ground. The young man, seeing this, asked in a panic, "What's wrong?" Seeing him worried, a Thap Are you hurt somewhere? This is no time for jokes. A thap replied. On that plane. There's something that's making me feel a familiar sense of fear. The silhouette of a young man appeared. The boy helped a thap up and reported on his radio. It's nothing. A thap just isn't feeling well, he weakly said. Just stick to the plan. The plane was landing as the reporter's voiceover continued. Dear viewers in front of your screens. She pointed towards the plane and the people around her. The plane is about to land at our nation's capital airport, where the Prime Minister of Country B will receive him. As the plane touched down, everyone was formally welcoming. The President of Country A, she was still cheerful. Let's all welcome peace together. Then she glanced at her notes and announced, the President of Country A has arrived. The plane door had been opened. A man in an elegant black suit appeared, but he was wearing a hood that completely covered his head. That person was Jiang Si. The moment he saw him, a thap was horrified. He snatched the radio and urgently announced, Danger, abort the mission, abort. A Dao, who was preparing to take the sniper shot, heard the signal from a thap. He asked, confused. What? A Dao replied. To get a better sniping position, I've put on a consciousness-enhancing device. The woman received the signal and shot up. What? She hurriedly spoke into the mic. Tell everyone to retreat. That guy is not the President of Country A, as Jiang Si appeared. Dozens of cameras were flashing at him, and television cameras were broadcasting him live. Xiaoqi's family was bewildered. Who is this guy? The boy also sat in a corner, completely stunned. Other families watching the news were also confused. And just like that, Jiang Si made his debut before the entire world. What will happen next? For Jiang Si, who was caught up with these powerful forces, his image appeared on the screen in front of the Yao sisters. They were just as bewildered as everyone else. The younger sister spoke up and asked, Who is this guy? Is he on the list of people accompanying the president? Head bodyguard Jiang Si? Why does he seem so strange on the plane? The minister praised Jiang Si over the radio. Well done, Jiang Si. This is exactly the effect we wanted. You act as a human shield and see if any of these heroes dare to shoot. He answered grumpily. Minister, you didn't used to be like this, did you? Making your subordinate act as a human shield? He replied nonchalantly. It's not like he can die, anyway. While Jiang Si was standing still, he received an order from the minister. That's right, observe your surroundings. After the president comes out, stand right in the sniper's blind spot. He asked helplessly. I can catch your missiles with my bare hands, so do we really need to be this dramatic just to dodge a bullet to everyone's anticipation? He encouraged him. Just bear with it. The president is just an ordinary person. He's not as tough as we are. The female reporter announced, Their president is disembarking. The president of Country A stepped out of the plane door. He waved and smiled at the welcoming crowd. A warm welcome. Welcome to our country, Mr. President. The entire airport began to buzz with noise. Mr. President, you've traveled a long way to be here, so we have prepared a hotel for you. We can discuss matters tomorrow. The visit began. The foreign ambassador stood before the president of Country A, gesturing with his hand. This is the governor of State H, who is in charge of this reception. Ziling approached Jiang Si and said, Focus. The woman watching the screen thought to herself, What was that oppressive feeling just now? Was I just imagining it? Jiang Si stood silently in one spot. The screen showed Jiang Si's image, but there was no movement at the event. The younger Yao sister grew impatient. This is weird. Why hasn't she made her move yet? The older sister replied. I don't know. The older sister turned to her younger sister and said, It's our turn. It seems she's missed the best opportunity to assassinate him. The screen showed the president of Country A making a declaration. The vehicle has listening devices installed in it. As long as they mention anyone from the Dai organization, we'll know. During this 3-day visit. What we have is time. This silenced them both. At the airport, the governor of State H said enthusiastically, We have prepared a vehicle for the president. But he was politely refused. There's no need to go to such trouble. We have our own private transport. Jiang Si, who was standing there, received an order from the minister. Get the president into a different car. Then he held a device in his hand, disconnected it, and pressed a button. Meanwhile, The two Yao sisters were still discussing their plan. The younger one asked, "Didn't they bring their own bodyguards? Are we still setting up security?" The older sister, holding her lollipop, asked back, "How much do you trust Country A's military strength?" She looked at the screen. She said, "Do you see Ziling and Lan Qi with them? Have you forgotten the last exchange they were beaten to a pulp?" The younger sister looked down on them. No matter how grand their security organization is, their country's actual strength is just so-so. The man sitting behind them suddenly shouted, interrupting their conversation. "They didn't get into our vehicle. They got into a different car." The younger sister was shocked. "What?" She immediately grabbed the microphone, wanting to get a clear picture of the situation. Which car did their president get into? "Be specifics, hello." "Hello," the man reported in a panic. "They also brought a jamming device. The connection has been cut." This infuriated her, so much so that she slammed her hand on the table and cursed. "Damn it, Jiang Si, Ziling." And Lan Qi approached two prearranged cars. Following the minister's instructions, they split into two groups and began to move. According to his plan, Jiang Si would take an underground route to get the president to the hotel. He even displayed a detailed map to guide them. Jiang Si began, "From this moment on, no one gets near the president. Ziling and Lan Qi will follow the original route to draw their attention." The woman was still in shock after the recent event. "Big sis," Dao kept asking her over the radio what to do next. "Big sis, what do we do now? Do we proceed with the assassination?" She spoke into the mic. "Listen up. There's someone very strange in that group. I'm ordering everyone to stop." But Adao's connection had been cut, and she couldn't hear the orders. "Hello, are we killing him or not?" "Hello, what is this piece of junk equipment?" He looked at the sniper rifle. "And this rifle too," then kicked it away, sighing. "Seriously, with this much power? Do I still need to use a trashy weapon like this for an assassination? I could just rush in and beat them up." He pulled a knife from his clothes. "Don't worry, big sis Adao." He arrogantly decided to act alone. "I'll wait until I've killed them all, then I'll come and take the credit from you." The man working diligently with the minister asked curiously, "Minister, have they gotten into the car safely? Why did you go to the trouble of jamming the signal?" "Having seen through everything," replied. "Everyone has their own agenda. Do you really think they're safe now? We have one concern, Dr. Jiaming, but their country also has a tough underground organization." Jiang Si was sitting in the car next to the driver when suddenly the president of Country A, sitting in the back seat, spoke up. "Chief Jiang Si is a Jiangxi, isn't he?" Hearing this, he was quite surprised. The president didn't wait for his answer and continued. "You will protect me, won't you?" he replied with a single word. "I will." Hearing his answer, the president of Country A laughed loudly. "Interesting. Then I can rest easy. There's just one more thing. There's no chance that one day you'll suddenly feel like killing us all to rule the world." "Is there?" Jiang Si replied nonchalantly. "I have no interest in that." The driver, hearing the conversation between the two, broke out in a nervous sweat. The woman's lookout reported, "Big sis, we can't contact Adao." This made her anxious. A Thap received the news and guessed that the motorcade must have a jamming device, which was why they couldn't make contact. The young man next to him told him to go steal a car. Then the two Yao sisters also hurried into action, filled with a sense of foreboding. "Get to the motorcade, now." The city center was peaceful. Jiang Si's group's motorcade moved with special forces soldiers lining both sides of the road to ensure security. Suddenly, Lan Qi, sitting next to Ziling, sensed a strange movement. She looked out the window. Curious, she asked, "What's that sound?" A Dao flew down from above, shouting, "Stop right there, all of you." A massive collision occurred. The crash. A Dao caused threw everything into chaos. Lan Qi and Ziling were both surprised as they were thrown from the car. Ziling was bewildered. "What is this?" A Dao emerged from the cloud of dust created by the crash. He looked terrifying. Lan Qi asked in shock, "What the hell is that thing?" Suddenly, from the rooftop of a building, something landed at high speed. It was the two Yao sisters, arriving in a hurry. The older sister shouted, "Ziling, Lan Qi, this guy is dangerous." At that moment, a Thap spoke up. "You foreigners from the other side of the world." He casually raised his knife and declared, "I'll show you the power of a country B Jiangxi." Then he let out a breath, full of fighting spirit. Hearing this, Lan Qi said in confusion. Jiang Si. The older Yao sister immediately realized it was the Jiang Si boss under her command. A Dao raised his hand, creating a quantity of black oil, then swung it around him in a circle. An arc. Oil manifestation. Then he flicked his lighter and ordered the attack. Lam Qi was stunned. What a thap had used the fire to ignite the pool of oil he created, sending a massive blaze, rushing towards her. The younger Yao cousin was shocked to see this. The fire, with its immense destructive power, shot towards Tulang and Lam Qi, but they managed to jump away in time to dodge. The younger Yao cousin shouted a warning. Don't let that fire touch you. It can't be extinguished. Tulang was completely bewildered and asked Diu Hu Tweet, Diu Hu Vu, why are you two? Lam Qi saw how wide the flames were spreading and grit her teeth in frustration. On a building somewhere in the city, a thap and the young man with him received an order from their boss. You have to drag a Dao back for me. We've already missed our chance for the assassination. A Dao going off plan will give the president of country B leverage over us. He replied, Understood, big sis. I'm on my way now. A thap told the young man. You don't need to help me up. I've recovered. Jiang Tu was sitting silently in the car. A thap and the young man got out onto the street and saw a car. He was noticing something. Jiang Tu, sitting in the car, was looking right at him, which made a thap extremely alarmed. What a sword was moving at incredible speed, flying straight towards a Dao's face. It was Lam Qi's sword. She appeared with her blades and advanced on him, saying, Who do you think you're looking down on? Seeing this, he immediately took something out, lit it behind his back, and then threw it straight at her, saying, Is that so? The object flew in front of Lam Qi and suddenly exploded into a cloud of smoke and dust. She couldn't react in time and was enveloped by it, coughing violently. After the smoke cleared, before she could even compose herself, she was attacked by a Dao. What a Dao was right in front of her, decisively attacking her with a knife. Seeing this, Tulang was stunned and shouted, Lam Qi! The two Yao sisters were also stunned. We told you to be careful. Lam Qi was sent flying by his attack. He then held his knife, ready to fight the Chat. Next opponent. She had been taken down by a Dao, her body covered in injuries as she leaned against a car. Tulang was in a state of utter panic, screaming, Lam Qi! The two Yao sisters also rushed over to help. Suddenly, a Dao was surrounded by numerous swords. The two of them appeared before Tulang to help, saying, Get your president out of here. Now, with that little power, you still dare to attack Hurry and get Lam Qi to a hospital. You might still be able to save her. They each held a sword in their hands. The younger sister said, Looks like we have to use force after all. The younger sister threatened a Dao. We don't want to execute you. I suggest you get lost, now. He angrily pointed at them and retorted, Bullshit. If it weren't for the fact that you're Big Sis's actual sisters, I would have chopped you up and sold you for parts a long time ago. But fine, you little brats. I'll take this opportunity to teach you a lesson on Big Sis's behalf. A Dao began to use his power, saying, Don't say I didn't warn. You... He created a pool of black oil around himself, then said, Oil manifestation. This made Tulung and the two Yao sisters stare with wide, bewildered eyes. A Dao's lighter fell into the pool of oil on the ground, and it burst into flames. The scene before her stunned Tulung. The pool of oil was igniting, creating a blaze that surrounded a Dao. His head, hands, and other parts of his body were on fire. When the flames subsided, a Dao himself was the one burning. He stood there menacingly, a grotesque figure with his head and both hands engulfed in flames. The Yao sisters were utterly astonished, screaming as a Dao brazenly transformed right in front of them. The younger sister said in amazement, He can transform... The older sister was stunned. What? Meanwhile, Tulang stood silently behind them, her face dark and frighteningly quiet. A Dao boasted,
What's wrong? Never seen this before. I went easy on you out of respect for Big Sis. Did you really think you were all that? The older sister saw that Tulang hadn't taken Lam Qi away yet and asked, Why?
Haven't you left yet? Just then, her body also began to change. Seeing her preparing to fight, a voice called out, Tulang, stand back. It was Lam Ki. She was slowly floating up. You had your chance to shine last time. Seeing this, the Yao sisters and Adao were all shocked. She finished her sentence. Now, it's my turn. She stood up, with Tu Lang, ready to fight. Her face had transformed into a terrifying skull. Seeing this, the horrified Yao sisters screamed. What the hell is that? Lam Ki held her weapon majestically and said, Let me experience it for myself. Let's see just how strong the Director General's genes are. Tu Lang's face also transformed into a skull with 2 sharp horns. She drew her sword and replied, Fine, let's make this quick. Don't waste any more time. At this point, the Yao sisters were still bewildered and suspicious. When? Did you? Are you guys even human anymore? Adao watched, also confused. What is this? Why do I get the feeling they're my kind? That's not right. They're not my kind. Lam Ki raised her sword, taunting him. What are you waiting for? Didn't you say you wanted to kill us all? He charged forward excitedly, saying, Big words, huh? Fine. I'll grant you your wish. A corner of the city was already affected by Adao's fire. He swung his arms, unleashing his power in all directions, creating a massive fireball and sending it hurtling forward. Lam Ki didn't dodge in fear. Instead, she stood defiantly before it, absorbed it, inhaled, and then decisively swallowed the entire fireball into her mouth. The younger Yao cousin was aghast at the sight. What? She swallowed it whole. Then, the shockwave from their power knocked her backward. Seeing Lam Ki's display, Adao was intrigued and said, Interesting. Lam Ki closed in on him with incredible speed, then landed a kick right in his face, making him panic. How impossible. Her kick was so powerful it knocked him off balance, but he managed to catch himself with his hands. Suddenly, he received a signal from his boss. Adao, do you read? Me. But he was still focused on Lam Ki's power. Was that really a kick from a human? The boss yelled angrily. Answer me if you can hear me. Adao didn't care and simply replied, I'm busy. Lam Ki let out a cheerful laugh. In another quiet and safe building, Jiang Tu was there, receiving a call from the minister, who informed him. Jiang Tu, it looks like Tu Lang and Lam Ki are in some trouble, he asked. Is the connection back to normal? He then inquired about the situation. Has the president arrived?
At the hotel safely, the man replied. He has, the minister said. I need you to head over to Tu Lang's location and see what's happened, Jiang Tu asked carefully. If I go over there now, will things
be all right here? The man answered. This is our territory. It's perfectly safe. Then he immediately hung up the phone. After receiving the order, Jiang Tu started to move. All right, I'm on my way. Lam Ki was standing silently on the previously damaged car. Hu, who was resting inside a test tube, came out in a panic and asked, What is Lam Ki doing? Lam Ki was holding a syringe filled with a solution, saying, I don't care. Is she trying to compete with Tu Lang? We're both team leaders, but she gets to surpass me? I won't allow that to happen. Hu looked at her rebellious state and tried to reason with her. This substance hasn't been fully researched yet. We don't know if there are any side effects. But she didn't care and told her to shut up. Then she began to inject the substance into her arm. The solution was being injected into Lam Ki. She tried to endure the pain, using all her strength. Now that she's transformed, she's standing completely still, not making a move. Seeing this, Ziling tells Lam Ki to control her emotions. Suddenly, a Jiao laughs with amusement. Now this is getting interesting. The 2 Yao sisters turn to look at him in surprise. Lam Ki opens her mouth and absorbs the fire he created.
Seeing this, he powers up and creates a fiery vortex, saying smugly, Keep burning her. She unleashes the fire she absorbed, yelling, Giving it right back to you.
Lam Ki unleashes several times the amount of fire she took in. This stuns everyone. What? A Jiao is buried in the flames, screaming in agony. He can't believe this is happening. No, this is impossible. Just as the flames disappear, Lam Ki appears right in front of a Jiao. The younger Yao sister is completely astonished. She can actually blow it back out. In the blink of an eye, she kicks a Jiao, sending him crashing to the ground. Her kick is so powerful that he smashes through the cracked concrete, plummeting deep underground. After defeating him, Lam Ki says gleefully, "This feels amazing." A Jiao climbs up from below, cursing furiously. "Amazing my ass! What the hell are you?" Ziling warns her from behind. "Lam Ki, control your emotions. You're going to lose your mind and go berserk." Hearing this, the younger Yao sister is stunned. Lam Ki's face has now become terrifying, her mouth widening grotesquely as she says, "I want to eat him." The two Yao sisters stare at Lam Ki, completely shocked. She's losing control, constantly trying to attack a Jiao. "Eat me?" He's stunned, speechless. "You?" Then he says angrily, "Who's the real zombie here?" He then receives a signal from Big Sis. "A Jiao, listen to me. Abort the mission now," she advises him. "Something terrifying is heading your way."
Something is approaching from the sky at incredible speed. It's Jiang Si. He leaps down from the sky, creating a massive impact that kicks up a cloud of dust. As the dust slowly settles, a stubborn Zhao replies, "No, I won't accept this. We haven't settled the score yet." Suddenly, a Gui appears from behind and claps a hand on his shoulder. A Gui immediately grabs a Zhao and starts to run, saying, "Let's go!" Seeing this, Lam Ki roars furiously, "No one is getting away. Leave your lives behind." As he's dragged away by a Gui, he says, "Hey, a Gui, we haven't finished our fight yet." A Gui warns him helplessly, "If you try to finish it, you'll end up dead." Unwilling to let them escape, Lam Ki unleashes an enormous blast of power. Seeing its immense size, a Jiao asks in a panic, What is that?" The attack is moving in multiple directions, targeting them. Seeing the situation is bad, a Gui holds out his hand to teleport. Lam Ki's attack has a wide range and slams straight into a building. A Gui seems unable to use his ability, saying in surprise, "What?" The two Yao sisters also can't believe their eyes. Stunned. What was that, some kind of technology? They are hit by the force of Lam Ki's power and thrown backwards. The two fall to the ground in a panic. "What, we're done for. We can't dodge this." The building hit by Lam Ki is now collapsing towards the two girls. Even Ziling can't do anything, yelling, "This is bad. She's lost control. Her energy levels are past the danger point." Zhao Yu closes her eyes, waiting to be buried by the building. But just then, something happened that made their situation safe. Feeling no impact, she opens her eyes to look. Jiang Si has appeared in front of them, splitting the building in two. The two of them are safe, but disheveled and bewildered. What just happened? Xiao Yu stares intently at Jiang Si. He remains silent, then turns his face. At this moment, his face has returned to human form. Xiao Yu stares, dumbfounded. Jiang Si looks down at her without saying a word. Meanwhile, Lam Ki is still out of control, attacking everything around her. Jiang Si glances over at her. Xiao Yu's gaze follows his. He calmly raises his hand, while Lam Ki, oblivious to his presence, continues her aggressive assault. All that can be seen is Jiang Si's fist flying out. He punches Lam Ki straight in the face, shattering the terrifying bone mask covering it. At this, she is no longer aggressive and begins to calm down. Seeing this, the Yao sisters are horrified. "What?" Jiang Si remains silent, looking indifferently at Lam Ki. The bone mask covering Ziling's face also disappears. She calls out in surprise, "Lam Ki!" Lam Ki remains silent with her eyes shut tight, her body seemingly weakening. The two Yao sisters watch the situation intently. When they turn to look at Jiang Si, his face has reverted to that of a zombie. They are all confused and bewildered. Ziling goes to support Lam Ki, saying, "I told you to control your emotions." She just replies curtly, "Got a little too excited." Xiao Yu rubs her eyes and pushes herself up, doubting herself. "Is there something wrong with my eyes? Why did I just see a handsome guy?" But Xiao Shui next to her confirms, "I saw it too. They think there's something wrong with them, questioning their reality. We both saw the same thing, right? Something's wrong. It must be an illusion technique. Are we just that desperate for a man?" Xiao Yu rejects this reason, saying, "No way." Xiao Shui looks at Jiang Si, wondering, who is he, really? He says something to Lam Ki and Ziling, causing them to reply, "Yes, sir." Xiao Shui asks Xiao Yu, "You've been researching Country A for so long. Have you ever seen him?" She's also curious about him and replies, "I've never heard of a figure like this. His group is preparing to get in a car to leave."
Xiao Shui looks at them with certainty. They must possess the power of ancient technology. She mutters in frustration. Damn it, otherwise, how could they be so ridiculously strong? We didn't even get a chance to act. It makes us look pathetically weak. Xiao Yu gets a phone call. Bosses, their president has arrived at the hotel. She announces a delay in their plans. Let's not worry about that for now. Their president is at the hotel. We've been played. We'll discuss it back at headquarters. Then she gives a serious order. Xiao Cat, listen carefully. Investigate what the guy in the hat is doing in Country A for me. Xiao Cat receives the order and replies, Roger that. A Gui drags a Jiao to the rooftop of a building. The sudden landing catches a Jiao off guard, and he face plants on the ground with a cry. He snaps angrily. A Gui, what are you doing? I wasn't done fighting. A Gui doesn't hold back, retorting, Shut up, if I hadn't saved you, you'd be dead for sure. Then a Gui calms down and says to a Jiao, Setting that mysterious guy aside, we've missed our chance for the assassination. I think I sense two unfamiliar presences. Two very powerful zombie bosses have infiltrated our territory. This startles a Jiao. A plane is flying in the sky. As it reaches its destination, it begins to land. On the plane, a Lang and a Mao are inside a pet transport crate. The older sister shook Xiling's hand and asked, Is everything confirmed? She replied, Yes, it is. The older sister then announced, The official visit will begin in 2 days. Here's to a successful cooperation. Afterward, the four of them went their separate ways. The younger sister glanced at Lan Qi and Xiling, remarking, Those two girls are really shrewd. They won't reveal the source of that power to us. The older sister turned and asked, There's only one way. Has the expert we invited arrived yet? The younger sister glanced at her watch and said, He should have arrived by now. 2 days later, on a bright and clear morning, the president of Country A began his 7-day visit. A female reporter from Country B confidently hosted the broadcast as always. Dear viewers, the president of Country A has arrived at our largest shopping mall. The camera panned around, showing a massive crowd had gathered. As the reporter continued, He is here to survey our business models, and there's a possibility of closing some major deals. The camera cut to a shot of the Country B ambassador speaking with the president of Country A.
Everyone is giving him a warm welcome. This afternoon, he will visit several tech companies. The reporter then announced that he would be meeting the Black Queen later in the evening.
The surrounding crowd scrambled to take pictures of the moment. In a formal meeting room, a voice announced, I am here to hold a roundtable conference with our Prime Minister to negotiate the terms of the exchange. By the time the meeting concluded, it was late at night. Xiling followed Jiang Si out of the room. Sighing, I'm exhausted. This visit is finally almost over. Good thing they're coordinating on security. Otherwise, it'd be even worse. On a monitor, the Yao twin sisters were watching an image of Jiang Si. The younger sister asked, Are you sure you saw him transform into a handsome man? The older sister stated firmly, I'm positive. There's no way I was mistaken. The door behind them opened, and a man stepped inside, announcing, The Prime Minister sent me to coordinate with you. The younger sister casually said, Come over here. She addressed him. Minister Kui, he asked directly. Just tell me, whose memories do you need me to take? She stared at the image of Jiang Si on the screen and said, His.
She quickly briefed him. The visit has concluded, so we're short on time. This man is a mysterious figure from Country A. Looking at the minister, she stated firmly, We couldn't dig up anything on him, but I'm sure he's connected to the Ancient Ones. The minister chuckled. Got it. There's nothing in my profession that I can't handle.
Minister Kui held a small bottle, sprayed himself with it, and said, Disguise. A cloud of white smoke enveloped him. When it dissipated, he had taken on a different appearance. He had transformed into the president of Country A and asked, Well, do I look the part? The Yao sisters smirked. We're counting on you. Jiang Si was waiting for Xiling to get a drink from the vending machine. She pulled out a bottle of water and handed it to him, saying, Here. Holding her own drink, she asked, You know, I've always wanted to ask, how long have you lived?
He looked flustered and replied, I don't know. I've forgotten. Xiling started guessing curiously. 800 years, 1,000, 2,000. Then she tossed her can into the trash and started to walk off.
She said, Never mind, it's pointless to ask since you don't even know how old you are. He remained standing there, holding the water bottle, and said, I'm going to bed. A young man and a Ta were hiding behind a wall. The young man asked, Are you sure we should be here? A Ta replied nervously. I just want to confirm who that guy I saw the other day really is. He's definitely not human. Anyway, as he reached the end of the wall, he froze. Jiang Si's back was right in front of him. A Ta jumped in surprise. He looked at Jiang Si and felt a terrifying power from within him staring him down, threatening him. A Ta immediately turned and fled, dragging the young man along. This is bad. I'm backing out, run. The young man cried out, completely confused. Meanwhile, Jiang Si was walking down a corridor when his phone rang. When he answered, Ziling's voice came through. It's Ziling. The president is asking for you. He asked, confused. Weren't you going to bed? But in reality, it was Xiaoyu mimicking her voice. Never mind that, the president is calling for you. We'll be waiting in room 614. Just then, Ziling saw Lan Qi walk into her room and asked, Lan Qi, why are you here? She replied, The president summoned us. Elsewhere, a hand opened a door. It was Jiang Si. Seeing him, Minister Kui, disguised as the president, said, Ah, you've arrived. Perfect timing. There's something I need to ask you. Meanwhile, Ziling was desperately trying to get in touch with Jiang Si. Lan Qi asked, Have you reached him yet? No, she replied. Xiaoyu said smugly. We know how to jam signals too. We're finally going to learn the source of that power. Lan Qi and Ziling walked into a room where A Lang and A Mao were sitting quietly inside a cage. The real president of country A was casually playing a video game, Ziling asked. Mr. President, you sent for us. He replied, I need to use the restroom. He then said a lot of other things that left the two of them completely frozen. In front of the restroom, Lan Qi and Ziling stood staring at the gender signs on the doors. Ziling asked doubtfully, Is it really okay for us not to go in with him? Lan Qi replied casually, This is our turf. What could possibly happen? Inside the men's room, two men were at the urinals. It was the young man and a Ta. The young man asked curiously about what had just happened. A Ta, why did you drag me all the way here just to run away? He replied, I just wanted to make sure, and to see if we still had a chance. Hearing this, the young man was skeptical. How could we? Didn't you say there was some terrifying guy here? We already missed our window. Just then, the president of country A appeared, casually whistling. He stood at the urinal next to them. He glanced over at Ata's junk and said cheerfully, Hey bro, not bad. The two women standing guard outside began to get anxious when he didn't come out. A corner of the building was suddenly destroyed. The young man and Ata burst out, carrying the president of country A on their shoulders, laughing heartily. Ata exclaimed, Could we be any luckier? They cheered with glee. We've hit the jackpot. We searched high and low, and he was right under our noses. Ata and the young man rushed across the rooftops, trying to get back to their base as fast as they could. They laughed gleefully. I can't believe this unexpected haul.
They'll have to be impressed with us this time. Outside, Lan Qi and Ziling heard the commotion. What was that noise, they wondered, awkwardly. The two of them peeked into the men's room.
Lan Qi wondered, What on earth is the president doing in there to make so much noise? But they were both stunned to see that a wall in the restroom had been completely destroyed. Realizing the situation, they screamed in panic. Alarms began to blare throughout the building. Everyone rushed to their posts as an announcement came over the comms. Attention all personnel. The president is missing. Impose a media blackout. We must find him before the press gets wind of this. Inform the country B officials. This happened on their turf. They must assist in pulling the security footage. Lan Qi and Ziling waited anxiously in the president's suite. She held her phone, trying repeatedly to contact Ziling. Hello, have you reached Chief Jiang Si yet? Lan Qi replied. No, I have no idea where he is. This made Ziling grit her teeth in frustration. Lan Qi said impatiently, I'll just transform and go look for him. But Ziling rushed to stop her. Wait, hold on. Did you forget you almost couldn't transform back a few days ago? Ziling warned. You don't have Jiang Si here to help you.
Or she'll devour everyone here. She holds up her hand to explain. Even I can't control it 100%.
Let's not let it get to the point where we become a threat to the president's life. We can't use it unless it's absolutely necessary. Hearing this, Lam Ki asks in confusion. So what do we do now? Why are they all silent and not reacting? The two of them appear in front of A Mao and A Lang's cage, making them uneasy. Lam Ki speaks up and asks Tu Lang, "Are you serious?" She crouches down, holding out the key from the president of country A, and asks, "This belongs to the president. Can you find it?" A Mao simply replies, "Let us out first." After being released, they sit on a chair. Lam Ki doubts Tu Lang. They're not dogs. Can they really find it? Suddenly, a Lang grabs a Mao's collar and starts pulling him up. This leaves Lam Ki and Tu Lang completely stunned. A Lang throws a Mao straight at the wall. The wall of the room is severely damaged. The two girls cover their eyes as they're enveloped in a cloud of dust. A Lang looks up at the destroyed wall and says joyfully, "We're free." He gets into a ready stance, then crouches down to build up momentum. Instantly, he flies out at an incredible speed, shouting, "Just leave it to us." The soldiers are surrounded by the dust cloud. Lang created, coughing nonstop, inside the dust cloud. Tu Lang is shocked. What was that? But Lam Ki thinks, this is no different from when we transform.
Something is streaking across the sky at the speed of light. A Thap and the young man look on in surprise. A Mao is hurtling towards them. Warning. Bro, if you don't want to die, leave the person behind. Seeing this, a Thap panics. He yells, realizing, damn it, Country A is raising zombie kings. A Thap and the young man start to move. They tell each other to run back to headquarters and report. A Lang and a Mao chase after them, saying, "You're all dead meat." Tu Lang's side is also starting to take action. Lam Ki asks, "What do we do?" She signals to give chase. The two of them start to pursue. Tu Lang is amazed. They're so fast. But an impatient Lam Ki says, "Having all this power and not being able to do anything is so frustrating." All three groups, Lam Ki's, a Mao's, and a Thap's, are moving at top speed. They are all moving through the sky. At a ruined area, a shout attracts the attention of the surrounding zombies. "Get out of my way." A Thap and the young man hastily land. A Jiao and a Kui approach them. A Jiao is surprised. A Thap. A Kui immediately recognizes him. Wait, that's the president. A Thap hurriedly yells, "Don't just stand there. Two freaks are chasing us." As soon as he finishes speaking, a Mao and a Lang arrive.
This leaves the group of zombies completely shocked. What they start to gather together? People from another place as the zombies gather and focus on a Mao and a Lang. A voice asks, the zombie bosses from Country A. A Mao speaks up and declares, "Hand over the person, and there will be no fight. We're dealing with foreign zombies. Be careful."
Hearing this, a Kui immediately questions him. "The human war between our two countries hasn't even started, and we're going to fight first."
As a zombie leader, why are you helping humans? A Mao quickly retorts, "Are you talking to me? Then take a look at yourselves. You're living with humans too." A Thap and the young man fall silent as he says, "What right do you have to talk to me?" But Akui immediately refutes. "I'm doing this for the future survival of zombies. It's a grand plan." Hearing that, a Mao bursts out laughing. In the past, a figure was walking on the barren ground, heading towards the sun. A Mao recalls, "The first half of my life was just like an ordinary bird. Back then, he was just one bird in a flock. We helped humans clean up garbage and corpses." He remembers their daily work. "We caught prey, killed insects, and reduced the spread of diseases." But he wondered, why is it that in their words, we became pests, a terrifying and cruel existence? A Mao realized, "I didn't hate humans because of their prejudice, but because of jealousy. I wanted to become human." Watching humans walk around and communicate happily, he always wished, "I want to have legs like them. I want to have their consciousness and intelligence, to become a higher being." The bullets fired from the guns killed hundreds of birds. Now I've become a corpse bird, finally killed by humans. That's when Jiang Tu appeared. He sat down, curiously lifting a heavy stone slab. With the earth in this state, could anything have survived? He looked at Alang with pity. "What a shame. The lower half of your body and your wings are gone." He gently lifted him up, saying, "From now on, I'll call you Alang." Then he took him along and taught him, "Alang, remember this. Hatred and destruction won't solve anything." To this day, he still remembers the feeling of lying in Tu Lang's pocket, being cared for by him. Back in the present, a Mao scoffs. He brazenly declares, "The truth proves that our plan is grander." Seeing his attitude, A-Ki realizes that negotiation is probably off the table. At this moment, Lam-Ki and Tu-Lang also catch up. You guys run so fast. A Zhao has transformed, holding his weapon, ready to fight. A Kui says, why waste words on them? This isn't their territory. Don't think the zombies of Country B are useless. At this moment, a Mao is also undergoing a transformation. Lam-Ki and Tu-Lang stare at him in astonishment. His face has changed, his features becoming softer. He remembers when Tu-Lang placed him in his hand and said, it's okay whether you want to become a human or any other creature. Whatever you say is right, is right. At this point, his body has transformed into a human's. And he says, I wasn't planning on negotiating with you anyway. The two girls scream in terror upon seeing a Mao's new form. A Mao stands tall in his human form. Lam-Ki clutches her head in shock, wondering, what is this thing? Tu-Lang yells in a panic. Isn't he supposed to be a dog? A-Ki is also completely stunned. What? Meanwhile, a Zhao next to him sneers, a broken-winged bird trying to become human. But a Mao just glances at him in silence. He raises both hands in front of him, preparing to attack, and yells, you got a death wish. He immediately uses his incineration ability, creating an immense source of heat to attack a Mao, with her experience fighting a Zhao. Lam-Ki shouts a warning to the others, be careful, this guy is no pushover. The tornado a Thap creates is massive, and it's heading straight for a Mao, but a Mao quickly dodges to the side. After missing a Mao, it doesn't disappear but turns into a cyclone. It moves around, and the wind pressure affects Tu-Lang and Lam-Ki. Tu-Lang assesses the situation and plans, telling Lam-Ki, let's get out of here quickly and leave it to those two. We'll go find the president. From within the flames, a Zhao appears in front of a Mao, thrusting out a fiery fist. A Mao plants his feet firmly and then decisively punches a Zhao straight in the stomach. This leaves Lam-Ki, Tu-Lang, a Kui, and a Thap. All bewildered, what a Zhao lets out a pained grunt. He's been thrown dozens of meters away by a Mao.
A Kui looks at a Mao in terror. This guy's attack power is insane. Then, a Mao quickly moves towards the group of zombies.
They can't react in time, only able to stand and stare blankly. A Mao creates 3 claws, which slice the ruined building into 3 parts. This causes countless casualties among the zombies. A Kui looks on. Smoke is rising from one direction. A Dao has reverted to her original form, lying sprawled on the ground. Seeing this, a Kui exclaims, what the hell is that? The two girls are starting to make their move. A Mao has drawn all of a Dao's fire into his hand. Realizing he can't fight alone, a K draws his knife and commands, Jiang Si of Country B, listen up. All of you, charge and drive those two away. He starts running, throwing the knife in his hand and shouting, dagger! Many daggers fly towards a Mao, but he just stands still. Then he rushes towards a Mao, intending to stab him with a knife, but is stopped. A Mao glances at him, then throws him back by creating a devastating blast. The force from a Mao shatters a Kui's knife into pieces, leaving him utterly horrified. What? That power was generated by a Mao using just his 2 arms, so it didn't seem to take much effort. Lam-Ki and Tu-Lang are scouting when Tu-Lang shouts, we found the president. A Thap hears Tu-Lang's voice, realizes he's been discovered, and turns to look at them.
Seeing this, a Kui signals to stop them. Immediately, the two girls are surrounded by a horde of Jiang Si, but something else catches their attention. Not the horde. A Lang is sitting atop a towering pillar. A pair of wings begins to sprout from his back, and his hands grow unusually large. A swing of that hand destroys several buildings. At this moment, a Lang has become a giant monster. The Jiang Si are sent flying into the sky by a Lang. Screaming, seeing a Lang's new form, Lam-Ki and Tu-Lang are both dumbfounded, their mouths agape in shock. A Lang places one foot on a large building, then decisively stomps it into dust. A Ki sees this and screams in terror. Oh my god, an ancient aberration? Lam-Ki and Tu-Lang excitedly point at a Lang and yell, holy hell! If he's this monstrous, why was he living in a cage? I thought you guys weren't a threat, so I let you out. How is this any different from when we transform? Don't you dare harm the president. A Lang stands majestically in the middle of the city, because he's so enormous. The young man and a Thap see him the moment they look up. The moment a Thap sees him, he recognizes the legendary aberration in horror.
He hands the president of country A to the young man and gives careful instructions. You take this guy to Big Sis. I'm going to provide support. And while you're at it, activate the consciousness enhancement device. Seeing Alang, he's already transformed. He's unbeatable. This might make us stronger. Otherwise, even if all of us Jiang Si from country B die, we'll be no match for them. Aki, seeing the overwhelming situation, says, damn it, to think a prehistoric monster still exists in this day and age. Something moves at incredible speed towards Alang's eye. It's a Mao, who has appeared on Alang's body. It seems all of them possess terrifying abilities. Aku says, they're not ordinary Jiangxi bosses. The young man frantically carries the president of country A to Big Sis, breathlessly reporting. Big Sis, there are 2 monsters, she replies. I saw everything. Then he holds out the president. This is the president of country A, she snaps angrily. Just kill him already. Why are you giving him back to me? But he immediately uses it as an excuse to run. A Kui, a Thap, they're too dangerous. I have to go help. A Thap is trying to rush to a Kui's side as fast as possible to assist them. The young man stands before the consciousness enhancement device, asking impatiently, how high should I set it if the consciousness is enhanced too much? They'll revert to primal Jiangxi. A Thap's reply comes through. Forget it, just turn it on. After the consciousness enhancement, Aki suddenly lets out a roar. The remaining Jiangxi do the same, getting up with grim determination. Drive out those outsiders, a Mao, watching from above, scoffs. Combining with human technology, huh? So you had a trick like this up your sleeve? You're just a bunch of small fry. Alang begins to attack with his claws. He ignores everything else, knowing only one thing. It has nothing to do with us. We obey only one person. He swings his arm violently around him. Just that simple motion sends countless Jiangxi flying, because the force of the swing was strong enough to blow away a corner of the city.
It causes widespread destruction. The Jiangxi, along with rubble and stone, are thrown everywhere. Lam Qi and Tu Ling are also caught in the blast, screaming in astonishment.
On the side of those who used the consciousness enhancement technology, they are shocked. Didn't we use the consciousness enhancement device? The young man says in fear. He wiped them out in a single move.
A Kuei yells angrily. Damn it! He charges at a Mao to attack but is blocked. He's even thrown to the ground by a Mao with no effort at all.
The impact severely injures a Kui, causing him to cough up blood. A Mao shows no mercy and immediately takes a Kui down. At this moment, a Thap is also getting close to Aki to provide support. With no other options, the young man activates the Jiangxi consciousness enhancement to its highest level. Damn it, I have to hold on. A Thap is trying to approach Alang from the ground. Alang glances down at him in surprise. The power activated by the young man is starting to take effect. A Thap feels the transformation in his body and lets out a roar. Instantly, he also transforms into a giant monster like Alang. Then he stands up straight, looking menacing. Alang falls silent as a Thap appears before him. Then Alang speaks with interest. One of my kind. A Thap immediately lunges forward, grabbing Alang to attack. A Mao watches everything unfold from above. Suddenly, Aki turns and stands up in front of him. Aki raises his fist and shouts, "You're clearly so powerful." He furiously questions him. Why are you helping humans?
We're the ones who are kindred spirits, ready to fight. He replies to Aki. That's a question I cannot answer.
The order I received was to bring back the human president. He throws a powerful punch straight into Aki's face. Akue cries out in pain as he falls backward, using what little strength he has left. Aki says, "We just want our race to survive. What's so wrong with that?" Meanwhile, a Thap is using all his strength to hold on to Alang. He declares loudly, "It's not over. You're not welcome here." But Alang remains unfazed, saying only one sentence that stuns him. "If you refuse to hand over the human president," Alang says calmly, "then you will all die here." Then Alang grabs a Thap's neck with his hand, causing him to cry out. Tu Lang and Lam Qi are also bewildered by this scene. Alang concentrates power into his hand, then uses it to attack a Thap. The young man sees this and yells worriedly, "A Thap!" Alang strikes a Thap, sending him crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust and smoke. Alang casually grabs him by the neck and lifts him up. Lam Qi and Tu Lang stare in shock as the two giant monsters face off.
With his neck being squeezed, A Thap struggles to speak. With that kind of power, why do you let humans manipulate you, possessing the power of destruction? Yet you act as a dog for humans.
Alang simply replies, "Why wouldn't I want to destroy humans?" Alang recalls his past. Back then, he was just a Jiang Si child of the Aberration clan.
Our Aberration clan are not mindless undead. We have consciousness. We have food. We just want our own territory to survive. Modern robots began to appear.
But those damn humans came. They ravaged everything with their technology. They used their advanced tech to destroy my home. All because of one saying, "Those not of our race must be killed." All my elders were dead. Even though I was just a child, I always had to hide. My parents hid me in a pile of rubble to protect me from the humans who were hunting us down. Back then, I had to endure incredibly horrible things. Humans called us monsters. But what did that make them in our eyes? I saw them kill my family with my own eyes. At that moment, I hated humans more than any other species. I wanted revenge. But I hated myself even more for being so cowardly and weak. Peeking out from the pile of rocks, I saw a robot standing outside. It said, "All the monsters have been eliminated. From this day forward, the earth is free of the deformed Jiang Si." Then it moved towards me and said, "Incorrect. There's one left." I backed away in fear. Just as I thought I was about to die, someone appeared and attacked it, protecting me. I was completely stunned. It was one of my own kind. Jiang too had appeared to save me. I sat in a corner, watching him intently. I stood up, hiding behind a boulder to watch. That's when I saw him, a powerful member of my kind. To me, it was like finding a new reason to live. There he was, the imposing figure of Jiang Tu. He had the appearance of a human, which made him seem like a strange-looking member of our kind. At that moment, he fought against the entire swarm of robots by himself. I watched as he single-handedly faced the whole human army. They reported to each other that the ground forces had been completely wiped out. After the order to use all weapons was given, cannons began to fire continuously from the ships at sea. "To press the attack," their commander screamed. "Hey, he's looking right at us. Unleash everything you've got on him, land, sea, and air."
Jiang Tu could control the sea. I witnessed the war between him and all of humanity with my own eyes. With a mere lift of his hand, he destroyed all of their advanced weaponry.
He commanded the waves to rise up and intercept the cannonballs. The water neutralized their force, rendering them completely useless. The ocean surged, with waves towering high above the human warships. Then, the churning sea began to swallow the fleet, sinking the ships one by one. They frantically reported the situation. "The Navy has been completely